It's good to see you, Melissa. Holy cow, this is great. Thank you so much for the invite.
This has been a year in the making, maybe more.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
I guess
that
it
we've
has
been
been,
trying to do
yeah.
this.
Yeah. I'm glad we were able to finally make it work.
I know, finally. But I just want to say a few words to welcome our guest, because we like to be fun over here, but we like to be semi-professional. So for anybody who doesn't know, which I need to put my hands this way, who doesn't know who this is Danny Anduza, otherwise known as Paleontologizing on Twitch. Throughout his career as a paleontologist, he has worked with and collected dinosaurs for multiple museums, including the Museum of the Rockies, the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, the Natural History Museum of Utah. He has published papers on dinosaur morphology and what that can tell us about their ecology and behavior. And he's taken Twitch by storm, educating the public about paleontology 5 days a week to a fantastic community of paleontology enthusiasts. So welcome. So grateful. Absolutely so excited to do this.
It's a pleasure to be here, Melissa. Thank you again so much for the invite. I've been looking forward to it.
I know. This has been such a long time in waiting. We have collected a series of questions that we are going to ask ourselves, but for anybody to ask any other questions, I have a little alert going around that Twitch is going to get, the chat's going to get crazy. I'm sure that, here we go. I will turn down the volume of the music a little bit. Okay, let me know how that is. There is in the channel points, there is a 1 Ankh redeemed for channel, for lecture questions. And if you have a really important question that you want to make sure that we both hear, do that, and I will pick from those in my mods as well. So, and then I'm very excited. And I think the best part to start is the amount of times that people think that I dig up dinosaurs is so high.
The number of times that people say that they go, "Oh, you dig up dinosaurs, you must be an archaeologist," to me.
See, that is, I always think I assumed it was the other way, that it mostly was that people think I do either both or dig up dinosaurs, but I'm just so glad to hear that it's on the other side as well.
For sure.
I had a friend who tried to tell me in college, this was before I was even quote unquote real archaeologist and like had done like my master's or anything like that, but he was like, I have this great documentary that you have to watch, it's about dinosaurs. And I was like, Raj, buddy, I don't know anything about dinosaurs. And he knew the university that we go to. He knew we did not have a paleontology program. We barely had an archaeology
very few
program.
Schools do, yeah.
But he knew that, and so it was so funny that just people always bring up. So I will give the basic definition of archaeology if you can give the basic definition of paleontology.
Sure, actually.
Yeah.
I was wondering if, I just came up with this idea a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
What if each of us tried to do the other's field?
Oh, that's such a good idea. Okay, do you want to go first? Who should go first?
I'll go first. I guess I'll go first because it was my idea. Shoot. So, man, this is talking to a real archaeologist here. I better not mess this up.
Yeah.
As far as I understand, archaeology is basically the study of human artifacts in order to gain a better understanding of human civilizations, human culture, going back in time toward the beginning of humanity, I guess. I don't know if you get all the way there. That'd be more paleoanthropology.
I'll give my definition first, and then we'll decide if these are good. So the definition of paleontology is the science of anything pre-human, mainly looking at creatures like dinosaurs, as well as other, I don't know how you define a dinosaur, that's an even different question, but
we can talk about that.
As well as, I know there are lots of sea creatures and smaller, kind of the beginnings of organic life on our Earth. We'll go with that.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's that's.
Why don't you correct me first, and then?
Yes. So you definitely hit archaeology right on the head. As the easiest way I like to say it is anything that humans touched or did.
Okay.
Anything, and it's kind of, it does get a little fuzzy when we look at the first humans. While I know archaeologists do go to that, Sometimes I find they define themselves more as prehistoric anthropologists, which anthropology is an umbrella. It's an umbrella term. There are 4 fields within it: archaeology, linguistic anthropology, forensic anthropology, and why am I blanking? Cultural anthropology. So I have found I have found that people who say dig up, if you know Lucy, who is a prehistoric human, Australopithecus, Homo erectus, I have found that people who study that is so old where, to be honest, there's very little artifacts.
Yeah,
I have found
that's
that
paleoanthropology.
I have found that they tend to define themselves more as anthropologists rather than archaeologists, who are pretty much everyone after. But I have seen, I have an archaeologist friend who's going out and doing a dig in Southern Africa on something like that.
Very
and she
cool.
defines herself as an archaeologist.
Nice.
So it's just one of those things that I've kind of found that it's a little bit separate, that I'm like, I really cannot help you in that early stuff.
Yeah.
I can
but there's some squishiness around the edges, I guess, of the term for archaeology there. Yeah.
Yes.
Which
I can make my way around everything else, but it's like, like currently one of my part-time jobs, I work in a, we'll say, early American archaeology museum to present day. So like I can make my way around it, even though that is not my specialty within archaeology.
Sure, yeah.
All right, so how did I do?
You did well. I think maybe you overthought it just a little bit, though. Usually when people ask me,
I will rather go big than go too narrow. Absolutely.
I like that. Yeah. When people ask me what is paleontology, I just say it's the study of fossils. Yes. And fossils are the preserved remains of ancient living things. But usually there's like a dividing line where when we start talking about early humans, you kind of get into like paleoanthropology and then into archaeology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And since we as human beings are fascinated by other human beings, even though that's like a really, really small, tiny sliver of Earth history, like humans, there's like whole fields devoted to that because we're humans and we're interested in humans. So, yeah.
One of my biggest jokes is that, and I tell this to truly anybody who talks about archaeology, is that archaeologists have to dig themselves into a hole. No pun intended. Is that like you have to get into a specialty, and then you have to dig yourself into a deeper hole, and a deeper hole, and a deeper hole, and a deeper hole. And
gotcha.
There are definitely certain archaeologists that are allowed to kind of just weave their way through, especially if you're a, we'll say, CRM, which is cultural resource management archaeologist. You can work pretty much anywhere. You understand what it needs to be done. When you get to the academic side of it, like you need to be an Egyptologist who specializes in the New Kingdom, specifically in Amenhotep III's reign, specifically in the pottery that is at Melkata. Something like that. Like you have to get so deep. And that's one thing I don't like about academia, and we can have a whole conversation about that later because I would love to hear that.
Yeah.
But it does get, I wonder if paleontology does that kind of have the same aspect where you kind of have to specialize yourself a lot, we'll say.
That's a great question. Yeah. I think probably not to the extent that exists in archaeology. I think if we were to somehow do like a survey, a tally of like all of the archaeologists in the world and the number of archaeologists there are versus paleontologists, I'd say there's probably 10 times as many archaeologists as there are paleontologists. So you've probably got to specialize a lot more in order to find your own niche in archaeology. In paleontology, I've got colleagues who study sauropod dinosaurs and Jurassic theropods, but they also study trilobites from way back in the Cambrian, 500 million years ago. And they study other kinds of critters. So yeah, you don't necessarily have to specialize as much, but it seems like as the years go by, specialization becomes increasingly common and people specialize more and more. So maybe in 100 years, paleontology will be in the same place that archaeology is today.
That's
in
definitely
that regard.
possible.
I don't know.
I can kind of see that, how it would kind of keep on going. Someone called Dragana Rocker, that is one of the questions on our list, and we will talk about that.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna try to fix one thing because I know the alerts, everyone's saying those are much louder than possible, so I think we're gonna try
I can't hear him here, so I'm
okay. Good. It's just Indiana Jones over and over again. Oh, so it's
gotcha.
it's fine, but I'll let everyone say Do you guys
How
hear
close are you to your follower goal, by the way? Sorry.
well, hysterically, we just hit a follower goal, so I just updated it today. So we're at
Fantastic.
1126. I was like, let's
Awesome.
just go for
Very
200
nice.
more. I usually do in 100 increments, and we're like,
Uh-huh.
we're just gonna figure that out.
Nice. Nice.
All right, I've lowered all the background music and upped Danny's mic, so hopefully y'all can hear him and maybe can't hear the background music as much. It's the one thing I cannot understand about Twitch is just the audio. It's the one thing that I'm like, I will
There's
never
so many
learn.
moving parts.
Somebody has
Yeah.
to give me a full-blown lesson, or else I will never learn.
I'm not even convinced the people who work at Twitch necessarily understand it. It's complicated. Yeah.
It's so many things.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the recent follows. Thank you guys so much. So kind of you. So I think this was like my big question. It's the second one on our list, but it was like the one that it baffles me, I think, is like, how do you guys find sites? And do you call them sites? Do you call them paleontology sites? Like, how do you find them? Because it's easy in archaeology, I hate to say it. There's only three ways you can find a site. One, completely by accident, which happens all the time. All the time.
Sure.
Two, you use post holes and you use records and you do stuff like that. And then the third is that you already know it's there and it's under a building, or you're destroying a building and it's like you already know it's there.
Sure.
So like,
yeah.
I want to know how you guys find sites.
Yeah, well, that's a great question. So two of those, I think, match up pretty well with paleontology, where sometimes they happen by accident, where you'll just have, I don't know, you'll have a construction crew, and they're, excavating the foundation for a building, and they're digging a new subway tunnel or something, and they find some strange bones, and then they call up a paleontologist.
Yeah.
So that happens sometimes. Sometimes they'll just be like a hiker or a bird watcher or a hunter or a dog walker, or somebody ends up just stumbling across some bones. But the way that we like professionally go out and find dinosaur fossils is through something we call prospecting.
Okay.
And I get this question all the time, like, what kind of fancy technology do you use for this? Do you use, like fixed wing drones or ground penetrating radar or, something like that? And no, it's all the old Mark I eyeball. Basically, the way that it works is we go to an area that we say, Melissa, you're out and you want to find Triceratops fossils.
Yeah.
For your,
for
say you're
museum.
a paleo grad student. And, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
For my museum.
And you need some trike specimens. So you go out and you find rocks of the right age. So you look at some geologic maps, and then you kind of narrow down your search even more. You look at maybe Google Earth, and you figure out where are some areas where those age rocks are actually exposed on the surface. And then you figure out the cadastral data, like land ownership. Got to make sure that it's like on public land. If you're digging up for a museum, then you got to get your permits in order. And then you go out there and you just walk along the Badlands. So you just walk slowly and you look for little bits of bone that are exposed at the surface. It's not like we just go dig a random hole somewhere or something like that. If you're out prospecting for a day, you might walk 10 miles before you find anything that's worth digging up. And usually it's just a few fragments of bone that are starting to stick out, starting to be exposed by erosion. And then you kneel down and you start scraping around it and you try and figure out what kind of animal it is, how decently, is the skeleton decently preserved enough that it's worth digging up? And honestly, that's the most difficult part of the job, in my opinion. The part that requires the most experience is being able to pick up just a few fragments of bone and be able to determine
what it is,
what kind of animal it is based on maybe a few rib fragments or something like that. And be able to make that executive decision, like, is this site worth digging? And we do call them sites.
You do call them sites, Good to know.
We do.
The terminology is like the thing that I've always am so curious about, because I'm sure there are some carryover, but I'm sure there's some that are just like completely different. And I think the funny thing is that I have always, whenever anybody asks me about paleontology, what the literal answer I always give is I was like, well, if you got to imagine like the Earth's crust, this is archaeology and this is paleontology, and that's always what I've said. But like I have a feeling, based off of that, you guys can just find stuff on the surface and you're using that as evidence that it's not as deep as I am thinking of it. as it is.
Absolutely.
That's so
Yeah,
funny.
yeah. So like the areas that I go out and dig fossils in, like Badlands
Mm,
areas, like Badlands. I think it comes from like an old French phrase,
yeah.
Badlands, because they're bad for farming or ranching or
I
whatever,
mean,
but they're wonderful for us as paleontologists. Like those are
yeah,
the best lands. So I've always
yeah,
kind of cringed at that word.
yeah.
But if it keeps tourists off of them, then all the better.
That is true. Oh
Badlands. Who
God,
wants to
yeah.
go there?
That's a problem we will
Yeah.
never. Archaeologists will never have that. I mean, it's always a gift sometimes when you find a site in the middle of nowhere. But I
Hmm.
mean, for example, when I was digging, when I did my field school in Italy, I was out about an
Hmm.
hour outside of Rome, and so we all left
Oh
on the
well.
bus and we went like 5 in the morning. Went out to this site. It was behind a gas
Uh huh.
station. There was a gate. There was security cameras, and there was
Yeah.
also a airfield right next door where every day helicopters kept going over, and we always had the inkling that it could be looters. Like we always were like,
Right.
never sure if it
Yeah.
could be.
Yeah.
But then the opposite of that was right across our hallway from our apartment were students from the American University of Rome, and they were
Uh
digging
huh.
right next to the Colosseum, like right there.
Huh.
And you could
Uh huh.
literally walk by and just look over the fence, and there they were. They were just right there. And I was like,
Uh huh.
yeah, man, I much preferred our big open field in the middle of
Yep.
nowhere where nobody just
Uh huh.
randomly showed up than being stuck with people constantly peering at you, especially in the
Yep.
instance where you don't have a public archaeologist who can sit there and talk to people, because
Sure. You
most
can't
people
do
can't
that outreach
afford.
because yeah.
Yeah, most people can't
Yeah.
afford to have a public archaeologist just sit there all day and talk to you.
Uh huh.
So,
Right.
um,
Yeah.
but that is very interesting. The sites
Yeah.
are so different. And do you find, are there areas like in, I guess I'll just say in the world where
Uh huh.
you would never find dinosaurs, or like they most
Yes.
likely will never find them? What places are those?
Certainly. Yeah. Yeah. So like we were talking about before, you were talking about how archaeology and
Yeah.
paleontology.
Yeah.
That's not always true in a lot of places because you might have a lot of erosion and like
Hmm.
there's no soil in certain areas. Like in the Badlands, there's no soil. So like all of the rocks are from the Cretaceous period or from
Yeah.
the Cambrian or something like that. But that being said, there are certain parts of the world where you just don't have the right age rocks
Hmm.
for dinosaurs.
Hmm.
Like either the rocks are much too young or the rocks are much too old. So dinosaurs lived from about 235 million years ago. There's probably older dinosaurs, but we haven't found them yet. Slightly
Mm,
older.
that's
Up
even
to
cooler.
66 million years ago. And so after 66 million years ago, the only dinosaur fossils you find are those of birds.
Yeah.
So it's like a pretty specific window. And you got to find those right age rocks if you want to find dinosaurs. So there are certain places in the world, like the Arabian Peninsula, for instance.
Oh, very
You've got all of
interesting.
this.
That's not what I was going to expect. I was not expecting that.
Yeah. To my understanding, the Arabian Peninsula, there's all of this beautiful exposed rock. There's
Yeah.
such little foliage. It seems like a wonderland of
Hmm.
being able to find fossils. But as I understand it, there's almost no terrestrial rocks from the Mesozoic era, from the age of
Wow.
dinosaurs, in the Arabian Peninsula. So I don't know if anybody's ever actually found any dinosaur fossils
That's
in the Arabian
very,
Peninsula. If they have,
so
I haven't heard
interesting.
about them. They haven't been significant.
That is so
So
interesting. I'm also just
yeah,
realizing now that you
yeah.
keep saying that the dinosaurs are in rock, and in my mind,
Uh-huh.
I was in soil. And I did not really
Exactly.
think that
Yep.
I've obviously seen videos of like they find like the what's the spiral fossil,
Ammonites.
ammonites.
Yeah.
They find ammonites, or they find
Hmm.
the crabs, the giant crab shells, and like they can tell, they're holding this thing, and then they crack it in half,
Sure.
and there's the
Yeah.
inside of it.
Yeah.
And so like I've seen those before, but in my mind I just am like, oh well, that's just a rock, rather than all dinosaurs being are dug out of rock, which is like
Yeah, we
blowing
never
my mind
find
right
dinosaur
now.
fossils in soil as a rule. Like
That's like
100% of the time, they're always in rock. Yeah.
that is actually
Yeah.
quite literally blowing my mind, because I just never even thought about that. I never thought about
Well,
that.
because soil doesn't last for 66
It
plus
doesn't.
million
No.
years. It's got to be rock. That's the only way you preserve dinosaur fossils. Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
so interesting. I never thought about that. That is I'm just taking a thank you so much for the hype train, everyone, and just quickly going through
Very
and saying thank
nice.
you to
Wow.
Kittle Relic for the follow, Eric McKedden, Dinosaur Dave, thank you for cheering those bits, Starman Fly, Relay, my mother, thank you for the follow.
Arley is my dad, actually. So,
oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
funny. I was like, I think that's my mom.
Yeah. Hi, Dad. How you doing?
Hello. And thank you, Ashley, for the bits and such. So do you want to ask me one of the questions from your list? Pick whichever one is your fancy.
Sure. Let's start with the first one that I gave you. So, as an archaeologist, Melissa, would you consider yourself more of a scientist or more of a historian? Because as I understand it, I could be wrong about this, archaeology kind of straddles, or maybe is big enough that it kind of flows out of both science, or flows into both science and history. So, do you consider yourself more of a historian or more of a scientist?
So I think this really truly depends on the archaeologist and their specialty. Because as it is, archaeology, anthropology, social science. So at the very, very beginning portion of this, we don't really use the scientific method. Like we don't really get into the nitty gritty that what I consider science and stuff. But there are archaeologists within everything that are full heavy science. We're talking the people who examine DNA, people who do things like GPR, like photogrammetry, like those kind of specialties can go very, very deep science. Or like my friend Mark, he's a bioarchaeologist, and so he studies teeth, and there is a system, which this is the funny thing. So me, myself, I am much more of an art historian. I don't even really consider myself a historian, which is kind of funny, but it really just depends on the path that I took. So Mark, he studies, like, there is a scientific method where you can look at teeth of ancient people and you'll be able to tell, based off of what they ate and how they grew over time, you can tell what location they were in, if they were poor, if they were eating very high things in like iron, and like eating good food or bad food, and you'll be able to kind of place that. They've done that a lot with in England. I mean, England has a very, I don't know how they have so much archaeology funding, but they just do. But they've found
jealous. Yeah.
They found a lot of Roman remains, and they do a lot of testing on those Roman remains to try to see if they are Roman or from Britain or from Gaul or from lots of different places. And so I think that they've been able to find people who have actually lived in Africa, and then obviously either been possibly enslaved by the Roman Empire or came through the Roman Empire and then settled in Britain and died there. And they can tell that just by this, whatever the scientific process is that is in the teeth.
Yeah, probably oxygen isotopes or something like that. Yeah,
I think that's what Mark specializes in. And so myself, because I have taken such a windy little path. I was an archaeology major, which truly, my school didn't have a good archaeology program. I did not know, when I went to my school, I did not really know what I wanted to do with it. So I knew it had an anthropology program with an archaeology concentration, and then I did an art history minor. And throughout those 4 years, I was doing a lot of archaeology. I was digging all up and down the East Coast. I did a week 2 weeks in England, and then the 5-week field school in Italy. But when it came to looking for grad schools, because I wanted to do Egyptology, there are a couple different branches. You kind of have to look at what school offers and what professors are at certain schools. So
of course,
some people go full linguistically, and they like literally do nothing except translate ancient Egyptian all day and the various different dialects. Some people are full art historians, and they're going into a lot of theory as well. And my headphones died.
Shoot, I hate when that happens.
They'll charge up pretty quick though. Okay, just give me 1 second to shift this.
Oh, no worries, no worries. This is really interesting to hear about. Like,
yeah,
and I'm hearing similar things in paleontology as well. Like what you said about actually finding the right advisor when you go to grad school. That's critically important. Like one of the most important decisions you'll ever make in your life as a paleontologist.
Yeah. And so mine, this is my other fault, is that like I had no idea what to expect in grad school. And so I applied to pretty much every school in America that had an Egyptology program. Most of them were
Hmm.
PhDs. I probably wasted about $700 on application fees alone. Got denied from all of the
Yeah.
PhDs, got moved down for U Chicago to a master's program where they were like, okay, second year is free, but first year is $60,000. And I was like, ooh,
Oof.
okay. And then
Uh,
I landed on University of Memphis, which is the only master's program that is fully funded. And
that's Memphis, Tennessee, and not Memphis, Egypt,
yes,
right?
but oh,
Okay.
it is named. It is named after the ancient city of Memphis. There's a whole big on
Right.
story in that. They have very much embraced the semi-Egyptian culture.
That's really neat, actually.
But
Yeah.
it really, but that program, I could either enter the history department or the art history department. And I
Oh.
thought, because so the University of Memphis has an institute of Egyptian art and archaeology that
Okay.
comprises
Okay.
of a master's in, actually, I think they actually even have a concentration for undergraduate, and I think it's one of the
Uh-huh.
only universities. It's just because they have the institute there. So they have a master's in art
That sounds
history,
familiar too.
a
Yeah.
master's in history, and a PhD in history. There's no PhD in art history. So
Hmm.
I went into the art history master's program, and we took some history courses, but we were mostly taking art history courses. And so
Right.
I see myself more as an art historian because I don't know a lot of, like, I know about the history, but I couldn't name every single battle that Ramses the Great went into. I couldn't really name any of
Sure.
those specific things, but I know the basics of what Egyptian art is supposed to look like, how that is interpreted, and truly, I also
Right.
hate theory. I'm just not a good, it just goes right over my head.
Yeah.
But
Uh-huh.
I care about the artifacts. Like, I am really a artifact based person, and I just really would like to
Gotcha.
see and feel, because I think the cool thing against all other art history departments, minus anything that is archaeological,
Hmm.
art, it was not for aesthetic purposes in ancient Egypt.
Hmm.
They wanted things to be pretty, but everything had a function. And I think that's the
Uh-huh.
part that I really liked about it, is that, like, when I look at any sort of modern art history, anything after that that's not found archaeologically, any painting, any sculpture, I
Uh-huh.
get it. Sometimes I get the theory behind it, but I'm like, someone just
Right.
painted this just to paint it, when this scribal palette was decorated beautifully, had the name of the pharaoh, was painted and made out of ivory, but then they also had to use it. And so, like, there's
Uh-huh.
a really pretty art palette with actual little holes where the artist had used the pieces, used the
Uh-huh.
actual ink blots to paint, and it's still left like that. It's just perfect, pristine. And so it
Uh-huh.
tells a bigger story. And so I guess myself, I would consider more of an art historian and then an archaeologist, because I have that experience. Because obviously there are art historians who have never set foot in the field before.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Sure. Yeah.
but yes, I don't know anything about the science half of archaeology. I've done a GP,
Interesting.
I've
Okay.
done a GPR. I've learned a little bit about it. But
Uh-huh.
it's way harder for me than art history. You say
To each their
probably,
own.
maybe
Yeah.
all the time.
Absolutely. It takes
Just
all
talk about
kinds.
it.
Yeah.
But that was a
That's
really
really
great
interesting that
question.
you thank you. Thank you. And you talk about that like that difference between what was it, art history versus like
History.
historian history? Yeah, yeah. And in paleontology, there's a similar thing. So
Mm,
there's very few schools throughout the world where you can actually like major in
that was
paleontology or
actually
get
one
a
of my
degree
questions I
in
forgot to write down. I wanted to know how
paleontology.
many schools there are, because there aren't that many in
Very,
Egyptology
very
either.
few.
Very few.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very few. So that's one of the reasons why I went to Montana State for
Hmm.
undergrad is that they actually had a paleontology program
Hmm.
and I could major in
Yeah.
paleontology. But so paleontology itself, this field, the study of fossils, is almost like some kind of unholy amalgam between geology and biology.
Yep. That makes
It's like
sense.
where these two fields kind of meet, because that's what fossils are. They're
Hmm.
the preserved remains, that's the geology part,
Yeah.
fossilized, of ancient living things, the biology part.
Hmm.
And so if you want to become a paleontologist, usually you gotta you're either in a biology department or in a
Hmm.
geology department,
Okay.
or an earth sciences department, geology, earth sciences.
See, actually,
Um,
at University of
yeah.
Memphis, their archaeology department, I think, is within the earth
Hmm.
science department, which,
Really?
and that was just because it was
That's wild.
smaller, I
Wow.
think, and
Uh-huh.
I think they did have an anthropology department, but if I remember correctly, because one of my friends, she like double majored and stuff.
Right.
And I think she had to go to the earth science building, and I was like, oh, that's not how my university had an anthropology department. And then just
Yeah.
archaeology just naturally fell into that. But I have heard of archaeology being put more towards earth science sometimes, which is honestly
Interesting.
odd. I don't think that is the standard.
That's very surprising to me. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, but yeah, paleontology is like that. So you talk to paleontology students, and they'll either be usually in a biology department or an earth
Biology
sciences
is
or
different for me. I
geology
never would
department.
have thought of that, but it does make
Yeah.
sense.
So
Um,
I'm much more of a I'm much more on the biology side of
mhm,
things as a paleontologist than I am on the geology side of
yeah.
things. Like the way that I study dinosaurs and what I publish on, that's much more looking at these things as like living creatures, trying to
Hmm.
figure out. I actually look at a lot of modern animals to try and gain clues for
Yeah.
what, extinct dinosaurs would have been doing with their
That's really,
weird
really
body
cool.
parts that they evolved. So I'm a much better biologist than I am a geologist. I would say that.
Yeah,
Um,
and geology definitely
yeah,
falls into anthropology as well. I
yeah,
in the end of my undergraduate, we had to do one earth science class, and I was like, I might as well take a geology class because I'm
yeah.
gonna see a lot of rocks. So
Uh
I ended
huh.
up taking that, and it actually worked out really well because it
Nice.
was a basic like first year class. So I was with all these like first year
Sure.
students. I
One of
was a
those
senior,
rocks
but
for jocks kind of
yeah, rocks
classes.
or jocks, absolutely. But
Yeah.
we had to do one presentation. It was just one presentation in paper, like for the whole year, and it could be on anything geology related. So I was
Hmm.
like, well, you know what? I just came back from Italy. I went to Pompeii, and I was like, why don't I just? And I have all of these free
Nice.
pictures of Pompeii. So I was like, why don't I do? And so I did an entire presentation about the geology of Pompeii and the volcano
Uh huh.
and the difference, mainly the difference between Pompeii and the city of Herculaneum, which were at
Yeah.
different
Just down the road.
yeah,
Yeah.
just
Or
down the
across the
road, and
bay.
how,
Yeah.
unfortunately, how the differences in how people died there based on the pyroclastic flows. And so I know a
Uh huh.
weird amount of about pyroclastic flows because I did so much research to talk about
Cool.
Pompeii for that. But yeah, it is. There
Yeah.
are people who are all about the rocks when it comes to
Hmm.
archaeology as well, because sometimes, especially when it comes to like especially with like ancient Egyptians looking at what they used to build and where they could get it. I mean,
Uh huh.
there are archaeologists who are like, somebody had to figure out that the limestone that's on the pyramids came from Aswan, came from, I mean, all the way down the Nile. Somebody had to figure that
Yeah.
out. So I was sure it was a combination between an archaeologist and a geologist, and then comparing stones and finding the natural quarries which still are in existence there.
It's very cool. It takes all kinds.
Yeah.
Shoot, I've working at paleontological sites. I've had people on my crews who were medical doctors, who were
Mhm.
geologists, who were sedimentologists in particular. I've had a couple of archaeologists actually, and it's really funny how the archaeologists would dig in the quarry when we're digging up dinosaurs because they would always dig in neat little
You got to
squares,
get the square,
and
man. Nothing is better
that's
than the
not
one
how
by
we
one
do it.
square.
Yeah, yeah, that's not how we do it as dinosaur paleontologists usually because I mean, shoot, what are the average size of artifacts that you're digging up usually? They're probably pretty small, right?
It can get anywhere. I mean, it depends on the site. Like sometimes you just throw away
Yeah.
all the really tiny stuff if it's really bad.
Uh-huh.
But like you can get a tiny little potsherd that's maybe about this big.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to think of the biggest thing that I've excavated, and I don't think I've found anything larger than like this. But like obviously there are sites where
Yeah.
like, so where I work at this museum, they found 3 ships or 4 ships within
Uh-huh.
2 years.
Oh yeah, those are
And
gonna be
like
big then.
I
Yeah.
held one of the beams, and it was like a beam like about maybe, I don't even know, you can't even see it in my camera, longer than that, like, and it was a
Uh-huh.
chunky thing, and that was a small one. That was one that one person could carry. So it definitely
Yeah,
happens, and you can find huge things, but
definitely.
it definitely
Yeah.
depends on the
But for the
site.
most part, it's relatively small stuff that you're digging up, right? Because you're digging like half meter by half meter squares, right? Something like
We're
that?
usually I think meter by meter. It does
Meter by
depend.
meter. Okay. Yeah.
This is the weird part about archaeology is
Uh-huh.
that you think you've learned everything. You think you've set the way that archaeologists are supposed to do it, and then you go to
There's
another
always
site and
something
they're
new.
like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
So a site that I was working in, and this was within a like 3 week span. I was working on a two week dig in southern England, and we were all on our knees, scraping through with our trowels. These kind of long sections, so not even a perfect square. These kind of rectangular sections, but it was dictated because we were digging the inside of a tower, like the inside of the remains of a tower. So it had to be that long. 2 weeks later, I go to Rome, and I'm digging on this site, and I have I don't touch a trowel pretty much in the whole 5 weeks. I'm only working with a pickaxe, a mattock, or a shovel. And it depended on the section of the site. So one site, they were working on prehistoric Roman stuff, and I was trying to get to Roman stuff. I was going through medieval stuff and whatever. And we dug my height in a day. We dug like almost
Got to get
5
rid of that
feet.
overburden. Yeah. Do you call it overburden, by the way?
Overburden? What is that?
Oh,
No.
overburden. That's what we call it. Overburden is all the garbage rock on top of your site. So overburden is what you're trying to get through with the picks and the shovels to get down to the bone layer in my field.
That
overburden.
Would be, yeah, I guess we just call that, we're just waiting to find occupation layers is usually what we call it.
Interesting.
Which but it also depends on what your like research is. So like, because we were digging an ancient Roman site, we didn't care about any of the medieval stuff, and so we weren't even sifting. In my section, we weren't even sifting through the dirt. We were literally just putting in a bucket or putting in a wheelbarrow. Somebody was looking through it like this to pick up anything big, and then it was just getting shoved into our giant pile of dirt that we were piling up.
That's normal for me. Like, when you're digging through try to get down to the bone layer.
Yeah.
You just chuck all that stuff.
Overburden.
Because you know where the actual bones are.
It makes sense. It's a good word for that, but I think we just, it mainly, there is a special word that sometimes we use. I'm trying to think, Maddie might know it. I know Maddie's an archaeologist too. It's when you have sites that have been plowed before. I guess we would just call that out of context stuff, where essentially if this is the ground, the plow has gone deep enough
mixed up
to mix the layers together. And so we know that like you could suddenly find a coin, which is a great dating. Yes, so stratified. So we talk about stratigraphy all the time, do you guys talk about stratigraphy? Yes? Okay.
I live, eat, and breathe stratigraphy.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
But it's weird because yours is rock stratigraphy and ours is dirt.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure, do you go by the color? Do you have a...
there's a lot of different ways to do it. And, like, professional stratigraphers are much better qualified to talk about this than I am. But yeah,
we don't have
stratigraphy
professional
is
stratigraphers. We all know about it.
extremely
That's so
important
funny.
for the study of dinosaurs. Yeah.
That's so funny. I mean, we have our... Where's my book? I gotta find my book. Do you use the Munsell soil color charts?
The color
no,
book?
You don't,
Yeah.
It's rocks. But I'm sure it's a color chart, so you probably use...
Yeah. Although, I don't know, like, very few of us actually have the proper, like, brand name Munsell because it's so expensive. We've got all kinds of knockoffs and stuff like that.
I got mine for free because my uncle is a geologist and works for the NGF. So he gave me two as a gift for when I graduated. But yeah, this is one of the older ones. Very nice. And it's it's dirty as heck, and I've never actually used it out in the field.
But that's great though. Holy cow.
But yeah, the thing about it is on all of the sites I've ever gone to, we never get off of this page, which is the dirtiest page, 10YR. I've never left this page. This is always the same
That's
page.
That's the skin tones page.
Yeah.
We would use that same page in the field to like compare like our tans during the field.
How dirty this
is. During the field season,
mine, But it's
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there are some beautiful pinks, which like my friend has told me are in areas of Jordan. They have pink soil in like Petra.
Yeah.
And some of them have in the front. Some of them have see, I think this one is one of the older ones, so it doesn't have it. It used to have a chart for how much charcoal you get. Oh, actually, it's in the back here. Yeah, I was just curious because you don't use soil, but I guess coloring is still important, so I can assume.
So it's actually turned out to be really, really important in a few cases. Like when I was working in the Hell Creek Formation with Museum of the Rockies, there's a certain kind of very rare dinosaur that we happened to stumble across a whole bone bed of.
Wow.
And I can't, it's as yet unpublished, so I can't talk a lot of, I can't divulge many details about this, but it turns out to have come from a very specific color of rock. And when we can find the same color of rock, we would find these very rare dinosaurs without fail. So for whatever reason, they really liked what we call like a paleosol. So there's like a particular kind of, it represents ancient soils.
Oh, okay.
And these dinosaurs were hanging out there. And so wherever we could find this particular color of rock, sure enough, we would find this very rare dinosaur in it. And it turns out they're not rare at all.
Mm.
They're just very
Specific,
picky about their habitat. Yeah. Yeah.
See, I was gonna say there is one color soil that most archaeologists dread, and it's somewhere in the greens, because it can mean two
Really?
things. One's a good thing and one's kind of a
Highly
gross thing. Greens can be anything that is copper, so you could find like a sword or a dagger
Okay.
or anything cool. But it also
Sure.
can mean a toilet, a privy.
Yeah. Lots of
So
organics.
that's always
Ugh.
it's a cautionary tale. You're like, oh no, what did I stumble upon? I don't think I've
Yeah.
ever seen. I've only
Yeah.
seen little bits of it when it's like around like something that's copper, and I'm very glad about that because sometimes it's one of the unfortunate things is that some of the best artifacts you find at the bottom of wells and the bottom of privies, because
Yeah.
when you don't have a garbage system and you don't have garbage men and landfills, you just chuck it down a privy, because
Yep.
it's all going down there anyway. So, thank you so much, everyone, for all the new files, and thank you so much, Claire, for all of the amazing gift
Yeah.
subs to
Thank you,
everybody.
thank you.
Let me scroll back. Did I miss anyone? Mr. Locust, thank you so much. Chauncey is my friend. Strongzo, Moose, and Victorus as well. Thank you. And I saw two lecture questions. One was okay, that one we're gonna talk about later. Have you ever read archived logbooks or records in your field that surprised you or profoundly interesting? I unfortunately can only think of one that might be a little too explicit for the stream, but let's just say I was going through the records of our Egyptology collection, and I was finding some amulets that were very, let's say, erotic, that are not on display. Not for good reason, because there are places that do display them, but I was like, oh, okay, that's the description that they're going to use. That's the only one that popped into my head right now.
Nice.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
What about you?
Let's see.
So I don't
know. Most of the time when I've been out digging, I've not really been like leading the crew or anything, so I'm not really like looking through all of the logs from the past. And honestly, I've worked at so many sites where they're basically like brand new sites that there isn't a whole lot of like records that we're looking through. I can only think of maybe a couple of times.
Commonality to go back every single year to the same site, or are you guys able to kind of quickly do a site like pretty fast?
It depends. So most of the time, if we find a new dinosaur and it's isolated, then we can basically, hopefully we can get that out in 1 or 2 summers.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and then we might not really visit that site again unless it's to come back and collect data, strat data or sedimentological data or something. But occasionally you'll find what we call a bone bed, which is like a mass death assemblage, where a bunch of animals all died in the same place, or maybe they died in different places, but they got stuck on a sandbar during a flash flood, and they all got deposited in the same place. And sites like that, you can keep going back to for centuries. And just keep finding more and more and more fossils. But oftentimes we don't have we don't really have the budget to be able to go back and do that again and again.
We barely do either. Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah.
We barely.
So it depends.
To be honest, one of the sites, the first site I ever excavated on, was a maybe 17th century mansion. At one point, like George Washington had visited. It was owned by somebody who was like later related to like I think Robert E. Lee, like somebody in his earlier like colonial
highborn
family.
person. Yeah.
Yeah. And the site is like luckily protected. It's actually owned and it's a kind of a park. And so the city has an agreement with the people who own the park that we can kind of excavate whenever we want. And so they've been working on their site for like over 25 years, but they've never found the house.
Wait,
Like,
what?
they've never found, like, I have not gotten a full confirmation from the city archaeologist if they've ever found the house. They found the laundry a couple
Really?
years ago. Yeah, I know. It sounds crazy, but it's
There's
just,
written records from that time,
I
and they don't know where the
know.
house is.
I know that. Absolutely. And they have maps. And
I'm used to working on dinosaurs, where
I
it's
think
like
George
these animals
Washington,
died out tens of millions of years ago.
I think George
It's
Washington
like you
himself
had people
drew a
who
map.
wrote things down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Anyway.
so we
Yeah.
can go off of where we found the laundry, and we can kind of think of, there's people called what are they called? Landscape archaeologists, which are
Uh-huh.
mainly, I would say, more um I've mainly seen them working more in America rather than more anything older than that. But they kind of focus
Sure.
on, well, if the people put the house there, then they probably would put the outbuildings here, and it would all be kind of, they wanted a particular way to look at it. And so there's a lot of stuff with
Okay.
talking about like the African diaspora and talking about enslavement, where the way
Mhm.
that they would form it is that they would hide all of the slave cabins like behind a tree line, and like they would make it look like, and like archaeologists would be able to figure this out, like based on post holes, based
Uh-huh.
on places where you can see that trees have been previously, and they will be able to kind of interpret the site like that. And so I think people have been up there, but it says like when we went there, and that was my first dig in 2016, and they were like, yeah,
Uh-huh.
we haven't really found the mansion yet. And I'm like, what? They don't work there all the time, and
Huh.
that's kind of the thing, is because they
Yeah.
have such a good agreement, they're like, we can just come up whenever we want. But yeah,
Uh-huh.
like they just don't know where it is. It's somewhere up
Well, I
there.
mean, that's also kind of exciting in a way too, because when that finally does get
Oh yeah,
found, that's going to be a big deal.
absolutely.
So the discovery's still waiting to be made.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. I try and make that point all the time when we're talking about, certain mysteries about dinosaur evolution or something like
Mhm.
that. It's like, here is a new frontier. This is something that we don't know yet.
Yeah.
And somebody's going to figure that out someday. And that's going to be a really exciting day when it happens. Yeah.
So I guess we kind of have been talking about excavating, and like,
Yeah.
what are the main kind of tools that you use? Because I want to see like how much overlap there is between like, and archaeology, as I said, like ranges depending
Yeah.
on the site, but we all tend to use the same tools.
Right. Use a lot of trowels, as I hear it.
Yes. Do you not
Yeah.
use trowels? You don't use a Marshalltown trowel? It's the only place you can buy
I,
trowels.
I've used a trowel, I think, 1 or 2 seasons before, and it was exclusively to dig little bespoke latrines.
Oh,
When I'm out. Yeah, trowels are not something we use during excavation, but
hmm,
if you're gonna go dig a little toilet hole, then you
amazing.
might use a little trowel.
Love to
But yeah,
know.
we use. And it was like a gardening trowel where it's got like a V
See,
shape in
I'm gonna
cross
grab
section.
my trowel. It's over here somewhere.
Yeah,
I've been
yeah. I've
meaning
actually
to
got
put it in the-
some of the tools of the trade too. I made sure to dig those out before this stream too. Here's my little field bag that I have
Oh,
that I keep
I
my
was like,
tools
I don't
in.
have my. I do have 70 years for RC. This is not my field bag, but this is where I keep all my archaeology stuff, including
Nice.
my hat,
Yeah.
which I have my fancy Indiana
Ah.
Jones hat, but that one's completely impractical because it's made out of leather.
Oh,
Um,
so I use a leather hat in the field sometimes. Let me grab that too, and I can show
I
you.
have
I will be right back. I've
this
got 2
one's-
hats that I usually wear in the
these are
field.
the differences
Be right back.
between our hats. Who has the biggest trowel? I was gonna say I don't actually know where. This is the incorrect one. Oh, never mind. This is not an incorrect one. I have 3.
Yeah. Here's my hat that I wear in the field. This
And
is
see,
an
I have a hat
Australian
like that, but I don't
slouch hat.
usually
Yeah,
wear this.
but I've had this hat for like, shoot, about 15,
A little
16
while.
years now.
This is not leather.
It's been with me
That's
on
probably why.
every dig. But it's leather, so it doesn't breathe very well. So I only wear it when it's not super hot out.
I was gonna say I thought this
Um,
was leather. It's definitely not, but it still does not breathe very well. But this was like my
Yeah.
gift. My dad was like, "I'm not buying you an Indiana Jones hat until you graduate," and I was like, "Okay, that I will accept that." And I have a feeling this is probably stolen from him that he just hasn't noticed. Um,
Yeah.
but I'll wear that. But
Nice.
this is not. I have 3 trowels because of a hysterical turn of events. On when I went to my first dig, they gave us
Uh-huh.
trowels because it was just volunteer. On my second dig,
Sure.
which was only a couple weeks later, it was just a week-long dig. It was
Mhm.
like expedition essentially where I went to James Madison's house called Montpelier in Orange, Virginia. If you guys live there and you want to do archaeology, they do weekly. You pay them and you live there for a week. You do archaeology, and it's really cool.
Wow.
And they have one of the best archaeology programs at a historic house, like pretty much ever. So
Cool.
I went and bought a trowel, and I did not know about Marshalltown at the time. So my dad took me to Home Depot, and I bought a trowel, and he sharpened it for me. So I do have somewhere a massive trowel, like a actual for
Like a masonry trowel?
yeah, like a masonry trowel. I have a huge trowel somewhere.
Nice.
I go there, they gift me a trowel, and I was like, oh, okay. So I have 3, and then I bought one later. But this is mine, one of mine, and this is usually they have wooden handles, but this is also a Marshall. But that's why I got the third. I got the third one because I have a Marshalltown trowel holster that fits on my belt.
So is Marshalltown like the is that the official vendor or like semi-official? That's what everybody uses.
It's what everybody uses. There's nowhere, honestly, truly, I don't think you can find a trowel if you don't go to Marshalltown. And they have tons of other stuff. They have sifters, they have shovels, they have tons of stuff. But I think it's tended to now be all archaeology rather than just like a tool place. But yeah, so this goes onto my belt. And then, because honestly, the other way you do it is you stick it through your belt loop, but then half the time you poke yourself. So
yeah,
the holster is pretty cool. And then you end up just sitting there, like putting your hand like this, like on the holster, just like super fancy,
like a cowboy.
Absolutely. I did that. We did an education event, and I held it the entire time, and that's where my hand was the whole time.
Yep. No, I totally. When I wear this in the field, I do the same exact thing.
Oh, there
so
we
this is a rock hammer. And
okay.
it is from Estwing, and Estwing might be our equivalent to, what was that company? What did you say it was? Marshalltown.
Yeah.
Estwing is our equivalent in paleontology, and they make rock hammers and picks and stuff like that. And this is my my prospecting hammer. So this is a really lightweight 12-ounce hammer. So it's about the same weight as like a can of soda or something. But yeah, we use this a lot in the field, especially when out prospecting. Not so much during excavating unless we're using it with a chisel or something.
Okay.
But let me show you my digging tool of choice.
Yeah, so what do you do when you're actually digging? Because it's pretty much the trowel the whole way around unless we're not doing anything tiny. Like unless we're just doing full shovels or we get a mattock and just just crushing through walls and soil and stuff.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show it to you, and I'm gonna ask you what it is, because I'll have you guess. Because it's not what you. It'll be surprising.
Okay.
It's right here.
Oh, okay. All right. It's like
what do you think that is?
It's like I don't know what that is, but is it like a wedge? Like do you kind of.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. Here's a hint. You can get it at like culinary supply or like.
I was literally like, this better not be a frosting spreader.
It's well, almost kind of close. Yeah, my chat, people are saying that they know in the chat.
It's a peach. What? Oh, an oyster knife.
It's an oyster knife.
It does. I was thinking that as well.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So this is not all paleontologists use this.
But
I don't
do you
think that
now
this is
have
totally
specialty
standard.
ones where you can buy it for paleontology rather than buying
No,
just a normal oyster?
No. There's not enough of us for any company to
Wow.
make something specialty. But oyster knives. So I used to work at Museum of the Rockies. That's kind of where I got my start as a paleontologist. And there was a member of the crew, Bob Harmon, and he was looking at all the tools that people would use to dig up dinosaurs, things like ice picks and screwdrivers and wood chisels and stuff like that. And he thought that none of these really worked very well. But he discovered the oyster knife.
Wow.
And everybody at Museum of the Rockies uses these, and everybody who is trained at Museum of the Rockies uses these, and I use these to this day. This past summer when I was working with the Utah Geological Survey, they were using ice picks and screwdrivers and wood chisels and stuff.
The screwdrivers one is like throwing me for a loop, and I also it's the flathead, not the
exactly, not the Phillips, but the flathead. Yeah.
But it's still like.
Although I've also seen Phillips screwdrivers used in the field, like just incredibly crude tools.
This is hysterical.
But anyway, the oyster knife is where it's at. Like, so when I'm talking about the oyster knife on my stream, I like to tell people that more and better dinosaurs have been dug up with the humble oyster knife than anything ever rolled off the line at Caterpillar or John Deere or anything like that. Like,
That is
precision hand tools like this.
really,
This is what we
really-
use to dig up dinosaurs, not heavy duty equipment or anything like
Yeah,
that. Despite
that
what
is
you may have
very
seen
funny.
on Discovery Channel, you know.
That is, I never would have guessed that. That's really, really funny.
Yeah.
Because the
Oh
only
yeah.
ones
Yeah.
that I think would be a little odd, and I don't have any, and I've only used it like once, is like, and I truly don't know what we have a name for them, but I don't know what technically qualifies as them. But when we get
Sure.
really specific, and I would say the only time we do when we need to be really, really careful is usually when we're excavating bones, and specifically human remains, and what we call a not dis an actual burial rather than displaced remains where like, so when I was in Italy, I found a human jawbone under a rock, just like under a rock, completely
Just
random.
random.
I pulled it out and I was like, oh, okay, that's a human jawbone. And like 2 days previous, somebody was full blown pickaxing. I mean, over the shoulder, all their strength they had, and something kind of exploded. Like something kind of went up in, like, we were like, whoa, what was that? And then we brought out what we called the dental tools. I don't know what technically qualifies as that, but they're essentially very tiny, little tiny brushes, little tiny picks, little tiny things.
Well, dental picks. Dental picks is what we call them.
Yeah. So something like that is small enough, or just, I mean, you use just the tip, the tiny part of your trowel. And essentially what we found was the remains of a quarter of like a skull, and somebody full blown smashed it. But we didn't know it was there, and it was completely displaced.
It happens in the overburden,
Italy,
as we say. Yeah.
There's something called the soprintendenza, which is essentially, easiest way to explain it, it's the archaeology police. It's their formal version of like archaeologist, and essentially if any sort of burial is found, and that is an actual burial that somebody was placed in that exact same spot, we have to call up the soprintendenza. We have to stop work. They have to do it. And that's just Italian law.
Interesting.
And so when it came to that, when we found this bone and somebody picked up a piece and they were like, I think it's a bowl. And I was looking at it and I was like, I just took a class in forensic anthropology and I am 99% sure those are cranial sutures. So all the little lines of all the pieces of our bone. And I was like, that is not a bowl.
I think it's a bowl.
And so we ended up doing dental tools to make sure we had found all of it. And we didn't have to call the soprintendenza. But in certain, depending on the laws of the country, it can get like really dire, and like you need to like completely stop work forever. But those are the only like random other tools that I think we use in that sense. But we always have like the brush and the pan. We always have the little gardening gardening knee pads.
Knee pads?
Yep.
Yeah. This kind of brush, like a whisk broom like this?
No,
or like a
smaller.
camel hair brush?
I've seen sometimes we use those, but usually, I mean, I've seen like the a one-handled brush with like big bristles and stuff. Yeah, paintbrushes as sometimes as well. But often what we would do, the brushes are more used for like burials and for bones, for just carefully dusting. More of the times we actually are just scooping with our trowel into the dustpan and then into the sifters or into the wheelbarrow to go to the sifters and all stuff like that.
Use a dustpan.
Yeah.
Interesting.
A full
like metal normal, or plastic?
Yeah, plastic or metal dustpan. You sweep it in
so
there.
we use and
it goes in a bucket.
I think we do a similar thing where you're like, you got to look through those rocks real quick before you dump them, basically, right? Or dirt, I guess, before you dump them.
Usually you would put it into the dustpan, and then everyone has a bucket, and then you put all that into
and
the
they
bucket.
screen wash it or
and then
sift
you
it.
either go up. It depends on the site. So like again, I went to a site where we just put it all in a wheelbarrow and we just go like this. But most often we either have, some people have really nice setups where it is a full blown wooden table that's hollow in the center and has the little screens, and then you just dump the bucket. You sit there, somebody else is grabbing it, putting it in your little paper bag that's all specially labeled with whatever, with the usually it's the site number, the date, the layer that you're in, and maybe your initials. Sometimes it always depends on the site. You always have to learn that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we also have these really crazy sifters that you have to manually use, and it's on like a leaning system. So it like the sifter portion is here, and then there's only one pair of legs, and you hold it on this side, and you just go like this, and then but it doesn't stand upright. You have to like, I mean, you do so
Uh huh.
much arm workout, and then suddenly you're like, okay, I gotta lean this, pick up that piece, put it in my bag, and then keep
Uh
on
huh.
going. But it, again, just we also have really small ones that you see like when you're doing like actual gold prospecting. We sometimes have ones like that as well.
Sure. Yeah.
And then depending on the site, we also have a cleaning station where like everything, usually it's from the day before, usually everything gets cleaned, everything oh
Uh
well,
huh.
don't wash metal things, don't wash bone, wash everything else. Air
Gotcha.
brush it, airbrush anything
Yeah.
metal or bone or the really fragile stuff, anything wood,
Right.
which is very rare to find anyway.
I've only ever maybe once worked at a site. Actually, it was that one site where we had that very rare dinosaur. Where we actually screen washed most of our matrix.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, but most of the time we're just kind of chucking the rocks. But we do that. We've got like a system for it.
Yeah.
So like, you're clearing away rocks from around the bones, and then you look at them to make sure there's no fragments of bone or anything in it, and then you put it into what we call a feed scoop, and that's actually the official name. Instead of a dustpan,
Yeah.
it's like deeper. Anybody who's ever worked on a farm,
Okay.
you know,
I
those
think
big plastic scoops that you use
yeah,
to scoop up
I think
the
I know what
animal
you're talking
feed.
about,
Yeah, we usually use those.
Interesting.
And so basically you're sitting there in the quarry, you're digging around these dinosaur bones, you're picking off bits of rock that are surrounding the bone, you put it into your feed scoop, and that way if you notice that there's like, shoot, there's a little process on this bone that's missing, or there's a chunk over here that you don't know where it went, then you can look through your feed scoop and see if it might be in there. But once you're pretty sure that there's nothing in there, then you go and you dump it into the, the waste pile, the scree pile, whatever you want to call it. Different crews have different names for it. But that leads me to another question, Melissa. What do you call the surrounding sediment that's not actually around your specimens or artifacts? Because we call it matrix in paleontology. That's just the surrounding rock that you're digging through.
I saw that question. So
yeah,
we don't really call that anything.
really? You don't have a name for that? Interesting.
We do use something called a matrix. We call it a Harris matrix. And I was trying to find my notebook with it, but essentially it is, and I will admit, I've only done this on one of the sites that was my field school where they essentially had to teach it to us. I've never been to another site where they used it. But a Harris matrix is a way to look at all of the stratigraphy of the section that you're going through. So you don't usually do that until the dig is over, because you need to get all your layers. And essentially it's a way to help date stuff. It's a way to kind of look at all the layers, and you're looking at them all from the side angle. And you're just labeling it, and then you can put the color, because that's like one of the things I hate about archaeology is that it all depends on the color. In certain sites, you'll sit there and you're like, oh, is the color changing? And then they're like, no, it's not changing. I'm like, okay, I will keep on digging. I will keep on looking for stuff. But the Harris matrix is just a way. Let me see if I can find a photo of a Harris matrix. Because I had.
It sounds very different from the way that we do things.
Oh, there it is. There's a good picture. No, that's a video. I don't want that. But I can. If my computer. Oh, that's the other portion of the Harris matrix. I forgot to open image. So this is a Harris matrix. And essentially the Harris matrix portion of it is that you need the stratigraphy, but then you also need the numbers, which help date what you are looking for. And essentially, so like if we're looking at number A, that one's a pretty simple one. We know that 4 is the oldest, 3 came in next, 2 went in next, and then 1, and then you eventually get your topsoil. B gets a little bit more complicated because we can tell, okay, 6 has been there for a pretty long time. But then both number 3 and number 5 are not a section of soil, but it's actually the cut of something came in at one point when this line here was the topsoil. Somebody dug something, or there was like a flood, or there was something else came in and dug out that. And then somebody placed number 2 and number 4 in those holes, or in those whatever shape it was. And then eventually, number one came in. So a flood came in, brought in all that soil for number one, and covered it all up.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then again, you look at C, and it gets even more complicated. And again, you do this
Uh-huh.
after the dig. You do not do this while you're digging because it will
Yeah.
take you
No, that makes a lot of
way
sense.
too long.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
things like number 10 or number 11 or 11 and 13 and 12, those could easily be a post hole. So somebody at one
Uh-huh.
point dug a hole, put a post in it, and then either removed the post and filled it up, or the post fell over, it disintegrated into it, and then eventually was filled in with this extra soil. And so
Sure.
if you have a Harris matrix, you can look at it really easily and say, okay, you know what? This is actually the outline of a fence, or this is the outline
Uh-huh.
of a building. These don't
Yeah.
have any, but sometimes if we find foundations, they will also be drawn in here, and they'll be drawn like bricks, pretty much, if they're bricks or if it's a concrete foundation. But yeah, when I saw that question, I was like, I don't know what that is, but we do a Harris matrix, and
Right. Yeah.
I have a feeling we probably call it just any, like, there probably is like a more formal name for it, but that it's not totally, it's hard because anything can be dug up archaeologically, like truly.
Sure.
You can
Yeah.
dig literally anywhere. I mean, don't do it.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at everybody here. Don't do it. But I'm saying archaeologists can literally dig anywhere. It's just we don't have the budget to dig everywhere. So
Yep.
if we find a site that we think needs to be dug, we'll do post holes first, and we will literally just dig a giant hole straight down and see what we find. And if there are artifacts coming up out of there, then we might, okay, maybe we'll dig this site. If we don't find anything, then we'll just fill it back up
Yeah.
again.
How wide is a post hole, by the way? Is it like wide enough to hold a person, or are you
No,
taking like a
absolutely
core
not.
sample?
No, it's like it's not even probably bigger than this. It's kind of, I was gonna say, I've seen sometimes where, like, you know, there are those like fancy machines that like will go down and they will actually pull out a full thing. I'm sure if archaeologists had the ability to use that, we would. But yeah, I would say honestly a fence post size, probably no bigger than this. It is hard to dig, I will admit, because you're usually just
So how do you dig that? Like, how deep do you go for a post hole? Because you're doing it by hand?
Yeah, it would probably be by hand, and it would be hard. I've seen people in some very tight spaces, but yeah, you would just have to dig out with your trowel. You probably use a tinier shovel, like maybe a more round shovel. But depending on the site, yeah, you could go a few feet. I would say probably
Interesting.
sites that are more ancient, you probably aren't going to do post holes because more often or not, you're going to have some evidence for stuff. It's the big difference between, we'll say, like American archaeology, or which technically is called historical archaeology, which is like this fuzzy thing where historical means that there are surviving records of like land records, surviving things that would be able to tell us and give us hints, which technically we also have in ancient groups and stuff, but it's just not nearly as prevalent. It's not as well recorded that we can just, hey, go to the land office and we can find who owned this land at what time, who it was deeded to. And I mean, the deeds in America are very specific. They'll say they're literally going down to the area, to the river, to this man's land, and like they'll be very specific. And so we call that historical archaeology. There, you're probably only digging like maybe 2 feet. There are definitely times that you dig more.
Wow.
But in certain areas, you're not digging that deep.
And so basically you're just kind of like feeling around. It's almost like in a game of Battleship.
It is.
Or like,
absolutely.
you know, B3, and then you see if there's anything there.
Yeah. And in certain
hit
cases,
or miss.
we might employ metal detectorists, but we have a very contentious relationship with them in lots of places. So sometimes we don't.
Interesting.
In America,
I think I know what you mean, yeah.
We unfortunately do not have any laws against metal detectorists or looting, unless it has to do with NAGPRA, which is, I never remember what it is, but it's essentially the Native American Graves Repatriation Act, which usually only involves Native American bones for obvious reasons.
Okay.
But places like England have these laws and have almost a reward system 4 metal
Yeah.
detectorists that
They
if
know
you
how to do it right in the UK.
I don't know how
It's the
they
same
know
in
how to do it right
paleontology,
because
yeah.
they did it wrong for so long, and now they just suddenly
Yeah.
have such good funding and like
They're so far ahead of us.
have such good public archaeology
Those
stuff, and
Brits.
it's just like it always
Yeah.
frustrates me. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, like one of the recent things they just found was a this gorgeous necklace of Henry VIII and I think Catherine
Hmm.
Aragon that has like his initials and her initials. And I mean, it's this absolutely gobsmacked gold and like probably rubies or something necklace that a metal detector has
Uh-huh.
found and essentially got a reward for it. Um, which
Nice.
which is
Nice.
nice. And honestly, I think it's they also have
Oh
a system
boy.
at least in London called mudlarking, which is in rivers, mainly the Thames when you're
Hmm.
talking about London, but in other places, when the tide goes down, there are all of these shores that you can go along.
Yeah.
And when you walk along
Uh-huh.
there, you find so much stuff. All the way
Huh.
from the Roman period. Like, again, another thing,
Uh-huh.
just chuck it in the river. If it's trash, chuck it in the river.
Hmm.
And so they actually have a system set up in London where you can go on days of low tide, you can go mudlarking, and if you find anything significant, you can like take photos to actually mark where you found it. And then I
Yeah.
don't know what the process is for keeping it because they do have a big storage area that is currently like, I mean, everything is overflowing in England when it comes to archaeology. That's like the one downside is that
Yeah.
in America it happens too, but in England it's like crazy. They have no place to store all of the
Yeah.
stuff that they find.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Um, but yeah, the Matrix was definitely a very good question because I was looking at that and I was like, I don't know what we call everything else around there.
Yeah. Here, give me just let me check on something real quick. I'll be right
Yeah,
back. Give me just a second.
go for it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shout out some. Thank you so much. Oh my God, there's so many other people. Thank you so much, Filthy Badger. Thank you so much, Psych Buzz. Um, thank you so much, LaSalle Brute. Um, oh, that's a very good question, Reese Degu. Oh, thank you. All Out of Time. What a great username. Um, Risu Degu said, when a dig is done, does the soil go back or does it depend on the site? Yeah, usually we backfill it. Depending on the site
Interesting.
and depending if we're coming back the next year, we will try to tarp it first and then put the soil back in so that at least we know where we were before. But I am very grateful. I've never had to do any backfilling because usually I'm a student and I leave and then all the PhD students have to do the backfilling for
It's
like the
hard work.
week after.
I've done it many times. It's hard work. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, usually it gets backfilled, and then of course there's always a very interesting stratigraphy after that because then it's just a whole mix of colors that if anyone went to re-excavate it, it would be very confusing. Although we would be able to see a perfect 1 meter by 1 meter square, so we could probably very quickly be like, oh, we can just that's an archaeologist, we just know. Oh, there is another question. Thanks, Claire. How do you win over city government when an archaeology or paleontology site is discovered in their city? Oh, that's a very good question.
Ooh.
I
It really
don't think that you
depends
probably
in my
find
field.
many in cities, but I'm sure you have to go through different counties and possibly
It
federally,
happens every
maybe?
once in a while, but like I've never been involved with anything being found in a city proper.
Hmm.
Like I've always worked really remotely, so
Yeah,
like
but
shoot,
do
some
you
of the
have to
most
go through that
remote sites that I've been have yeah.
federally, like through like is it because it is a national
Yeah.
park? Yeah.
So we got to get our BLM permits from the Bureau of Land Management,
Oh
which
yeah.
is federal land
Hmm.
or state lands. I've been lucky enough to work on crews where our boss was the state
Oh well, there
paleontologist
you
for
go.
that state. So who's the person who gives out the permits? So
Yeah,
it's like, oh man, we're on easy
super
street.
easy.
Yeah. Um, but yeah. But on private land in the US, everything is up to the private landowner, and
Hmm.
any fossils that get found on private land belong to the private landowner.
Gotcha.
And like we were talking about with the UK, how they
Hmm.
have I don't know, the UK has kind of a better system for this, it seems.
They
But
do.
here in the
Yeah.
US, like if somebody finds an extremely important dinosaur fossil on their land,
Yeah.
they could just sell it, and usually
Yeah.
they do. But I've been lucky enough to work with some really excellent private landowners who they're like, no, we want to donate this to the museum, and
Hmm.
we'll also help fund your research and fund your excavation. And
Nothing
That
better.
is,
Absolutely nothing better
it's
than that.
very rare, but those people are, they deserve like all of the love in the world. Holy cow.
That is a dream.
Um, yeah,
Archaeology, it gets ridiculously complicated.
yeah,
So,
I bet.
one of the big things that Europe in general has a much better hold on us over
Hmm.
America is that they have archaeological, we call it sometimes archaeological commissions, where these decisions are kind of made and people have already decided and made laws about who things will belong to and where things will go.
Sure.
Um,
Hmm.
and then when it comes to, so I mentioned this before, but it's called CRM archaeology. It's a type of
Hmm.
archaeology, and it doesn't really have a, you don't really need a specialty to do CRM archaeology.
Hmm.
It does help sometimes, like if you're, especially when you're in England and there's a range where you can do a medieval site, a Roman site. In America, it
Uh-huh.
really doesn't matter. Um, CRM archaeology is something that we sometimes also call rescue archaeology, and it is usually in the
Okay.
case of construction, of something is getting
Right.
developed, and
Yeah.
you've just found a house. You've just found a house. You found some sort of building,
Uh-huh.
and
Yep.
what are you going to do about it? In
Uh-huh.
England and in other places in Europe, what they have already set up is that construction companies have to have a contract already with a CRM firm in the case of something
Right.
happens. In
Uh-huh.
America, it's in
It's a
England and
patchwork.
Europe, it's like
Yeah.
they know it before. In
Hmm.
America, it's you find out after, with
Yeah.
some exceptions. In
Yeah.
certain cities, including the city that I work in, for my part-time job, they have 4 city archaeologists. The city
Hmm.
was the earliest city in America to have an archaeological commission in the 1970s, and
Wow.
essentially, I mean, this is purely based off of public interest, and a cemetery was going to get demolished that had African American remains, and
Oh.
it essentially was just like
Uh-huh.
we need to stop this for a
Yeah.
second and figure out what we can do. Um,
Uh-huh.
and so we're very lucky in that within this city, if any construction happens, a city archaeologist has to go to the site and give it on a scale of 1 to 4. 1 being,
Hmm.
you know what, we've looked at our records, we've already excavated this site, so you don't even need to talk to us. You're fine. 3 to 4,
Okay.
2 to 3 is like, okay, maybe somebody will be on the site every day, maybe we'll pop in every so often.
Hmm.
And then a 4 is you need to leave and we need to excavate this first and then you can come back. Um,
Nice. Okay.
and that is lucky within this city. Everywhere else in
Uh-huh.
America, it's usually you find something, you call up somebody. And
Uh-huh.
most of
Yeah.
the time I'll say it doesn't do anything hugely damaging, but the relationship between both the construction firm and then whoever's hiring them to do that construction and the
Yep.
archaeologist is already soured, because
Yeah.
they're usually really pissed off that it's going to take us so long to do it. And
Sure.
so we
That's
call
gonna
it
set
rescue
back their timeline.
archaeology,
Yeah.
trying to do it as
Yeah.
fast as possible. Um,
Uh-huh.
and it gets really fishy and complicated. Um,
Yeah. For sure.
and England and Europe, they have a much better handle on this. I mean, Italy has been digging, they've been trying to dig
Hmm.
a subway system to the Colosseum for probably 15 years now, and every 5 seconds they have to stop. Um, but they're prepared for that because it's Rome.
That's what happens when you have a rich history,
Yeah,
you know?
it's what happens. And only cities like
Yeah.
I would say probably Boston probably has this something set up. I would say like maybe cities like maybe New York City, maybe some of these big major cities, and then
Sure.
probably some really old cities. So probably some stuff in
Uh-huh.
Florida when we're talking like Spanish occupation, maybe even some in California
Yeah.
have some sort of thing already set up, or at least have
Uh-huh.
a CRM firm contracted already into the contract. But it's
Sure.
just it
Yeah.
gets real fishy, real complicated,
Hmm.
and usually costs the construction companies lots of money.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
always it and
They're not
it's
happy about that.
something
Yeah.
known, and this also applies to Egypt as well. I mean, there are
Hmm.
lots of people in Egypt that don't like archaeologists or Egyptologists, and they are very fearful for their houses and for their land, because in the past archaeologists and the government have kicked them out and completely destroyed their
Wow.
houses. Yeah, there was an entire village that I heard of that essentially they were all sitting on top of tombs in Egypt,
Uh-huh.
and the all of their sewer systems were flooding the tombs. And I know it sounds like literally the worst job ever.
Yeah.
But essentially, Star thinks it might be Sheikh Al Abed El Kurna, and I think you're definitely right. I think it was somewhere on the Theban necropolis, so outside of modern day Luxor,
Oh.
ancient Thebes.
Mm.
On the west side of the Nile, there is just a bajillion small little necropoli, I guess, and so they essentially kicked out all the villagers. And in some cases, they're really good at rebuilding them a place to live, and sometimes they're not.
Mm-hmm.
And this was definitely in the past. This is not something that is hugely happening, but it has definitely given a little bit of fear of
Sure.
archaeologists. And
Yeah.
places like Rome as well, in Italy, because Rome, with all of its layers, some families have sub basements that are a little tiny
Uh-huh.
temple, and they just like don't tell people because they think they're going to get kicked out of their house and all of that, which
Yep.
is understandable. Archaeologists have done some really bad stuff in the past before it all
Well,
got
in the
scientific and
United
then
States.
underfunded.
Yeah. Yeah. No, totally. I get that. Yeah. Um, Here in the States, we occasionally have something. What do you call it? Like rescue
Yeah,
archaeology?
rescue archaeology.
Um, for paleontology, we call that paleontological remediation.
Oh,
Is usually what it's
remediation, very
called.
nice.
I don't know. I'm sure it's a lot less common than archaeological
Yeah,
or rescue archaeology or
rescue
something.
archaeology is
But
way
occasionally
too
we'll
common.
have, yeah, yeah, we'll have like a paleontologist who might like be kind of glommed onto a construction crew
Mhm.
if they're digging through a hillside or making a road cut or something
Mm,
like that. And a lot of it has to do with highways.
yeah,
Um,
that makes
because
sense.
you're digging through sedimentary rock for that.
Hmm.
And so they might have just a little while to like kind of rescue any fossils that are found there. But they're usually it's a ticking clock. It's like I don't really know a lot of the details. I've got a lot of friends and colleagues who have done paleo remediation in the past
Hmm.
because that's usually one of the best paying jobs you can get as a young paleontologist.
Yeah,
Um, Honestly, it might be most paleontologists in the US are actually employed in like paleo remediation.
I would
Um,
probably posit the exact same thing, that they are working for CRM firms. One of the
in
easiest ways to
archaeology,
do
yeah.
it is to be a freelance CRM person.
Hmm.
And like, I applied for some totally other job, and some guy called me and he was like, "Hey, we need some people in Miami for like they're building this huge skyscraper, and we need like a ton of
Uh-huh.
people. Your like hotel room would be paid. It would be this." But then he gets to $50 a day. That's what it would have cost. Like that's what it would have
Uh,
paid.
uh,
And like,
Disrespectful.
I know, yeah. And it's like those kind of, if you can get into a CRM firm and be a permanent member, it does tend to be a
Hmm.
really, I think actually I did learn that I think the largest group in America that hires archaeologists is actually National Park Service, which
Really?
also makes sense to me because
Uh-huh.
a lot of them actually just go out in parks and just examine and just try to see if they find sites, because that also just happens.
Sure.
But I don't doubt
Uh-huh.
CRM is probably the second largest, just because it's what needs to be done more, and it's not on an
Hmm.
academic scale. It's not on an academic budget. It's usually by the budget
Yeah.
of the construction companies and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Um,
That being said,
yeah.
sorry, were you gonna say something else?
I
I was
just
gonna
There
shift
was
gears a
one
little bit.
question from Harazi. If a construction
Yeah.
company actually supports the excavation so it could be done quicker, does that happen? Yes and no. We wouldn't really want any construction guys to come and help us, but I know when these giant ships were found, I know that they had to kind of hire out some construction people to like literally help pick these things up out of a giant like pit, pretty much.
Hmm.
But it's a back and forth. Sometimes they are really supportive, and sometimes they just kind of grumble away, and just like kind of, sometimes they're out of work for like a good month, maybe, depending on how big the site is or what it is. Um, but
Wow,
if
a
it's
whole month.
good,
Holy cow.
yeah, it depends on the dig, obviously, but sometimes
Uh-huh.
it could get really crazy. I mean, I think the ships were they probably excavated those for like about, well, one was found by itself, and then three were found on one construction site, and so
Hmm.
those took a long time to excavate. But we try to do it faster. I think we try. I don't know how good we are at doing it. Dinosaur Dave, I'm gonna let Danny ask his question first, but we will get to yours next for sure. And hello, Timber. Thank you. So what was your question?
Oh yeah, I guess it was in paleontology, we have far more students, either undergraduates or graduate students or PhDs or postdocs, than we actually have jobs available. Is it the same thing in archaeology? Do you have the same people just competing for the same, few jobs right there?
The amount of people that I know that I knew in my field, or I knew in my in my college classes that are not doing archaeology right now is absolutely probably 75%. Like two-thirds of them are probably not doing it right now.
Yeah.
And granted, with Egyptology, it's a little bit more flexible, but would I say that a lot of the people that I went to graduate school are not doing Egyptology right now? Are they working in museums? Yeah. Yes, they're trying to.
Okay.
So the museum field luckily can kind of get a little wishy-washy, and you can kind of, unless you're going for like the big jobs of like a curator, like most of the time you can kind of get any. In these smaller types museums, they'll take anybody. And so I do know a lot of people who have kind of gone to the museum field or trying to do that. But a lot of people I know, I said, I'm not even joking, a girl that I went did anthropology with, and like started the anthropology club with me in grad school. She popped up on my TikTok because her phone number is in my phone, and she's doing comedy now. And I was like, oh, okay, wow.
Yep.
And just like things like that where it is not a well-paying field. It is not a for certain things. Oh my goodness, Arctic! Thank you for tipping $50. Oh my goodness!
Holy cow! Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was a shock. And I love that.
Somebody heard, archaeologists not paid well enough, and they decided to do something about that. That is an admirable chatter.
This is my favorite story. Is that I went to school when I went to grad school. I went to undergrad. My main thought of my like career path is I was going to be a writer. And I knew that writing is not always sustainable, so I picked archaeology. Yeah. And whenever I tell this to other archaeologists, they all laugh because it's not a sustainable job either. I essentially picked two unsustainable majors, but it was lucky at the least that when I got into school, it flipped very, very quickly, and creative writing was my other minor and became like a secondary thing that would get me through and do the stuff like that. But then archaeology became kind of my life after that. But I was like, oh yeah, definitely don't pick two unsustainable things with not a great job field. It's very hard.
I mean, it's the same thing in paleontology too, where like I'd say maybe closer to like 90% or maybe even higher of the people I went to school with are no longer in paleontology. And the number of jobs that are available, I don't know, it seems like wages are dropping rather than going up. I don't know. I had a colleague who one of my roommates actually in college, his advisor, his PhD advisor was a non-tenure tracked adjunct. So he's an adjunct, and yet he's got doctoral students. He's getting paid like $12,000 a year. And the guy has got a postdoc from some sort of Ivy League. It might have been Harvard or Yale or Princeton. I don't remember. But he went to Yale beforehand, and like he brings in huge grants from the National Science Foundation, and he's an adjunct. Yeah. And like if his wife didn't work, like they wouldn't be able to feed their kids.
Yeah. Adjuncting is still so low, and unfortunately in my field I can't teach at a university without a PhD. I can only adjunct. Maybe some small university might be nice enough to make me an assistant, but and that was one of the big things that got me out of going to do a PhD, is that it like 6 years of more school that I would then get to go straight into academia, and I much preferred the educational side of people who kind of understand that archaeology is an unsustainable field. One of
Yeah.
the best questions, I think, was that, did you ask that? Yeah. Do people who you've met gush to you that you want to be an archaeologist when you were little?
Uh-huh.
All the time. The amount of people that I have met saying,
Yep.
I wish I
Yeah.
could have gone into that field. And I find many of them to be the age of there were kind of two main ways. It's kind of this very weird thing that I think people have sometimes researched of waves of archaeologists, of like when people kind of increased and tried to become go into the world of archaeology. And the number one
Hmm.
is Indiana Jones. Is that there was a huge
Interesting.
wave of
Okay.
people who joined the archaeology field after those movies, and often the people that I meet are people of that
Uh-huh.
age group, and being like, oh
Yeah.
my god, I loved Indiana Jones, like I was a kid when they came out, and like I always wanted to be an archaeologist. Or I meet the people who I took a couple classes in anthropology, like I just get the blanket statements. I always wanted to be an archaeologist. I love Indiana Jones. And I'm just like, yeah, I do too. I did too, but I
Yep.
just did it. I just
Yeah.
I just went
Yeah.
through with it. So
Yep. And maybe they have some sort of like tech job and they're like a homeowner now and you're
yeah,
like, oh,
they're
I met
all
somebody like this
Richie Rich,
yesterday.
and I'm just
Yeah, yeah, where I met somebody yesterday and she's like, "Oh man, I really wanted to be a paleontologist when I was a kid." And it's like now she's working some sort of tech job, probably making over 100K a
oh,
year and
believe
like
me, believe
I'm
me.
living the dream but not getting paid a dream wage, you know?
Yeah, and it's one of my biggest things is
Yeah.
that passion is the thing that just needs to be. You need to have it. You will not
Yeah.
be happy. You will not have. You won't even have a
Yeah.
really a good career if you don't have passion for this. And it's.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are lots of other fields that are also like this, but I feel like you really need it for this field.
There's a lot of other fields that are like this. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, shoot. That
It's
is actually something like a lot of employers kind of exploit our own passion. They're like,
oh,
well, you don't need to get paid very much because, this is a dream
it's
job
a
for you.
dream
You
job.
don't need
No.
to put food on the
Uh-uh.
table or
No,
anything.
thank you, sir. I
Uh,
need money. I need to be able to live in my apartment.
yeah, yep.
Yeah. No, I mean,
And
my
it's,
full-time job is not in the field. I'm in history, but I'm not, my full-time job is not in the field, and I don't even get paid well in that job either. Um,
yeah, yeah,
and it's like, it's just, you just need it, and that's why I'm trying to get out of that very quickly, very soon, hopefully.
yeah. Oh,
Um,
I totally get that. Yeah,
Let me go down to
yeah.
Ristegu's, or no, what was that? No, there was another one that I missed. Do.
Oh, Charlie's Dragon's got a neat comment there. They say Indiana Jones for archaeology and Jurassic Park for
Yeah,
paleontology.
which also came
That is
out
very
around the
true.
exact same time. And
Yeah, 1993. And so that's so the guy I was working with last summer, Jim Kirkland, who's the state paleontologist for Utah, he was like confirming this. He says when Jurassic Park came out, not only did that spark a huge interest in paleontology for a lot of kids, but also it massively expanded the number of dinosaur paleontologists in the world. So there used to be like 40 in the whole world, maybe.
oh wow,
Um, yeah, I'm not kidding. 40
that's
full-time dinosaur paleontologists prior to about 1990, 1991, around there. Like not very many at all. And he says that number just about doubled uh, right after Jurassic Park
yeah,
because of this huge surge in public interest, and now that's starting to take kind of a downturn again as universities kind of consolidate. They hire
yeah,
more administrators and fire more of their professors and stuff.
yeah, and weed through all
Yeah.
of the, I don't know, unnecessary, as a lot of people say, majors and
Yeah.
such. And I'm like,
Ugh.
like, I guess the thing is, I understand.
As tuition goes up and up.
I obviously
Yeah.
understand that, like, I mean, somebody once tried to get in a fight with me in the comments about, like, you could be doing so much good, and I'm like, not with what I studied. You do not want me to be like a social worker. I would be horrible. I have no training. I have nothing. Like if
No.
you want me to I would have to completely reinvent myself to be able to do some good in
Uh-huh.
what you consider to be a good and
Yep.
fulfilling and helpful job. But like anthropology in general, like that cannot go away because
Yeah.
the things
Absolutely.
that we
Yeah.
learn from it, and the weird part about it is that sociology, we have a weird butting heads with sociology where we all look at the same things, but we look at them completely different. I truly don't know how sociologists look at stuff. I just know that apparently
Huh.
we do not see eye to eye on a lot of topics.
Interesting.
Yeah, I had no idea. This is something I learned, and I was like, oh, we are not really in sync, but we look at the exact same things, kind of. So it was very odd. But like anthropology as a whole, to be honest, the majority of anthropology students that I went with my undergraduate, they double majored in like marketing and communications. Like anthropology, because it's the study of people, is this universal thing that like a lot of people double majored in it just to learn about people and to learn how,
so they could work at advertising firms or something like that.
And learn how people think, kind of, as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find that question. Let me. It's disappeared from my list, but thank you so much for Arctic Wuxi and Luna, King of Rabbits, for the follow as well. Thank you.
Very nice.
I don't know why my manager.
And Arctic Husky, it looks like subscribed for 6 months.
Oh my goodness!
In advance.
I saw that you subscribed. Thank you for subscribing for 6 months. Thank you so
6
much.
months. Holy moly! Yeah, good stuff.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. I mean, I'm very glad that you came at the perfect time when we're doing this guest lecture. And this is our Beyond the Nile series. I'm getting a whole slew of my friends who are from mostly non-Egyptology based stuff. And we're going to have 2 lectures a month. I'm just working on we're actually going to have one next week because of how the schedule kind of worked. And so I'm trying to get the May schedule out, but we will have a talk next week, which is really great, about ancient Mesopotamia and Assyria, which is going to be really, really cool. All right, that one's loading, but let me pull up, what was another question that I had? Harazi, thank you so much for resubscribing. How do you guys record sites? Do you do a lot of drawing? Do you do ground penetrating radar? Do you use a total station? That's another thing. Any sort of 3D scanning? Another later question is, what is like the coolest technology that you use? Because it's something that depends on site to site for me, but I have a very good example, so I wanted to hear one from you as well. But how do you guys record the sites?
So, great question, first of all, and I think there's going to be a lot of difference between our 2 fields on that. Usually, I feel like the standard way to record data at a site would be what we call a quarry map.
Oh, okay.
In dinosaur paleontology. So basically, we just we just draw a plan view of the site and then where the different bones were, and there's kind of a grid pattern there. But oftentimes it's kind of loosey-goosey. Like, we don't necessarily put down datum spikes or anything. Sometimes we do. When I was working with the Utah Geological Survey last summer, they actually had these custom-made aluminum squares with bicycle brake cable to make a grid across them. And that was really neat. I'd never seen that before. I think it's pretty unique. And they were very, very careful, like down to the sub-centimeter scale, where each of these bones are arranged and all that stuff. And they would later link that up with survey data for like a total station kind of a deal, I think.
Okay.
But that was pretty in depth. Most of the time, we're working at a site for like a few days to maybe a few weeks, and so we've got like a paper drawn, like a quarry map of where the bones were arranged, and then we take strike and dip data. We take stratigraphy data.
Strike a dip data?
Strike and dip, yeah. So it's like, how are the bones arranged? Are they sloping in a certain direction?
Okay.
What we're looking at basically is like, if this is a Triceratops died 66 million years ago, and it was deposited in a stream bank.
Okay.
And you can actually figure out the direction of flow of the river from that by how the bones are arranged and everything.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Interesting.
Stuff like that. But I feel like most of the time our budgets are pretty slim, and we don't have a lot of time at a particular site. And so the impression that I get, at least, is that archaeologists are a little bit more precise about their record taking in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
yeah, for us, it's like we're dealing with millions upon millions of years of time, and so our records don't have to be quite as precise because the numbers are so much grander. But we do make sure that we're at least at museums that I've worked with,
Hmm.
we were very, very particular about stratigraphy.
Yeah.
So what we would do is we would take what we call a strat section.
Hmm.
So we would take what my old boss Denver Fowler would call a stratomaster, but other people would call
Stratomaster.
a
Love that.
stratomaster. Other people call it a Jacob staff, but
Oh,
it's a
okay.
piece of PVC tube.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
it's 1.5 meters high, and then he had it wrapped in electrical tape, so like for tenths of a meter or
Mhm.
something like that. And then basically you use that, and you use a thing that we call a Brunton, little Brunton compass. Do
Okay.
you use Bruntons in the field?
No. Does not
No,
sound
okay.
familiar.
It's a geological tool, yeah. But it's got all kinds of bubble levels and all kinds of other
Okay.
little gizmos in it. But it makes sure that the thing is perfectly straight when you're actually sighting through it, so that you
Gotcha.
can, yeah, yeah. And so we basically walk up a hill with this, and we take measurements every 1.5 meters, and we note how the rocks are changing, and that helps us to correlate rocks from miles and miles away,
Yeah.
so that we figure out when exactly in time we are. Because that's crucially important for understanding the evolution of these dinosaurs, how these environments are changing, all of this stuff. But yeah, but a lot of that stuff is outside of the quarry. Like, we're trying to put the quarry into its proper
Mhm.
time context. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's very interesting that you call them quarries. I like that because
Yeah,
it makes sense because you're looking at more rock. I'm still like blown away about the
yeah,
soil versus rock stuff. Um, but yeah,
yeah,
the thing with archaeology is that context is key, and it's why
yeah.
looting is
Paleontology too.
so bad. Because
Yeah.
I always try to think of a good example for something like this. So don't ask me why I have a hammer on my desk, but I have a hammer on my desk. And say that we find this hammer, and
Uh-huh.
a looter has taken this, and we just have the hammer. And I'm like, okay, well, where could this have possibly been? Is it gonna?
It's useless without
It's
the
absolutely
context.
useless
Yeah.
without knowing it. We're like, okay, I can tell that this is a hammer.
Yep.
I can tell
Yeah.
based off of this little label that it was made in China. Like, I can tell all of these things about it. But when we have the context of it, if I find this hammer and it is next to this tiny box of little nails, and I find it next to a shovel and next to a saw, and it's in some sort of little building, you could say it's
Mm-hmm.
a tool shed. If I find
Sure.
this, let's say, next to a body, it might be
The
the
big hole in
murder
the skull.
weapon. Like,
Yeah.
context is everything
Yeah.
when it comes to
Uh-huh.
archaeology, because any
Yeah.
little thing could totally change it and could change the interpretation of that object, of that site.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole joke with archaeology that if we find something and we don't know what it is, or we don't know why it's there, we'll
And it's
normally
religious purposes.
it's for religious or ritualistic purposes. It's just, we
Yeah.
always say that,
Yeah.
and it's just, we
I
try
have a
not
book
to say it
about
as much
that.
because now it's a meme.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Uh-huh.
Arctic Woodsky, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so
Very
much.
nice, Arctic. Thank you, thank you.
But
Yeah.
we try not to say it that much anymore because it is so much of a joke. But if you do find it next to an altar, or you do find it next to some sort of bath, when you're talking about an ancient site, yeah, a shrine in the corner of the room, it's gonna be ritualistic. But
Sure.
lots
Yeah.
of things get
Yeah.
interpreted in this just very wishy-washy way, especially when for years archaeology was not scientific at all, and it was not talking about do you guys use the words provenance or provenience at all? Do you know the difference between those two?
Absolutely. Provenance is extremely important in paleontology.
Yeah.
Yes.
But do you know
Yeah.
the difference between provenance and provenience?
I know that we use the word provenance. I'm not really familiar with
See,
provenience. It sounds fancier somehow.
I have a feeling that you guys probably technically use provenance incorrectly, but I'm sure with every field it differs.
Tell me about it.
So
Yeah.
the difference between provenance and provenience is they're very
Mhm.
generally the same thing. It's where an object comes from. But
Okay.
provenance is a
Uh-huh.
list And its provenance is more used in the museum field because it is a list of where that object was. So if we
Okay.
can go down specifically, you find it at this site, you find it at the Pyramid of Giza. It is then
Uh-huh.
purchased by this person. It is then going into this museum. It goes on
Oh,
display
it's
at
like a
this
history of
museum.
custody
It's
almost.
a history of custody, exactly.
Okay. Okay.
Provenience is the
Uh-huh.
exact archaeological location it was found, in the exact context, in the
Oh.
exact layer, in the exact building, as
Huh.
exact as it can get. So I have a feeling
Uh-huh.
you guys probably use provenience more and talking about the exact
Yeah.
location,
We use the word provenance to mean provenience,
and
I guess,
that's
in
what I
your
was
context. Yeah.
generally thinking. And I
Yeah.
think this might be a new
Yeah.
term that has come out recently because
Huh.
for the most part you can say every single artifact, art piece has a provenance. Many,
Uh-huh.
many pieces do not have a provenience because they were, say,
Interesting.
purchased by, like, if you look at, say, like a lot of objects in the Met, you'll see purchased from the
Sure.
Cairo's antiquity dealer in 1880. And
Uh-huh.
that is its
Not very much
provenance,
information there.
but it's not
Yeah.
a lot of information. And
Yeah.
then we do stuff called stylistically dating something, where
Okay.
we will look at something and say, okay, this looks like this object that does have a
Based on
provenance.
its characteristics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we
Yeah.
can tell that this comes from the Sixth Dynasty and blah, 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 because it's based off
Uh-huh.
of this. And so
Yeah.
when archaeologists started doing this, one of the first people
Mm-hmm.
was an archaeologist named Flinders Petrie.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people call him the father of archaeology, even though he was purely an Egyptologist. Some people call him the father of archaeology because he was one of the first people to do this scientifically.
Okay.
Prior to that, and we have really good records for this, including one of my favorite books by Agatha Christie, who, if you didn't know, her husband was an archaeologist named Max
I did
Mallowan.
not know that.
Yeah, and
Wow.
so she went on lots of different digs in the Near East with him. But
Uh-huh.
this was the time period before it was scientific.
Sure.
So she
Yeah.
would record in this book called "Come Tell Me How You Live." It's a autobiography just about her going on digs, and
Uh-huh.
essentially all of the locals would come. They would be hired, and they would dig with a little shovel. They would dig with buckets or something. Any object they
Uh-huh.
found, at the end of the day, they would hand it to the master or somebody in charge, and they would mark
Okay.
it down, and you'd get paid for that object. And that was how it was done.
Okay.
So often,
Huh.
anything brown, any pottery sherds, we're not,
Yep.
you don't pick those up because you can't see them.
Yeah.
You're trying to do it as quickly as possible. You're looking for the really colorful amulets, the gold, all that
Sure.
stuff.
Uh-huh.
So Flinders Petrie was one of the first people to start doing it systematically, start doing a little bit more, and I won't even say great scientific. It's not that great. But he also started dating objects, and he is famous for being the pre-dynastic pot guy, where he took all of the
Uh-huh.
different pottery pieces and he dated them all, and now we entirely go off of his research and then other research that has kind of backed that up as well.
Uh-huh.
And then helping us stylistically date stuff when you just find it in a museum and it's been there forever and you're just like, when does this date
Sure.
to? Let's look at some actual research that has more precise points and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Let me see.
Interesting. No,
Yeah.
and I feel like we were talking about technology earlier, and
Mhm.
I failed to follow up on that part of the question.
Yeah,
You
what
were
was
asking about,
like the coolest
like, what is
technology
the
you've seen?
so I think this summer actually,
Oh, there we go.
I might be using the most high-tech piece of equipment that anybody uses on a paleontological dig,
There
and
we
that
go.
would be I finally got the Starlink
Oh,
to work. They sent me a new one, and so I'm going to be doing live streams
oh my God.
from some dinosaur digs this
So
summer in
cool.
Wyoming and then in Utah. And
That
so
is
yeah,
really, really
yeah, but
cool.
most of our, so I'm going to be live streaming on Twitch some of our
Yeah.
dinosaur digs. Most of our work is extremely low tech. So like we use digital cameras.
Yep.
We might use a GPS device in order to log where a particular site is, but anything like people ask me all the time, like, Danny, do you use ground penetrating radar or X-ray specs or
LiDAR
like
is a good one too, yeah.
LiDAR? Never used anything like
No.
that on a paleontological dig.
No.
And I think it's because that stuff just doesn't work with the
Mhm.
sort of stuff that we're using. So I
That
was
is also
wondering,
true.
like,
Yeah.
when you were saying the acronym GPR earlier,
Yeah.
was that ground penetrating radar?
Yeah.
Does
ground
that work
penetrating
in archaeology?
radar. Yeah. It's really
Wow.
good for. Yeah, people use
I'm
it for
guessing
graves
like
a lot.
larger structures, like city walls or
City
something like
wall
that, or
for
ships
walls and
maybe.
graves are usually pretty good. It does depend on like the
Gotcha.
depth, and I think you can like there is like a flexibility where you can look at how deep it is. But
Uh huh.
the thing about ground penetrating radar is that it's very expensive. Not a lot of people know
Uh
how to
huh.
work it. So often you kind of hire out the GPR guy, and the GPR guy comes, does his thing, and then moves on.
Interesting.
So like
Yeah.
somewhere I was working recently. Oh, actually, in my local hometown, they have
Uh
an
huh.
old historic house, and there's a town green behind it. And I guess
Uh
like
huh.
they decided after years and years to do a miniature archaeological dig to just see what they could find. And they said, "Oh
Uh huh.
yeah, we're basing this entirely off of a GPR survey that was done like 3 years ago." And so essentially they
Huh.
had the money at that time to hire a survey guy who just went along back and forth throughout
Uh
this
huh.
backyard, and then put all the information in a packet. And then when the archaeologist came around, they were just able to look at that and say, okay, well, let's try here, here, and here. And that's so
Interesting.
it is a more sophisticated way to do the post holes. But I think
There you go. Yeah.
not a
Yeah.
lot of archaeologists themselves know how to use it or have access to one.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah.
lidar is awesome, but
Uh huh.
I did a whole video about how like lidar is used in ancient in Egypt, but it is
Uh huh.
not as useful as its use in other places,
For
because
sure.
the thing with
Yeah.
lidar is the reason why it's so good is that it sees structures under the tree bed. There's not a lot of trees in Egypt, and I'm not even joking you. And when I did this video, I literally took a video of me just going on Google Earth. If you just
Uh
go
huh.
on Google Earth in Egypt, you can find so many things. Like,
Uh huh.
because most of these structures are out in the middle of nowhere. So
Sure.
In Egypt,
Yeah.
it's helpful in only a couple areas, like the Nile Delta, which does tend to have more tree cover, and in places
Okay.
along the Nile where there are cities. But it's a little bit harder because you have to kind of figure out, okay, what is a modern building, what's an ancient building. But lidar is
Sure.
really, really helpful in Mesoamerica and South America and some parts of America, just
Interesting.
because it's on a plane. So
Oh.
lidar is hung on the bottom of a special plane.
So it can actually penetrate the tree canopy
Yeah,
and see what's
yeah,
underneath?
it's all
I
about
did not know
penetrating
that.
the tree canopy. And again, it's just like
Yeah.
GPR, but in the sky. And it just goes back and forth and back and
I
forth.
just learned something. I did not know that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so you'll always see all
Yeah.
these articles being like, a whole new Aztec village is found, and it's like by lidar, but like
Huh.
often they don't have the money to go excavate it. They don't have the money to go and just go into the middle of the jungle and stuff. But
Uh-huh.
they're able to map out what they think is an ancient city and stuff. And so
That's
I have
cool.
found it
Yeah.
much more helpful in that area. There is one Egyptologist who has done a lot of work in it, and let me try to see what her name is, because I did a TikTok video about this, and she
Uh-huh.
has done it. She's actually done more, rather than lidar. She's done like finding sites from space, so like using
Hmm.
satellite cameras. But there
Sure.
is an Egyptologist, and I just cannot remember her name.
Yeah. While you're doing
Else.
that, let me
Yeah.
I'll talk a little bit about. So we don't use ground penetrating radar in dinosaur
Mhm.
paleontology. What you may have seen in Jurassic Park. Remember that thing where they fire a shotgun shell into the ground at that
Mhm.
dig site, and they're
Yeah.
like, oh, few more years of development, we won't even have to dig anymore. That was back in 1993.
Yeah,
You know,
no.
30 years later,
Still
same
doing the
spot we
same
were in
thing.
1993. Just nonsense. Yeah.
Claire's right. It's
So yeah, that
Sarah
doesn't work.
Sarah
be-
Parchak. This is
yeah,
I'm gonna link. Oh yeah, that's the same link.
the
Sarah, Claire.
because
Parchak.
the
Yeah.
density of the bones in the rock is generally the same density as the surrounding rock,
Yeah.
and so ground penetrating radar
Not
really
gonna work.
doesn't. It's not really good for anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and lidar, to my understanding, when people have tried to use it in paleontology, that only really gives you like the surface topography of an area,
Yeah.
which is of zero use
Yeah, exactly.
when you're trying to find dinosaur fossils. So yeah, and whatever use it may have had in like niche circumstances is now completely blown away by photogrammetry.
Yes.
So if you really want to like document a fossil site, you've got a bunch of bones exposed, and you want to get a a digital model of what that
Mhm.
looks like, you just take a whole bunch of photos with a
Oh, I
digital
know a lot
camera.
about photogrammetry. Yep.
There you go. Yeah.
I
We're
literally
starting to use that more and more in dinosaur paleontology. It's still kind of in its nascent stage,
I
but
just posted a
yeah.
TikTok about a what was he? I think he actually works in geology, but is also kind of an Egyptologist. I can't remember now. Oh no, he's a
Huh.
geography. He's a
Uh-huh.
geography professor. And
Yeah.
he just did a photogrammetry study of the Temple of Isis in Philae because the
Ah.
entire temple is covered in graffiti, which we call
Oh.
graffito to distinguish it from modern day graffiti. But like
Interesting. I
carved
like that
carved
actually.
graffiti anytime from ancient
Yeah.
Egypt all the way to like modern French, like people who came down and explored and were like, I'm gonna carve my name in the year that I found this thing, which it's annoying, but I also secretly love it because usually they're very specific about like their full name and the year. And so like
Yeah.
I like it from a historiography kind of sense, but like
That is
yeah,
kind of cool actually. Yeah.
don't do it. Don't do it. But the ones that have already happened that we can't fix, like I like that. It's interesting.
At a certain time it becomes archaeology if it's far
Exactly.
back enough, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I just posted a TikTok about this guy's research, and he made a huge 3D model of
Hmm.
the temple with this photogrammetry. And I think I'm not 100% sure if this technology was photogrammetry, but my big thing of technology was when I was on my dig in Rome. It was run by the
Hmm.
University of Michigan and the University of Verona, and they were pretty good, well funded. It was a huge dig. We had tons and tons of students, and
Nice.
the two pieces of technology that were really great was that instead of using these like flimsy paper like analysis like for all of the different
Uh-huh.
layers and all the things you found, we
Sure.
had tablets which were amazing. And we had,
Uh-huh.
because we were in Italy, we called them, they were two different sizes. There was a big one and a little one.
Electronic tablets, right? Not
Yeah.
stone tablets.
No, yeah. No, not stone tablets. Do you know how long it
Okay.
would take me to carve every layer that I found? Yeah, no.
We're talking about archaeology, Melissa. You know,
I mean,
I don't know.
that's true. That's true.
I'm just
Um,
kidding.
but we
Yeah.
called them, because we were in Italy, we called them tabletoni and tabletini because we had a small tablet and a big tablet. And
Ah, you
the
nice.
nice part about it is that you could, it had a pen that came with it, and you could write in cursive and it would type it out for you. It was literally,
Very cool.
paperwork is the worst in archaeology, except for that.
Oh yeah.
I volunteered
Uh-huh.
every time to do it. And anytime we found anything that we called a small find, so like a really special
Uh-huh.
thing that needs to be recorded separately, I'm like, can I go
Yeah.
type it in the tabletoni? And but that dig also had a really great
Uh,
premise in that they were actually making a 3D model of every single layer that we looked at. And so every time we
wow.
finished a
A lot
layer,
of data.
yeah, every time we finished a layer, the guy would come in and he would put down these little, I think they looked fancy, but I'm 99% sure they
Hmm.
were white like Nutella lids or something. They were just these little white discs.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And he would take photos. And so looking back, I think this probably was photogrammetry, but I just didn't really
Nice.
know. They didn't call it that at the time. But
Uh-huh.
what they told us is that essentially they were going to put this all into a video game simulation so that eventually you could, like in VR, walk the site of this Roman road
Very
and
cool.
be able to
Yeah.
see all of the layers and go through all of the layers. And I was like,
Uh-huh.
that's insane. And like
That's really neat. Yeah.
they've been working at the site forever, and so if they eventually kind of, I don't know if they're going to release it as a video game or anything, or how they're actually going to do that, but like it blew
Uh-huh.
my mind that like one day they could essentially go back and look at my site from 2016 and
Hmm.
say, okay, this is what they found this year, and then this is what they found the next year. Like blew my mind about how like,
Very cool.
and that was, they had, again, somehow they just had a lot of funding. They were able to do that. It was a
Uh-huh.
very well run excavation and field school as well, because it was, we were being taken
Uh-huh.
away for lectures. We were taught bioarchaeology. We were taught more osteology, animal archaeology, lots of different
Hmm.
random stuff on top of
Nice.
all of that.
Uh-huh.
Um,
That's really cool. Shoot, when I've used photogrammetry at sites, it's usually been like one of the undergrads has a program on his computer and he's got a digital camera and like
yeah,
he wants to photograph everything and then it just spits out a digital model and like so it sounds like whatever you were working with that's some pretty top of the
was
line stuff.
fancy.
That's really really cool.
And
Yeah.
not even joking you, there was also a guy that they hired to do social
Uh-huh.
media. And so he
Holy
would,
cow.
yeah, he would take, I mean, very high res photos of us digging
Uh,
and post them on
uh-huh.
Facebook every week. And had one, not only was he like just a good, like, great photographer, had, I mean, all of my cool excavation photos are his, but he also just had
Uh-huh.
hysterical captions. Like, he just put hysterical
Nice.
captions about
Yeah.
all of us with our names. And so, like, our parents essentially could go and just go on Facebook and see what we were doing that week. And it was just
Very
like,
cool.
it was definitely, I was like, that's extra. I don't know why this guy's here, but like, he
Uh-huh.
was an archaeologist in his own right, which was lovely. But I was like, not what I
Uh,
expected from a dig like
yeah.
this.
That's really
Um,
neat. Just one of the ways in which archaeology is ahead of paleontology, not just chronologically, but
yeah,
also in terms of stuff like this too. That's pretty neat.
yeah.
Yeah, that's very cool.
We got so many questions. So, one of them, we'll go back to, where's that? Do do do. I'll answer this question because it probably is gonna from someone called Dragon Rocker. Has if
Huh?
dinosaur fossils ever been found inside or near archaeological sites? I don't think
Ooh.
so. I have not heard of anything. Again, probably because most of the sites I know are like in the middle of cities. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
but I have not
I've got
heard of
one example.
anything. Do you? What do you?
Well, yeah. So one time, forgive me, Melissa, but one time we were working at a site that had that same kind of very rare dinosaur
Yeah.
whose name I failed to
Mm-hmm.
mention earlier. I'll fail to mention it again. But we found a member of our crew found a beautiful arrowhead
Mm,
next to it. This is out in eastern Montana. Just like picture perfect,
perfect. Yeah.
like you would see in an encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
And he found this, and at first we thought it was a joke that another crew was like pulling a prank on us.
I mean,
Um,
it
but
definitely sounds
then
like it.
my crew chief admonished him like, just go put it back. Don't tell anybody, because we had a really important dinosaur site there, and it's like,
It
if
it
this
does
turns into
complicate
anything else, we could
things.
get kicked out. You know? Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and then that was
We were
I think
working
somebody
on.
else asked that on my Discord was like
Uh,
if dinosaurs' bones are found in an archaeological dig, what would you do? And I'm like, we call a paleontologist right now
yeah, it's
because
extremely rare.
it would be
Yeah,
extremely rare and like
like
the thing is an
extremely rare, verging on like it doesn't happen,
doesn't
like
happen
never.
exactly. Like I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
the craziest thing that I can even think of is that like you find a place where somebody had a collection, like you find a house that's burnt down or something. Or actually,
Uh-huh.
now that I think
There
about
you
it,
go.
probably the only
Yeah.
place that you have found human artifacts and dinosaurs together is probably the museum in Rio de Janeiro that burned. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
I'm like,
In
that's
Brazil,
probably
yeah.
like thinking of it. That's probably one of the only places that if they did an actual like excavation, you would find things from all different
Yeah.
contexts in the same
Uh-huh.
place.
Yep.
Because if a museum burns down, like it would be
Yep.
shockingly rare. But usually, I mean, to be honest, I don't know if I could tell the difference between a dinosaur bone and a normal bone.
Oh,
Um,
you could.
you think
One's
I could?
fossilized and one
They're
is not.
fossilized. I think, yeah, I think I
Yeah.
do also always forget that part. But when
Yeah.
I took classes with a forensic anthropologist, and
Uh-huh.
she was at one point the forensic anthropologist for the entire city of New York. And
Uh-huh.
so they would frequently get calls of people finding bones places. And often she would just be like texting the police officer, essentially being like, send me a photo so I don't have to waste my time. And the majority of the
Exactly.
time,
Yeah.
they're chicken bones of people
Yeah, or
just like,
cow
or
bones
cow
or
bones or
bison
anything
bones like
that.
we'd find in Montana. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so that tends
Yeah.
to be like there are animal bones that do pop up in ancient sites and stuff, but
Yep.
it's relatively easy to distinguish that between human bones. Granted, you need a little bit of osteological knowledge to like recognize the difference between some bones, but
For sure.
most of them are
Yeah.
pretty easy to distinguish.
Yeah. And also to be
Um,
clear, that the arrowhead that
yeah,
my crew member found was like 40 feet away from our site on
yeah.
top of the hill.
On top of and on top of it,
It's
so
not
like
like it was, in the quarry or anything like
I
that.
mean,
Yeah.
one of
Yeah.
our sites that when we were working at this 17th century mansion site, I was doing a kids camp there. And so I had like these
Uh-huh.
15 to 16-year-olds, and they were excavating, and we essentially just picked squares in the middle of nowhere. We kind of knew that there wasn't
Yeah.
really anything there, but hoping they would find some stuff. But because this was at one point like probably a plow site, or it's all been turned over, one of the sections
Hmm.
actually pulled out a piece from a relatively deep area, a piece of a record, and one of the old
Hmm.
records that were not like the plastic
Uh-huh.
type, but I can't remember what they were made of, but found this
Huh.
piece of it, and it was relatively low, which usually that's like a big like a fear of archaeologists, because you're like, crap, everything is mixed. Like it just
Uh-huh.
essentially means if
Yeah.
you find something that is, if you find a coin from the 1920s at the very bottom when you've been finding
Sure.
stuff,
That means
then
things
you
have
kind
been
of know the
tilled
site
through.
is
Yeah.
kind of a bust,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Like, you can take the artifacts out, you can tell, but like for the most part you're like, oh, we're not going to learn anything really good here, unfortunately, because it just seems like
Yep.
somebody's gone in with a plow and just mixed up all the
Yeah.
layers and stuff.
And that occasionally happens naturally too. Like there's a
Yes,
thing,
definitely.
you know how we now hypothesize that it was an asteroid that ended the age of
Hmm.
the dinosaurs and caused the extinction. So for a long time, people have been talking about the potential for Paleocene dinosaurs, and the
Mm.
Paleocene is the epoch just after
Oh,
the
okay.
asteroid impact.
Hmm.
And so occasionally, very rarely, we'll find little bits and pieces of dinosaur bone above that layer,
Ah.
but they're always really like kind of ground over. They're like really smoothed. They're really kind of chunked up, and it seems like that's what we call reworking.
Mm.
So occasionally, when you've got like a river or a stream or something like that, sometimes it'll kind of excavate stuff that's already in
Yeah,
there and redeposit it in
absolutely.
more recent rocks.
Yeah.
But it's always much more tumbled and rounded and like
Mm.
beach glass or something
Yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
you know? And so occasionally we'll find that. So I've got actually in my office here some sediment from just above the asteroid layer,
Mm.
and there's a couple of dinosaur teeth in there.
Oh,
And it's
wow.
like, holy cow, did dinosaurs survive the impact? But they are really ground up and
Yeah.
rounded and smoothed.
We always find
And
those too. We always there is a thing
yeah,
that if you find really rounded rocks, you're like, okay, are we in like the bottom of a stream bed? Like we sometimes see that
exactly.
as
These things
well.
have traveled here.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
right, such a good question. So Arctic Whisk asks, what site that both of you have been to has blown you the way the most? I'm probably gonna assuming like
Ooh.
in a really cool site. And I'm just gonna say
Uh-huh.
this outright. Mine is definitely not a site that I've worked at.
Huh.
Because I love all the sites that I've worked at, but the one that has blown me away the most is a site that I've visited rather than worked at. Um,
Okay.
it's
I think
Pompeii.
same for me. I think yeah.
It's
Pompeii.
absolutely Pompeii. I would honestly probably say it's more Herculaneum, but that entire day, I went to both in one day, which every tourist magazine tells you not to do because it's a crazy long walk and all that stuff. But
Nice.
it truly, truly, and there's lots of places in Rome. There's also a place called Ostia Antica, which is really cool. But when you walk around Pompeii, you're not walking around an archaeological site, you're walking
Hmm.
around a town. You're suddenly like, I am walking in the exact same roads, because also a good amount of it has been reconstructed. So there are roofs, and you're just like, I'm just going to walk in this guy's house. And it's
Uh-huh.
something about it that is just very daunting and very like, oh my God, I'm actually here. Um,
Yeah.
but then you go to Herculaneum, and Herculaneum, again on my pyroclastic flows, but Herculaneum was closer to the volcano and thus was hit with the pyroclastic flows much faster and hotter.
Mm.
So while
Uh-huh.
we have the slow, whenever you see bodies from Pompeii, they have this kind of cast over them. And essentially,
Yeah.
because that was
Uh-huh.
this slow heating kind of
Uh-huh.
event, Herculaneum was wiped out so much quicker. So you have full
Huh.
bones there. You don't have this kind of cast
Wow.
at all. And also the shoreline extended like insanely. And so now the current shoreline of that
Huh.
area is much deeper. But Herculaneum was so buried that essentially the site is completely under the modern city of Herculaneum. And so
Uh-huh.
there's this giant, huge, 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 huge pit. Probably let's say maybe 2 to 5 city blocks wide. And
Uh-huh.
you go down this crazy staircase and you are looking up and you are in this deep, deep hole. And then you are suddenly walking along,
Uh-huh.
walking along the roads, and you see the boathouses, you see the people that got stuck in the boathouses, you see all this stuff. But there
Uh-huh.
are full second stories with charcoalized wooden beams that are still standing today. And because it heated up so quickly, fired it all, but then like solidified so quickly after that. And so you just
Uh-huh.
walk around there and you're like, what? Like you think it's a recreation, and then you kind of look at it and you're like, no, it's not. And
Yeah.
that is the craziest site I've been at. And the other crazy thing is, like you say, that how you have kind of a layer where you can see when the extinction.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
look at the wall, and there is a very distinct layer of charcoal.
Yeah.
Where like you're
Yeah.
like, oh,
Everything
oh
burned, yeah.
crap, that's it, that's the layer, and you can
Yeah.
just see it so easily in the walls of this place.
Uh-huh.
And so it's one of my things that it's like, I honestly like, go to, if you ever have the opportunity, go to Pompeii. It's amazing, but do not miss Herculaneum, because it is honestly even crazier than Pompeii. The cool
Very
thing about
cool.
Pompeii is that they still have not finished excavating. It's probably one of the longest
Uh-huh.
running excavation sites ever,
Huh.
because I think they started in like the early 1800s, when they literally discovered it.
Uh-huh.
Um, but the it was so hot and crusted that archaeology takes so long digging it. Herculaneum we can no
Hmm.
longer dig because it's under such modern buildings. So it's whatever's there
Oh,
is
really?
there. Yeah,
It'd be unsafe, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But yeah, what about
Interesting.
yours?
Shoot, there's one that I can't talk about yet because it's not published yet. Um,
We will hear about
but
it soon enough. It's just all
yeah,
about the
but
tease, man.
yeah. Another one is a site that I've not actually worked at, but Dinosaur National Monument
Mm-hmm.
in outside of Jensen, Utah, right there on the Utah-Colorado border.
Mm-hmm.
I've done a couple of live streams from there in the past here on Twitch. That is a really incredible site because one of the things is a lot of the dinosaurs that were taken out of there, they're in museums all across the US and Canada.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
like and these some of these dinosaurs, like one of the best Stegosaurus ever found, like one of the first Apatosaurus, one of the first
Oh my
Diplodocus, one
goodness.
of the first Apatosaurus. Like some of these dinosaurs are ensconced in our popular imagination, and they were taken there from that site. It's this big rock wall. I don't know
Oh,
if you've heard of
I
Dinosaur
think I've
National
seen.
Monument,
Yeah, I think
Melissa.
I have.
Yeah, there's this huge rock wall there that's like enclosed within what they call the quarry building.
Mm-hmm.
So it's protected from the elements and everything. But there are just thousands upon thousands of dinosaur fossils just strewn about this wall. And we think that this was the result of uh, probably like a flash flood. There was probably a
Mm-hmm.
big drought, and a bunch of these dinosaurs were hanging out here where there's normally water, but during a
Mm-hmm.
big drought, they died of thirst
Yeah.
waiting for water here. And then when the rains finally came, their carcasses were all washed together,
Wow.
kind of got snagged onto a sandbar, and today they're preserved. A few of them are still articulated. Like there's a beautiful Camarasaurus neck with the skull still
Oh,
attached.
that's so
That's like
cool.
one of the most popular attractions. It's very cool.
That's
Yeah.
really, really
But
cool.
most of the stuff is just all jumbled up.
Yeah.
And so it's really cool to be able to go there. This thing's like the length of a football field.
Oh my god.
And it's just there. And you can walk along this causeway and just look at all these bones. And I'm like, yeah, there's a stegosaur vertebra, there's a Camarasaurus skull, there's a vertebral column from another sauropod right there, and it's just there.
That's crazy.
I remember it's very, very, very cool, and I love it as a means of science outreach. I was talking to one of the park rangers there, and she told me a story about this elderly gentleman who was visiting for the first time, and he was from Hawaii,
Mm.
and he had been in Hawaii. I guess he got kind of roped in to help when they were filming Jurassic Park there,
Oh,
and he's like, "Oh yeah,
the
Jurassic
best,
Park."
the best stories, man, from people who like,
Yeah,
who
yeah.
like just come to you and like, oh yeah, I worked on that. I'm like, what?
Yeah, and he wasn't planning on coming to this, but he just kind of showed up there, and he's like, yeah, I helped with this when they were filming Jurassic Park, and like, oh yeah, Hollywood, dinosaurs, and he didn't realize that dinosaurs were real. He thought they were just like a Hollywood invention.
Oh,
And
oh God.
so
Oh, bless his
for
heart.
him
Oh
to
my
be
goodness.
there and to see this enormous wall of dinosaur fossils there in the rock, exactly where they were laid down 154 million years ago, like
That man's
he
mind
had tears in his eyes. Like
actually
he
blew
started
apart.
crying.
That's
Exactly.
that's
Yeah, and he's like, I
insane.
had no idea that this was real.
Yeah.
And just hearing that story just touched me. It's pretty incredible. Yeah, and so that's one of my very favorite sites, and I think it is really mind blowing. Yeah,
I
yeah.
love
So
that.
I think that qualifies for that
Yeah,
question. Yeah,
absolutely. I love
yeah.
how you get all these sweets that like sweet story, and I just get. I really had a story. Oh my god, this I've told this on stream before, but I hope y'all enjoy this.
Uh huh.
So my local history society.
Uh huh.
I'm trying to dig my way into it and try to like get on the board and stuff. And so I
Yeah.
start showing up to all these events, and they do this dig locally. And one of the husbands of one of the board members, which again, all of these old biddies, nothing else to do but be in a historic society board. And
Uh huh.
this, I tell him that I'm an Egyptologist. I give him my card, and he's like, he looks at his wife. He's like, I should tell her that story, and she's like, you should not tell her that story. And I was like, I need to know this story, and now I don't really know
Huh.
if I wanted to know this story. But
Huh.
this man tells me the story that when he was really young, like 17 or like 18, he went to
Uh huh.
Egypt with some friends, and they went to the
Okay.
Valley of the Kings. And the way that he tells this story is that like he's like, I saw a hole. And in my head, I'm thinking like just a little hole. And I'm thinking in my head, oh, it's probably a looter's hole. It's probably a little tiny hole that somebody found something in
Sure.
and dug it
Yeah.
in. And then he proceeds to tell me that he's like, I went in the hole and I went down this sloping, and I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. You went in a tomb? And essentially, this man, he leaves his friends behind, finds
Uh
an
huh.
open tomb, which
Uh huh.
at the time he was going, I don't think they had signage or guides or anything like that. So this could have been an already discovered one. This might not have been an already discovered one. And that's,
Around what time was this?
I
What did he
think
say?
he said like maybe the 70s. Yeah, he did say the
Okay,
70s.
70s. Okay.
He did say
Yeah.
like late 70s or something, which I
Okay.
before he even finished this conversation, I told him you might want to pretend that this is in the 60s because there's this in the museum world.
Yeah.
There's something called the 1970 UNESCO Convention. I'm not sure if you've heard of this.
Yeah. I've heard of it. Yeah.
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 And so in the museum world, if you see a piece of art that, especially from a country like Egypt or Rome or
Uh huh.
Greece or Italy, if you see that it has left the country prior or after 1970, it is
Yep.
probably looted. And
Yes.
most museums
Yeah.
will not purchase it or put it on loan.
Uh huh.
And so
Yeah.
it's not even, unfortunately, when I did a deep dive into this, it turns out 1970 literally is just a number that is thrown out there because it actually
Yeah.
matters both countries. The date matters until both countries have signed it. So the
Sure.
country that has imported it and the country that has illegally exported it. So
Uh huh.
Egypt and all these other African countries and countries that get a lot of looting, they all signed them within 10 years.
Uh huh.
America did not sign it until the 80s. The UK did not
Oh
sign it until
boy.
2002. So
Oh
technically,
jeez.
legally, and that's where all the legally, all that crap comes in. But yeah, so I jokingly was
Uh
like,
huh.
don't say 1970, say before 1970.
Sure.
He essentially goes in this tomb and
Uh huh.
sees mummies. And I'm trying to just like be quiet, but he sees all these mummies and just takes a tiny little piece of linen off of one of the mummy, and he still has it. And I'm like, thank God he didn't take a mummy. But I'm like, I'm very much like, oh my God. I was like, if this
You
man
just
is
walk
just
out
gonna
with a
tell me that,
sarcophagus over his
I was
shoulder.
like,
Yeah.
if this man has taken
Uh.
anything, I was like, okay, he took like the tiniest bit of linen, but he like still has it,
Uh.
and he's like, doesn't know what to do with it, and I'm just like, I can't take this, just so you know. Go to a
Yeah.
museum, go to
Yeah.
somebody more professional than I am. But he like I had to like probe with all these questions. I was like, I need to know what tomb you're talking about because like it annoys me so much that like he might have found like this tomb that like was just opened and like, because by the 1970s every single tomb supposedly had already been found in the Valley of the Kings. So I like, but he said
Really?
it's
Okay.
yes. The long story short, King Tut's was found in
Uh-huh.
1922. There have not
Right.
really been any. I think there might have been like a couple more, but a couple small ones that found after that one. But King Tut's was the last
Okay.
big one, because
Sure.
essentially an American pseudo-archaeologist named Theodore M. Davies, who had the permit before Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon, he went through the valley and completely like scavenged it, found a ton of different tombs. Half of them are empty, some of them were kind of full but not really full, and
Uh-huh.
famously has been quoted saying, "I have found the last tomb in the valley." Then gives it over to Lord Carnarvon, and like 3 years later, he finds the biggest treasure trove of artifacts ever in the entire world. So we all don't like Theodore M. Davies because I think he's a little dumb. Um, but yeah,
Understood.
at that time, by the 1930s, probably we had found everything, and so
Uh-huh.
I was like, I wish this guy. I told him actually to go to a website called the Theban Mapping Project, which has a map of all the different tombs. I was like, if you can figure it out, I would be very curious
Uh-huh.
to know, because there wouldn't just be mummies lying out there in the 70s in a tomb. That's just not.
Sure. Yeah.
They wouldn't be there. So, but yeah,
Uh-huh.
I get stories like that, and like my grandmother has an artifact. I'm not even joking. I've had 2 different emails of people being like, I found this artifact, or my family had this. Can you tell me if this is real? And
Uh-huh.
majority of the time I'm like, I can't really tell you. You have to go see someone more professional. But I've looked at them
Yeah.
very briefly and being like, yeah, they're both fake. I 100% can say. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, we'll say
Yeah.
90% just to be safe. But I'm like, these look like copies that are sold at tourist markets because
Sure.
it's
Yeah.
pretty easy. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I love that you get
Well,
really cute stories about people who learn that dinosaurs are real. I mean, that's like one of the best stories ever, to be honest.
yeah, just the idea that this man's like
Had
entire
no
world
idea.
expanded 10 million fold right there was extraordinary.
That's
Like, yeah.
absolutely
But well,
crazy.
there's if you want some more negative stuff, shoot, we could talk about dinosaur fossil auctions and things like that.
Well, that was
Do
actually
you have that in
that
do
was
you
one
have
of
that
the
in Egyptology?
questions. Does archaeology have
Yeah.
the same
Okay. Yeah.
problem with artifacts being auctioned off? So you go first, and then I'll talk about that as well. But what
Well,
is?
shoot, just last week, what was it, the 18th?
Mm,
In Switzerland, there was a Tyrannosaurus skeleton that
mm,
got auctioned off in Switzerland
big
for
air
like
quotes on that one.
6 million francs or something. Yeah. It was from the U.S. and it was 3 different Tyrannosaurus skeletons.
Okay.
Just bits and pieces from each of them
Mm,
that were kind of Frankenstein's together into a big composite specimen,
okay.
and then they were sold to some sort of wealthy collector. And this is a big problem in dinosaur paleontology, is that dinosaur fossils are they have become big business in the
Hmm.
sense that like really obscenely wealthy collectors really want to buy them to put them in their homes. And but there's a number of problems with this. First of all, it hurts dinosaur paleontology because
Hmm.
like every single specimen we find is really scientifically important. With T-Rex in particular, we've got maybe 40 or 50 T-Rex specimens ever found.
And are those full or mostly full? That was one of my other
No,
questions. Was like,
no, 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 no,
okay,
no.
yeah,
There's probably like 5 that are close to complete.
yeah,
Most of them are just like a handful of bones.
gotcha.
Um, so yeah, yeah, and so like every single one can give us, as an archaeologist, every single
Hmm.
specimen or I guess artifact in archaeology
Yeah,
can give you a tremendous amount of information, and it can change the way that you think about like, an
everything.
entire
Yeah,
field of study potentially. Um, so yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So that's one of them, and the other thing is that like these people are also the like obscenely wealthy people who are buying these for millions of dollars. They're getting ripped off. They would not pay this much for these if they knew how little we actually spend in digging them up, and also
Ah,
how not rare they are. So even though
gotcha.
Tyrannosaurus is maybe we've got 40 or 50
Yeah.
specimens in the whole world, they
Hmm.
all come from Montana, Wyoming, North and South Dakota.
Yeah.
Uh, Tyrannosaurus is like the 3rd most common dinosaur in its environment.
Wow. I
It's
never.
not rare
That's
at
interesting.
all. Like the reason we have
Well,
so
it's
few
interesting that you say
specimens is
that
we
they're
have
not rare, but there's
yeah,
only 40 to 50, which seems low to me, but I guess in
right.
comparison, it's not.
We have so few paleontologists out there looking for them in the
That's
first
so
place that
interesting.
like if you spend a week out in the field like prospecting for T-Rex, you'll find a T-Rex
Wow.
if you know what you're doing. Like they're out there. They're everywhere.
That is.
But we have so few people out there and we're so poorly paid. We've got such little funding that a colleague of mine just dug up like 4 or 5 different Tyrannosaurus specimens, not T-Rex, but an
Yeah.
earlier species that maybe
Okay.
evolved into T-Rex. He dug up like 4 or 5 of them the other summer, and their entire field budget was like maybe 19,000 for a whole summer, like 3 months worth of field work
Wow.
out in Montana,
That's not a
and
lot.
like that's a lot of money too,
That's a lot of money, but
by
it's.
my standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I've been out on expeditions before where we've had like a $900 field budget for 2 months
Yeah.
out in the field, and we're eating baked beans out of cans, and we're
Are you
sleeping in
camping?
tents every
That's
night,
another.
everything
Also
else,
another random question. Do you guys camp, or do you guys have
Oh,
to?
we always camp.
You always
Yeah,
camp.
always, always. I've occasionally maybe we'll get a hotel room for like 1 or 2 nights throughout a month period or something like that. And that's just so that we can get showers and stuff, and we can go resupply and get groceries
I was
because
gonna
we might
say
be working 100 miles from the nearest town,
the
and
only
the nearest
place
town might have like 200 people living in it. It's like the smallest town you've ever been to.
I only had to
Um,
camp once, and that was for 2 weeks. But we did have showers. You just had to walk through a field to a It was advertised as the local rugby shower spot. It was quite
okay.
literally a small abandoned shower next to an abandoned building next to a railroad. And it was the scariest building ever, but it did have electricity. It did have a plug, and there was all there was a tarp to separate between the girls and boys side. And
Yep.
it was
I mean,
horrible, but
for I mean to me that honestly, not gonna lie, that sounds like luxury.
I mean, yeah, that's in comparison. I mean, in
I've
comparison,
gone months without a shower before, and like
yeah,
without electricity, without running water, without like, yeah, it's
that's I that makes sense. I just didn't think
yeah,
about that, but yeah, I was in a nice little apartment with 2 bathrooms and multiple bedrooms in the middle of
because you're working
Trastevere
close
in
to
Rome.
civilization, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
yeah. So like, I'll be out in the middle of nowhere, out in the Badlands. Like this summer, I'm gonna be sleeping in a tent for probably about 3 months,
Oh
if
my
not
god.
longer. And that's not unusual, you know.
But I'm sure
Um,
you get to bring like fancy stuff, like to not full glamping, obviously. But I'm sure you guys like have cots rather than sleeping bags on the ground and like
Oh
some.
no, I'm gonna be
No.
the only one. So I bought a cot this past
Okay.
year, and I'm gonna be using that. I'm gonna be the only person in camp with a cot. I guarantee you.
Because
My crew chief might have a inflatable mattress,
when we
but
were
everybody
on
else just sleeps on the ground.
when
Like
we were
most of
on
my
our
summers, I've
site
slept directly on the ground.
when we were on our site there it was 2 weeks of students coming through for like 2 straight months, so there were the staff that
Uh-huh.
stayed, and we were on this very weird scout camp in the middle of southern England next to
Uh-huh.
a sheep next to a whole sheep pasture, and it was
Yeah.
tiered, and so the the professors stayed in these enormous tents and had all these big like luxuries at the big top, and then
Uh-huh.
of course I signed up for this class. This was during my study abroad, so I was only there for like six
Uh-huh.
months and I did not know that we had to do a dig part of this class that I was in. So I didn't have a tent,
Uh,
I didn't have a sleeping bag, I didn't have anything. So
uh-huh.
luckily, when my parents came and visited us in England, they brought me one of their tents. They brought they packed an extra suitcase full of stuff, and then I had to go find a
Nice.
camping place in the middle of London, which was very hard to find. And
Yeah. Oof.
then, but we did still have bathrooms at the bottom because it was a scout camp, so there was a building with a kitchen, and
Uh-huh.
we technically had a chef, and that sounds very fancy, but he was literally just the pub chef of the local pub that we could walk down to. And he made us good food, but he was kind of scary. And I was also like the only American and British, and like Tuesdays was fish pie night, and I was like, "What is fish pie night?"
Fish
And
pie.
it's actually much better than you think.
Ooh.
But it's essentially just think chicken pot pie, but it's just full of a bajillion different types of fish.
Was there a vegetarian option?
No, he would laugh at somebody if he were a
I
vegetarian.
would have fared poorly.
And
But I bring my
one
own
year,
food and you
1 week
can't bring
was
like
a
that,
curry night, and he made it so spicy that we all threw
yeah.
out our food and walked down to the pub and ordered our own food because none
Oh
of us could
wow.
handle it, and it was so
Uh-huh.
bad. But that was definitely weirdly posh because in Italy, of course, we were making our own meals, and they provided meals, but they were the same sandwiches every single
Yeah.
day for 5 weeks.
Uh-huh.
So you
Yeah.
just had to bring things with you to make your sandwich nicer than it actually was. So you like kept bringing yourself cucumbers and lettuce and all this extra stuff rather than just like the basic sandwich that we had every single day
Yeah.
for 5 weeks. Um, but yeah, it's like definitely most digs are not that posh, and I'm sure there are more archaeologists that fully camp depending on again where the site is, but most of the
Sure.
time
Yeah.
I'm sure you can you can usually stay in a hotel and figure out a way to get there.
Well, so how many times have you been out on, would you say a dig or an excavation? What's your
You
term
can
of
say
art for
both.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Excavation,
How many times have you
archaeological
been
dig.
on a
So
dig where you, yeah.
I have not been
No, but
on
hang
as
on. Uh,
yeah.
end of the question was
Yeah.
when you didn't have like a bathroom. Have you ever
Oh,
had to like just dig a hole?
no. Never. Well,
Never.
when we were camping, the
Uh-huh.
site was further away. We took our professor drove a bus, and he had to take 2 trips to get us all up to this site, which was on the top of this big hill in the middle of a field.
Uh-huh.
Technically there was a porta potty like way down at the bottom of the hill if you wanted to
Uh-huh.
go there. But you could go behind the hay bale. Um, I worked at a Girl Scout camp for my entire childhood, and I've learned to hold it. The only time it ever
Yeah.
happened was when
Yeah.
it was raining for the first full week. It was just full blown raining, and it was so
Uh-huh.
cold. And I don't like tea, but the only thing I had a cup of tea because I was so cold and just freezing,
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah.
the tea just went straight through me, and I was like, well, I guess this has to happen. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, every other dig. I'm actually thinking. Technically, the most recent dig I went on was actually on the island of St. Croix, in the U.S. Virgin
Uh-huh.
Islands, and I worked at a kids camp
Nice.
there, and the kids
Uh-huh.
got to dig on this site called Estate Little Princess, and we were working on the slave cabins there. And I
Uh-huh.
guess now that I think about it, that also did not have a bathroom, but I also
Okay.
just learned to hold it and never. But yeah, no,
Until
never
you
had
can
to
go
dig a
back to your
hole.
hotel room or something.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, that one, that we had because we
Okay.
were working with the local YMCA kids, so we had an
Uh-huh.
apartment that we had rented for that dig. But every other
Yeah.
dig that I've been on have been volunteer mostly. So like I've had a lot
Yeah.
of experience going on digs, but I've never been paid to go on a dig because I've never worked in the
Oh, really?
CRM
Oh,
firm.
wow.
No, I've literally only
Uh-huh.
been. I think I've been on one that was here locally in Northern Virginia. I've been on one in DC for a couple days. I did the week long at Montpellier. I did 2 weeks in Chichester. I did the 5 weeks at the field school, and then I worked at the kids camp. And then I went actually
Sure.
back to another site. So I've been on like
Uh-huh.
5 or 6 sites, but most of them have been volunteer, and that's probably because of the field that I picked with my master's.
Yeah.
You can't
Most
go
of mine have been volunteer as well.
you can't
Yeah.
go to Egypt to dig unless you're a PhD student, and it's very rare to get on
Ah.
a dig.
Okay.
And it's something
Yeah.
I've kind of accepted. I've accepted that I probably will never be able to go on an archaeological dig in Egypt. I'm hoping to be able to go on one later,
Yeah. Someday.
in some
Yeah.
other form, but because I really didn't do an archaeology master's, it was
Uh-huh.
more art history. I kind of lost my way out of the full field of archaeology.
You continue
Um,
doing what you're doing, Melissa. You continue doing outreach like this, and you'll make
Yeah.
it there.
And
I mean, you
and that's
keep
what I'm
growing this
hoping.
platform.
I'm hoping
Yeah.
to be able to just like make some friends with some people. I mean, literally one of my
Yeah.
very good friends went up to a RC meeting, which is the American Research Center in Egypt. Went up to Mark Lehner,
Uh-huh.
who is the head archaeologist for the Giza pyramids, and was like, "I would like to go on an excavation with you." And he was like, "Yeah, sure, come along." And
Nice.
my friend Greg he now has his doctorate, but luckily his was very specific because his dissertation was on the Menkaure pyramid, on the Giza Plateau. So he had that connection. He's like, I would like to work there because I am doing my field work in it. But it does happen, and it is possible.
Yeah.
It's just really hard because unlike other sections of archaeology, Egypt hires locals every single dig.
Right. Yeah.
So
makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Locals are trained now, and they have been working and doing excavations for literally hundreds of years at this point. And so.
And good for Egypt for doing that. I mean, holy cow.
And I learned recently that some other fields of archaeology look down at us for that, which was a big shock to me.
Wait, what? Explain that. What do you mean?
There was a little bit of a TikTok controversy a couple months ago. There were all these different announcements about some discoveries in Egypt, and there was a lot of different confusion. It was kind of about Cleopatra, and then this other very famous Egyptologist kind of came in and made this huge announcement about his discovery. Turns out it actually had been discovered about a year before, and he might have just brought it up to take attention away from this lady's discovery. And so I was doing all these videos and showing people all the Egypt news about it. And another archaeologist that I followed on TikTok and was a mutual with pretty much made a video saying that Egyptologists need to shut up for about 2 years and get our shit together. And kind of was pointing at a lot of this stuff with that, how kind of our field in certain aspects is very, very tied to social media and outreach and getting people excited to do stuff like that.
People are very interested in Egyptology, and in the general public.
I mean, some people talk about how they think that only excavations happen in Egypt. I've gotten questions like, why are we always discovering stuff in Egypt? I'm like, there are archaeological excavations going on all over the world, everywhere.
It's the same thing with paleontology, where everybody thinks it's about dinosaurs all the time, when that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many other paleontologists working on all kinds of other critters.
Yeah.
So there's some common ground there, I guess.
Egyptology stuff, because the Ministry of Antiquities is going to push that stuff, and you're going to hear about it. And so it was very shocking to me, but I talked to another one of my friends who is an archaeologist but not Egyptologist, and she kind of informed me. She's like, I think it might have to do with how you guys excavate and how you guys get the locals, because normally the way that it's structured is that you have like the head professor, then you have whoever is your contact in the Ministry of Antiquities, and then you might have, depending on how large the dig is, like 5 to 10 PhD students helping you out, and then 50 locals, which will have a head workman, and he'll be part of we call them, or at least the ancient Egyptians called them, gangs of workmen, and so we sometimes also call them gangs, and like they'll have different sections and they'll be doing stuff like that. When you look at any other dig, usually it'll be the director, co-director. My dig in Rome was, we had different professors from University of Michigan, Yale, then you had the PhD students who were then in charge of the student labor, the undergraduate students. And so that's how the main difference between Egyptology and other areas in like the Near East as well is that we hire locals because they've been doing it for a really long time, and we want to get
their experience.
Egyptologists.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, we want to get actual Egyptians to work and understand and not loot their sites, because it happens. And it's just so it's been apparently something that I did not know, that other archaeologists sometimes look down at us for that, and some of the, I mean, we always get all the crazy conspiracy theories, and a lot of other archaeology, depending on what time period, they don't get nearly as much flack as we do. And not to mention all the crazy stuff like that recent Netflix documentary that's coming out about Cleopatra.
Yeah, the Hancock, whatever.
Hysterically. Not even that one. I'm talking about the Cleopatra.
No, a different one? There's another one now? Oh, boy.
Yeah, I somehow missed out about Graham Hancock. I literally had never heard of him before that documentary, and I was like, I lucked out. But no, there's a recent documentary that's coming out about Cleopatra, and it's they're trying to make a point that is a point that we know is definitely wrong. So
oh boy,
it's a whole big thing with
that
as well.
I feel for you. For you.
The comments on my TikToks recently have been horrible that I just ignore and just keep on going. Let's get back.
This is why I stay away from TikTok for the most part.
That was what I was gonna say. So In
Yeah.
response to all your things about auction off dinosaurs and stuff,
Yeah.
that is a literal basis of our field, so it happens constantly.
So
Um,
that's how museums actually acquire
yeah.
specimens, is
Oh yeah.
through auctioning?
Not always
Ooh.
auction. There are like there's two kind
Uh-huh.
of different ways, or we'll say three. And it depends
Okay.
on the museum. So
Uh-huh.
the earliest museums like the British Museum, when they were founded, they would literally hire explorers with the biggest quotation marks ever,
Sure.
to go out and get stuff and bring it back.
Same with
Um,
paleontology, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and but also full blown steel stuff, and like Belzoni, he literally carved a giant hole in this statue and ripped it off and took it back, and all this stuff. And
Uh,
that's like we're talking really 1800s.
sure.
Then you get then everyone starts to slowly get more systematic, and different digs start going out and doing different things. And that's when when France half leaves Egypt, they start
Uh-huh.
getting France still is in charge, or not France. England is still in charge of the like military and a lot of the politics in Egypt, but they pass
Uh-huh.
on the antiquities to the Egyptians. Um,
Okay.
but so there are laws, and the Egyptians are fully giving things away. They give away giant obelisks. They are giving away. They're selling things, and that is still actively going on. But then you
Okay.
get excavations that happen in Egypt. That at the end of the excavation, the finds are divided. They are divided between the university or the museum that did the dig and Egypt itself.
Uh-huh.
So I just did a
Okay.
whole slew of videos from objects in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and museums like the Met, at least in America, the Met, Brooklyn, the MFA in Boston, they all had sponsored digs that would go to Egypt, and their archaeologists, who were also curators, would go do the dig and bring back
Uh-huh.
about half, maybe a quarter of the finds. And so a lot of the objects that I was showing, I'm trying to say in every single video, this was properly excavated. The Egyptians agreed that this was how
Sure.
the everything was going to work.
Yeah.
Is it of course the most ethical and moral thing to do? No, because the Egyptians, the people who were in power at the time,
Uh-huh.
may have been looking more for money, did not have as close of an attachment to these, because they identified more as an Arab country or a Near Eastern country and not an African country, and this all this stuff gets
Sure.
all gobbledygook together. But then you get even earlier, if you helped sponsor a dig, so if you just as an individual helped sponsor a dig, you could get a
Uh-huh.
small find back. And so essentially they would send you, it's like literally a horrible like GoFundMe subscription, where they would send you a small fine. And that could be like a tiny shopty, could be a little jar, could be a variety of little things. Um,
Okay.
and then many of those people either kept them in their own personal collections and would collect a
Uh-huh.
huge group of antiquities, and then usually would donate it to a museum. So
Okay.
we have a lot of that, say the gift of things.
Uh-huh.
And then you have the now modern Sotheby's, Christie's,
Ugh.
art auctions will
Yeah.
do ancient auctions as well, and those will be included.
Uh-huh.
And so it's where provenance becomes really, really important, in that
Mm-hmm.
knowing where all of these objects came from. There actually are quite a few objects. I did a whole thing about King Tut when the anniversary happened just this past November, that there were quite a few objects. King Tut's collection is almost entirely in Egypt, and it was one of the things that they were very adamant about. Nothing is going to leave Egypt. And
Good. Okay. Yeah.
but there were some
But
things that Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon, who owned the permit and technically should have gotten half the fines as per the
mhm.
rules of that time period,
Sure.
they took stuff and they kept it in their own personal collections, and when they died,
Uh-huh.
they were then sold off. So there are actually some objects from King Tut's collection in America, in other museums in Europe, but they're very small pieces. They're not anything
Uh-huh.
hugely major.
Sure.
And I saw a lecture recently of a professor who's trying to piece together, by going through all of Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon and all the other archaeologists' notes, trying to piece together pieces that have been claimed to be from King Tut's tomb, and trying to piece together
Uh-huh.
if they are or if they aren't. And he's actually made some pretty good progress with that and found some of these kind of
Interesting.
lost pieces.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, so auctions are very common. I actually feel like they've been declining lately with a whole series of stuff that has been found to be stolen. Um,
Okay,
the
good.
most recent thing was, this happened when I was in grad school, which is kind of the craziest thing, is that if I
Uh-huh.
remember correctly, before I went on winter break, our professor came in and
Uh-huh.
she showed us this image of this beautiful golden mummy. I mean, all full of gold, absolutely crazy, that was at the
Uh-huh.
Met. And they were doing a whole exhibition on it. And she's like, I'm going to go and see this and I'll come back and tell you. But she looked at it and she posed this
Sure.
question to us because it was only a 3-person class. So she was like, what do you girls think about this? And I was like, how have we not known about this before? And she's like, that's a good question. I was like, that's a very, very good question. I'm gonna pull up a
Uh-huh.
picture of it now, so everyone can see it. But
Okay.
the uh, the big thing was, how had we not seen this before? And let me see if I can get this one open. Image in new tab.
Look at that.
Yeah. So we're like,
All
how have
gold
we never
everything.
seen
Yeah.
this before? Essentially, by the time winter break was over and she came back, it had been announced
Uh-huh.
that this piece was looted from Egypt and did not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, how much did they pay for this? They paid $4 million on this piece. The Met did, and not only that, probably put in another, let's say, 2 million to do an entire exhibition about this piece.
Uh-huh.
And it turns out it was looted from Egypt. The
Uh-huh.
interesting
Was
thing
it
is,
was it authentic or was it fake?
oh, it's absolutely authentic, but
Oh wow! I thought this was leading up to it having been
no,
faked, like we have with dinosaur fossils
no.
sometimes.
The problem
Wow.
that we find more often, there are a couple really
Uh-huh.
good fake stories,
Uh-huh.
which there are a couple good ones, but the thing that we find that people don't seem to understand is that when we say this is looted, a
Uh-huh.
lot of people, I did a whole series of videos about this. A lot of people ask me, "Oh, well, what museum was it looted from?" I was like, "No, no, 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 no.
No, it was looted
From the ground.
from the country. Yeah.
Somebody had found that. No, we have no
Uh,
context as to where this was found, because it does happen. There
uh-huh.
are looted objects, like the Iraq Museum was completely obliterated by the Taliban, and a lot of stuff
Uh,
was taken and then sold.
yeah, by
We
ISIS, yeah.
That's why we all avoid Hobby Lobby. Everybody knows this. Don't go to Hobby Lobby. They purchased illegal
For a
antiquities. We don't
number of
like them.
reasons, yeah.
Um, but the the thing that I think people don't understand is that looting is mainly, the bigger problem in Egypt is not looting from museums, because like the
Hmm.
Egyptian museum did get looted at the 2011 uh, Arab Spring. It did get
Sure.
slightly
Yeah.
looted, but many of the objects were found or returned after. There are still a couple kind of out there, but the the looting is somebody going into the ground and just digging
Yeah.
willy-nilly, finding it, and then illegally smuggling it out, and then faking documents and telling us that it's been out of the country
Yeah.
since before 1970 and that it's been in this
Yeah.
museum or it's been in this stuff. And it turns out, if you want to learn more about this, there's a whole series on my TikTok about this. Turns out that this piece was part of a huge smuggling scheme, and this was just the
Hmm.
first like whistleblower. And that
Sure.
essentially, since then, only last year, several objects were also taken then from the Met and from the Louvre in Paris, because it was all through this illegal antiquity scheme. And they're not just Egyptian, Roman objects as well.
So they're
Were,
repatriated.
yes, so they were all
Good.
repatriated.
Including this one, I hope.
Yes. So this one was repatriated.
Nice. Yeah.
The tradition was is that if any objects that got repatriated would be put in the lobby of or like the first room of the Egyptian Museum. There is
Uh-huh.
an unfortunate fact that Egyptologists know that when objects get repatriated to Egypt, you'll see
Uh-huh.
them for a couple months, and then you won't really see them ever again. And
Really? Do they just go back into the collection space in the back, or
I would say when it comes to the Egyptian Grand Egypt, or not the Grand Egyptian Museum, but the Egyptian Museum in Tahrir Square, they go
uh-huh?
to the basement, which is,
Yeah.
they don't have a catalog. That museum does not have a catalog. There are,
You're kidding me.
I'm not even joking you.
Oh.
Repatriated objects will kind of
Uh-huh.
disappear because
Huh.
Egypt has so many things, not enough funding,
Uh-huh.
not enough museum spaces that are safe enough. And yeah, so lots of pieces will kind of,
So maybe what they need is a fine that goes along with the repatriation so they can build another room in order to display this to the public afterward.
Yeah,
Because the Met's got money for that kind of
it's
thing.
a whole thing that, like,
Uh,
my personal belief, which has taken me literally years of study and
yeah.
contemplation, is that if Egypt or any other country wants a specific object back, for example, Egypt's big three are Rosetta Stone, Bust of Nefertiti, Zodiac Ceiling of Dendera,
Okay.
and there are a couple more, but those are the big three.
Uh-huh.
If they want them back and they request them back, they should be given back. But from what
Uh-huh.
I've gathered about how Egyptian Egyptologists and Egyptian people, they want people to come to Egypt, and
Yeah.
they want people to learn. And so I am all for museums. I'm all for Egypt owning all of these objects and putting them out on loan,
Sure.
which would
Of
be an
course, yeah.
absolutely crazy process that, knock on wood, who knows will ever happen. But
Uh-huh.
Egypt does not want every single tiny little shapti, tiny
No, they
little
don't have the
pottery
room for it.
shard. They
Yeah.
don't want those back. They want the
Yeah.
really important pieces about
Mm-hmm.
they want the important pieces that are culturally significant to them.
Yeah.
And so that's where it gets very, very confusing. And then the comments that I hate the most are the put them back rather than send them to Egypt. Like, that's understandable. The put them
Put them back in the ground?
So you want me to put them back in the
Will
ground
be destroyed by erosion?
for somebody to
Yeah.
go and get it again?
Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah.
a whole other thing. Whole other can
That's
of
really
worms.
interesting, and that I feel like that kind of mirrors something that we have in dinosaur paleontology too. Like, I don't know if you heard about that case where the actor Nicolas Cage purchased a
He
tyrannosaur
did,
skull at
yes.
auction.
And didn't he go
And,
bankrupt after that, I think? I feel like
I don't actually know. I don't know
feel
that
like
detail.
recently
Yeah.
I heard that he had so many houses in different places that, like, he was like
Maybe.
so, and I think the tyrannosaur, I think that's how I heard about it, was that, again, that was just
Really?
part of it, that he just was spending his money way too willy-nilly.
Yep. But it turned out that tyrannosaur skull had been smuggled out of Mongolia.
Oh
So it's a
I also
Mongolian tyrannosaur called Tarbosaurus, and like the country of Mongolia started to get really serious about making sure that any fossils that have been smuggled out of the country get returned, because in Mongolia, all the fossils in that country are the property of the people of Mongolia.
Mhm.
They need to go to a museum. They're part of that
Yeah.
country's natural, collective natural history.
Mhm.
And so yeah, he bought this at an auction, and it turned out it was smuggled, and then he lost it. And there
Yeah.
were a couple of other really famous instances of this happening, and it just goes to show that, like, I don't know, people who have too much money should not be bidding on dinosaur fossils,
No.
because it's not a wise investment to make.
Yeah, there are lots of pieces that have been in private collections for a very long time, and we never see them. And I'll admit, the majority of them are not that culturally significant. They are probably much smaller objects. I can't think of, we had to learn, like, a lot of these, like, really famous Egyptian objects for, like, my comp exam, and pretty much all of them are in at least some important museum or are a physical structure that that can do it. But there are definitely, for those academics that are trying to study, like, a typology of, like, a corpus of a whole group of the same object to try to learn something from it.
Yeah.
That's where the difficulty comes in, is that okay, somewhere in this paper that says that there's this thing that is in a private collection, and it was one of mine in my thesis that, like, oh, it says it's in a private collection, somebody looked at it, and that's the only mention of this object, and I'm like, oh, like, come on, really?
Interesting. So in archaeology, you can actually publish on privately owned specimens?
Sometimes. I find that many of them are older papers that, so for example, my thesis I did on dogs in ancient Egypt, and so I made an entire corpus of over 500 different images of dogs, and then typed them by what kind of scene it is, and what kind of dog it is, and all this stuff. And I would find, like, older papers where they would be listing different images of dogs, and they would just say, oh yeah, in the footnote it says, somebody showed me this image, it's in a private collection. I think I literally found one that said something, this was then destroyed later, and I'm like, what? And I'm like, it's just, like, stuff that you see in passing.
Yeah.
But yeah, unless those
non-reproducible data.
Unless those private institutions temporarily put on loan, it is frequent sometimes if you see a rotating exhibition or just a shorter exhibition, that you might see something that says it's privately owned, and then
Hmm.
when it's on access there, yeah, then somebody can go research it. But you
Okay.
are right that like stuff can be in private collections that you may never see before. Um,
Gotcha. Yeah. So we've got rules in invertebrate paleontology
mm,
that if a fossil is in a private collection, you really can't publish on it because
mm,
there's no guarantee that future researchers will ever be able to access it in order to try and reproduce the results or test it or anything like
that
that.
makes
So
sense.
yeah, yeah,
That makes
and
sense. Huh.
that's one thing that I'm proud about in vertebrate paleontology is that we do have those kinds of stipulations so that
Mm.
yeah,
If
yeah,
anything's stuck, you can't go back and figure it out. That makes sense.
exactly. Yeah.
So let me look through these last questions. So Dinosaur Dave had this really good question.
Hmm.
If we could dig in the other field for a season, where and what would we want to excavate?
Oh.
That's the first half of the question. The other one is
Huh.
kind of different. But like, if I had,
Uh-huh.
I think this is the funny thing is I have no idea.
Really? I mean, it's
Like
kind of the
I
same on
guess
my end too. Like,
I would say
yeah.
Montana. Like I think I would have to say something specific.
Uh-huh.
Like it would be great to find. I think I would love to find a skull of something. It could be literally anything, but I think a skull. Like
Do
I
you have
like
a favorite
bones.
dinosaur, Melissa?
That's a very good question. I probably did when I was little. Um,
Uh-huh.
I think I liked Triceratops a lot.
Oh,
Um,
that's a good choice because
and
holy cow, Triceratops might be the most common dinosaur in the
and
world.
then there was the
So
other
like your chances
one.
of finding a Triceratops are very, very high in Montana.
There was also the other one that had. I don't know the name of it. It
Okay, yeah.
has the tail that has little spikes on it, and it kind of has a flat domed head with spikes that go along it. As long as I've seen it,
Sounds like you're talking about an ankylosaur, an armored
I
dinosaur?
actually was. That's the word that
Big
I
club on
slightly
its
had.
tail?
Yeah, a big club on its
Yeah.
tail. I do
I'm gonna be
remember that
digging some of
one.
those up this summer, actually. It
Um,
looks like.
but yeah, I guess if I had to, like, I mean, I. This is the funny part about it is like I don't know where the
Uh-huh.
site is, but like, it would be great to find a full
Yeah.
dinosaur. I do like bones. It's one of
Uh-huh.
my things is maybe it would have been great for me to be a bioarchaeologist because I do like human bones and stuff like that. So, I
Yeah.
mean, I think finding an almost complete specimen would be amazing, but understandably not always the case. Um,
Yeah.
the Before you answer, I just remembered one of my other questions. Do you think the reason
Yeah.
why there's so many T-Rexes found is because they're carnivores and they ate all the other dinosaurs that didn't eat other dinosaurs?
That's an excellent question. And with T-Rex, there's kind of like a special answer for this. So Tyrannosaurus lived at the very end of the age of dinosaurs.
Ah,
It's one of those dinosaurs that got wiped
okay.
out by the asteroid. And it seems like dinosaurs kind of fluctuate in terms of their diversity throughout time.
Mm,
And so with T-Rex, it got so big and it's a meat-eating dinosaur that like it may have outcompeted other
yeah,
species of
that's what I was
meat-eating
like.
dinosaurs.
That
Yeah,
makes
where
sense.
like typically you'd have like small meat-eating dinosaurs and medium ones and then big ones. T-Rex is occupying all three of those
Yeah.
size classes because T-Rex is born really small. They hatch out of a little egg
Mm,
and then they're small and then they're medium size and then they're big.
gotcha.
So that might be part of it. Like they do seem to be really common. And there's a really cool paper that just came out about that a couple of weeks ago that we'll probably be discussing on my channel
Mm,
tomorrow.
very cool.
Um, but yeah, good question.
But yeah, I was
Thank you
thinking
for
about
that.
that and I was like,
Yeah.
well, I'm using my weird archaeology knowledge that it's like, if that's the only thing that you
Yeah.
find, then they probably ate everybody else. So,
Not necessarily they ate them, but
yes,
they just
but
like ate them out of house and home or
yeah,
outcompeted them. Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if you wanted to dig any archaeological site, what site would you like to dig?
Well, shoot. Oh, back when I was a school teacher, I used to take the train into San Francisco every day,
Mm-hmm.
and I have read that the BART train, Bay Area Rapid Transit, it
Mm-hmm.
goes right underneath the financial district. A lot of this is like landfill. It
Mm.
used to be open bay there until the gold
Ah,
rush, and then all of these people coming into San Francisco during the gold rush, they'd arrive on these rickety old ships, and then they just abandon the ships there in the harbor, and
quite
eventually that became
literally.
landfill. And so the trains actually, like when they were excavating the tunnels for the trains, it went directly through some of these big famous ships that were just left to rot there in the harbor.
You
And
are
so I just thought that would be kind of cool.
you are
Yeah.
literally pinpointing on what I talk about every single day at my part-time job at
Really?
the museum. Yeah, because
Very cool.
it's a whole
Yeah.
process of the 4 ships that they found were to extend
Uh-huh.
the land deeper into the river
Yep.
so that boats could come
Uh-huh.
straight up and be able to park and take off goods. And so
Uh-huh.
now that I have to add that now to my list of when I talk to people, because usually other examples I use is that, if you guys didn't know, during the archaeological excavations after 9/11, and yes, there were
Uh-huh.
archaeological excavations on the World Trade Center site after 9/11, they found
Cool.
a ship
Wow.
all the way at the bottom
Uh-huh.
because
Yeah.
the battery
That
in,
used to be water. Yeah.
the battery
Battery
in the
Park.
end of Manhattan was
Yeah.
completely man-made, and they needed to
Uh-huh.
scuttle old ships to use it as foundation. So that is hysterical that is what you brought up, because I know way too much about these
Yeah.
ships.
In San Francisco, it's something that makes people nervous if they know anything about geology, because that's not bedrock, that's
no.
landfill. So in the event of a big earthquake, all of that stuff could liquefy,
That
and
is
those
true.
buildings could just sink straight down.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, but I've got one more potential answer.
Yeah.
Back in the 1920s, there was a big scientific expedition that left the U.S. from New York to Mongolia,
Oh.
the Central Asiatic expeditions, and it was like the first time that like a major overland expedition ever used motor cars,
Oh,
and it was a
wow.
big deal. They found a bunch of dinosaur fossils and stuff. But I've got colleagues who have gone back to Mongolia to look for dinosaur fossils there, and they said one of their proudest finds was like an oil pan from one of those expeditions back in the
love those.
1920s that had a little inscription on it that said it was from the Central Asiatic expeditions. And
That's
occasionally
actually-
they'd find garbage from the expeditions there, and I always thought that would be really cool
that
to
is
be able to
very,
find that.
very cool. Because
Yeah.
I love that. That's a really good idea. Because I do like that, because technically, I mean, archaeology is anything. You can dig up literally anything is considered that. So it does
Yeah.
make perfect sense. Dinosaur Dave's second question was, what digging excavation technique do you use that you think the other wouldn't, but might if they knew about it? I think you guys should use more trowels. I think trowels are very, very helpful. And
what kind of sediments are you digging through with trowels? Like, what is the lithology? What kind of rock or,
I mean,
or
it's
soil is
dirt,
it?
but we do sharpen the edges, and you hold.
Okay.
You have to hold it kind of like this, because you want to use this tip to dig through it, and then you use this portion the most, and you dig straight through it.
Interesting.
But I do dig through. Most of my digs are all here in the Virginia area, and we have really, really, really annoyingly hard clay, and it is really so hard, and it is also the most red color you could. Honestly, the image that's below this, it's like
Very
that color
oxidized
red.
if it's very red. Yeah.
Yeah, it will dye your clothes.
Yeah.
It's awful. But it is. I mean, it does get particularly hard, and it does sometimes help to get little rocks up, although you aren't really supposed to pull anything out when you're digging. But I think you guys should use trowels, because I think there are even smaller ones too. They're even sometimes really
So
small.
I honestly wonder if a trowel would stand up to the kinds of rocks that we're digging, because they are rocks.
That is true.
Like,
I have seen some people's trowels get slowly smaller.
so yeah, with the
years.
oyster knife that I was showing.
I was gonna say yours looks pretty short.
Where did I put that? But it used to have like another inch on it. It used to have a sharp tip, but it's been worn down over the years.
My good friend, amateur archaeologist, she has one that's maybe about this size. That has been worn down, and it's like this perfect like circle almost. It's like completely lost the sharp attribute, and I'm like, whoa, you've been digging some serious stuff. But yeah, it might not stand up to it, but I think you could get some use out of it.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I struggle to think of anything. Given that archaeology is a bigger field, and you've got specialty tools that people actually design for you.
That's true.
I feel like this it's a more difficult question from my end, but I would say feed scoops. If you had a dustpan that just had a taller brim on it, so that less stuff falls out over the edges.
I
could make
honestly,
it
I agree,
useful. I don't know.
because sometimes the dustpans don't hold a lot of stuff. So I actually I think that might help. I think that might.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I will look into a trowel there, Melissa.
I
Thank
will
you.
look into a
Yeah.
trowel. What is it? What'd you call it? A
Feed scoop.
feed
A
scoop.
feed.
Feed scoop.
Yeah,
I'll
you
look
can get
into
them
a
at your
feed
local
scoop.
agricultural supply
Yeah,
store if you have one
definitely.
there on the East. There's probably not very many on the East Coast, honestly.
There are some. We can
Okay,
occasionally
yeah.
find them.
Uh,
All right, thank you, Dinosaur Dave. That was a really great question.
yeah.
Um, Else Boo asked about Egyptians in the Grand Canyon and Africans in South America. I am sorry to tell you, we got the only thing I can tell you, and this is
Yeah,
not
even I know that.
technically true. There is if you guys know the movie The Ten Commandments, the very famous Cecil B. DeMille movie,
Charlton Heston?
Charlton Heston. If you didn't know,
Yeah.
Cecil B. DeMille, that he made that movie about at the end of his career. At the beginning of his career, he actually made another Ten Commandments movie. It was a silent film, all black and white, and it was filmed in sand dunes outside of LA. And he built
Ah.
an entire huge pylon, including Sphinx and all this other stuff. And then when they finished the movie, they left them there. And only a couple years ago, some archaeologists found some paper mache and metal Sphinx in the sand dunes.
Nice.
So
Very nice.
That's all we're gonna get with Egyptians in the Grand Canyon or South America, unfortunately.
Uh,
I think the funny part about it is, if the ancient Egyptians were able to get that far, oh, they would have talked about it so much. Like,
oh, holy cow, would they have
the
bragged about that?
Egyptians
Yes.
would
Yeah.
have bragged about that like crazy. I think some
Yep.
people put the Egyptians on a high pedestal, and to me, with doing all this research, they were kind of super pompous and so full of themselves, and literally thought
Who else would build pyramids like that for their burial
they
grounds?
thought they were
holy
the
cow.
best. Like, the whole concept
Yeah.
of ancient Egypt is that there was order, which is Ma'at, and then there was chaos, which is is it Deshret? Or no, it's not Deshret. I can't remember what the word for chaos was. But Egypt was order, and everything else, every other nation, the animal world, was chaos. And Isfet, thank you, Claire. Claire, remembering my fun facts. Isfet is the name for chaos. But yeah, like, they thought they were absolutely the best. They would have talked about that. I mean, considering Ramses the Great can completely lie and say that he won a huge battle when he obviously didn't, they would have talked about it so much.
Yeah.
But thank you for that question.
That actually reminds me of the movie set thing. There was a when they were filming Star Wars in like 1976 or
I
1977.
know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking with the
Yeah.
Diplodocus bones? Yeah. So there was a cast of the bones of a Diplodocus, a long-necked dinosaur. They were brought to Tunisia, and they were laid out on the sand for the scene where C-3PO and R2-D2 are kind of like
Yeah.
going through the dune wastes of Tatooine, and they left that there.
They left
And
the
apparently
whole
a few
set. They left the house,
Yeah.
the house that he grew in. It's all there, but I think by now, I think it is completely covered. I think the Sahara has completely absorbed it by now.
There was a friend of mine who made like a blog post because he blogs about sauropod dinosaurs. He's a sauropod researcher. He works on long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. And he was talking about some of these bones being rediscovered in recent archaeological expeditions. And it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was pretty neat. Yeah.
Definitely fun. Is
Well,
carbon
Claire
dating...
versus crate dragon bones. That's what it is, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Melissa.
No, that's okay. Is carbon dating the only way to date still? Do you guys do a lot of carbon dating? Or no,
No.
wait, you can't do carbon dating. I'm remembering now.
Exactly. 'cause
Again,
carbon
the science
dating
part of
doesn't go that.
archaeology, I don't remember, but now I do. Carbon dating has to do with
Yeah,
carbon
yeah.
in the soil, I think.
Carbon-14 only has a half-life of like 50,000 years,
Yeah.
so it is
So
useless a million times over for dinosaur fossils.
So how do you guys date? Do you kind of go off of what previous research has done and kind of sorting it through all that way, kind of?
Personally, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it works for us. Where like I don't do any dating myself as a paleontologist, like of the bones, but we'll talk to a geochronologist. The further back you go in time, the fewer and fewer stuff is there that you can actually directly date. But last summer, when we were out in Utah, I was working with the Utah Geological Survey. they found a really nice ash bed. So
Ah.
like volcanoes erupt and they lay down a layer of ash,
Mm-hmm.
and then there are radioactive isotopes, zircons,
Mm-hmm.
within that ash layer, and those you can date.
Gotcha.
So for those of you in chat who are not familiar with this, there are certain radioactive isotopes where they decay from one isotope into another, or from one kind of element into another kind of
Mm.
element, and they do that at a set rate. So it's kind of like an
Really cool.
hourglass. You turn an hourglass over, and if
Yeah.
you take a picture of it at any point, you can tell how long it's been since
Mm-hmm.
the hourglass got turned over. It's the same with radioactive isotopes,
Very
where you
interesting.
can tell the proportion, how much decay has happened, and you can tell how old it is based on
Mm-hmm.
that. So we can't date dinosaur bones directly, but we can date uh, the ash layers that we find around
Mm-hmm.
dinosaur fossils. So if you get really lucky, you'll
Yeah.
find a dinosaur specimen, and then you'll have an ash layer above and an ash layer somewhere below.
Mm-hmm.
You can come up with a nice bracket, a range of dates for how old
Gotcha.
that dinosaur is. Yeah.
Yeah, and when it comes to
Yeah.
archaeology, carbon dating is, we'll say, a very specific type of dating. It can only use, I think, on organic materials, so most of the time it's
Yeah.
only used for bones.
Hmm.
Sometimes it can be used for other things like wood. There are different other ways to try to date wood. And if I remember correctly, another portion of my field school was that anytime we found any big pieces of charcoal, we actually would wrap them up in tinfoil, and mark them, and they would be sent to, I think, a guy in Australia who
Huh.
was doing some sort of, I think it might have been carbon dating from that, which again is just the organic material within the
That
charcoal
makes
that was
sense.
former wood. But it really only is used for dire circumstances, I would say, when something is kind of,
Hmm.
I actually find it might be used more often in like museums where we don't have the provenience, because otherwise you can usually date things better and closer with typology, with stylistic
Or strap.
stuff,
Yeah.
and with other objects in there. And I mean, if you get lucky, if you're working in an era where coinage was a thing, I mean, you can get real specific. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, when I was in my dig in England, we found a coin, and there's just websites that you can just search British coins, and they just give you a list and all of these different things. And not even joking, somebody else in the group found it, and I needed to know. Like, I was just so curious. And so on our break, I was just on my phone, like scrolling through and looking at the picture of the coin that I took. And at the very end of the dig, and this guy, the professor in this dig was, he's kind of famous in his own little circles, where he found this really cool Neolithic quarry site and is really famous for that, in like a really early human in England. But this was a tutor site. This was a site that he had no experience for, but again, it was kind of a field school for these students. And so one day when you're on the bus with him, somebody has to sit next to him. And so I was very nervous because he was a very quiet British man who would just say very little words. And so I said, I looked up the coin, and I think it might be Edward the Fourth. And all he said was, Edward the Fourth, and then said nothing else. And I was like, I have no idea if I was right. But he then later repeated it to somebody else, and I was like, I think I was right. And so, like, it's so helpful because
Yeah.
anything in that layer that it was found could not come before the time of the reign of Edward the Fourth. And then you go to the history books and you go see what the historians say, and it's great. And so, like, and Roman coins are also, like, it helps a ton. In Egypt, we don't have coins, so we don't have any money system, so you can't do that. But
Huh.
the equivalent in Egypt is usually scarabs, which will have the name of the king, and we then can date that to a reign. It's not always as
Nice.
precise, but in Egypt, it's much more stylistically. We always are just kind of looking at the style of stuff and then basing it on other people's stuff. But if you work in an era where things are dated, like coins or reigns of rulers, I mean, you can get pretty precise, which is really nice. But yeah, carbon dating is
Can you
only in the fanciest of times.
can you explain what scarabs are? Because I
Oh,
don't know anything about this.
let me
What
find a
what is
scarab.
that?
I got one.
Yeah.
I have two.
Is it like an amulet? Is it
Yeah,
a
it's a type of amulet. These are both very bad examples, but because they're not like real. But this is a scarab, so it's literally a scarab beetle.
okay?
This is a large one. So usually they're like this big. They're really, really tiny.
Okay. Sure.
But it'll look like a scarab beetle on the top, and then on the back will be hieroglyphs. On the
Wow.
small ones, usually all it will fit is the name, either the throne name or the nomen, which are just each pharaoh had like four different names that he would use in different contexts.
Uh-huh.
So it would say Nebheper-Re, which is the throne name of Tutankhamun, I think, and a lot of others.
What are they made from? Sorry.
Usually they're made from stone, or something
Okay.
called faience, which is a heated silica and calcium kind of ceramic. It's not a real
Okay.
ceramic, but there's always
Yeah.
they're always blue. A lot of them, the faience, anything that's faience is a blue or greenish color.
This is like a
Um,
very artisanal object. This is like
yeah,
this a lot of care went into making this.
yeah. Some of them get really fancy, and then some of them get really bad. Ones like that are
Okay.
this size, because there are some that are this size, can hold like a whole sentence. And
Uh-huh.
those were more used as probably favors of the king. The most famous ones I did a video on
Huh.
recently are from Amenhotep III, who is King Tut's grandfather. And he
Uh-huh.
had a couple series of them. One was called the Lion Hunt Scarab, which is just a little story saying, "Hey, look at this! I killed a lion," except he probably definitely didn't. Um, they like to brag about that, and lions probably weren't even living naturally in Egypt. They were probably
Had
brought
already
in
been
and imported.
extirpated.
Yeah,
Uh,
probably. And then he has one that we call the marriage scarab, but it actually doesn't describe the marriage of him and his wife. It just gives his wife's name and her parents' names. And it's essentially an
uh-huh.
indication that she was a commoner and that she usually ancient Egyptian pharaohs would marry their siblings, and she was not. And so it was a big deal in that sense, in that he was just like, I'm just
Good
gonna
for
marry
them.
her to
Yeah.
marry her. Um, but yeah, so this one is just a model. I don't even think it's made out of. Actually, looking at these glyphs, the glyphs are horrible. They're not even real. This one is a
Uh,
more specialized object. This is
ah.
a Hungarian porcelain piece called Herend. My family is Hungarian, and for my graduation, my parents gifted me this Herend scarab because they did a whole series of animals and stuff, and so it's a lovely combination of my heritage and stuff that I love. And so these are the only two scarabs that I have. Um, but yeah, so scarabs are kind of that equivalent. Like they've found scarabs on boats in the Adriatic from
Uh-huh.
Cleopatra and stuff. Even though, she's not totally Egyptian, but she did still, I think, release some scarabs with her
So it's
Egyptian
it's
name.
almost like a royal seal or
Yeah,
something like
it
that,
is
or
very,
something
very
that's
similar to like royal seal rings and stuff. And honestly,
gotcha.
sometimes you find
Okay.
scarab rings where the scarab has been attached
Huh.
to a little gold wire, and then they can actually
Uh-huh.
turn back and forth, so you can see which side it would be. But they wouldn't be stamped in the same
Interesting.
sense of the royal seals you see on like Henry VIII and
Yeah, like a
stuff.
signet ring. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Um,
Very cool.
but yeah, have you hydrated? Somebody said that was a question.
Oh,
I'm hydrating.
drink some water. Yeah.
Thank you. Um,
Mm.
so this other question from Daniel Sargent, who started off having pets for the first time in human history? And that is such a great question because it is literally
Oh,
about my thesis.
yeah.
Um, we, I think there are evidence that dogs were domesticated. I mean, I can't, if I pulled up my thesis, I could tell you what actual year. I think we're talking like 13,000. We're talking long time
Long
ago.
time ago.
Earliest humans.
Yeah.
We have evidence of domesticated dogs coming from, they're called Canis domesticus, I think is their scientific name. And like
Hmm.
they are technically separate from the other canine groups.
Yeah.
But
Canis familiaris, I think is
oh
what it is.
yes,
Canis familiaris.
Canis
Yeah.
familiaris, yeah, is a domestic dog. And
Yeah.
the um the thing that I always pointed out in my thesis was that the word pet is such a modern word. And if you think of what your pets do, there are definitely pets that kind of do that dual thing. They could be like a farmhand, they could be a watchdog, but like the majority of pets that are in our existence right now, they just sit and they do nothing, and they are just here
Yep.
for like our own enjoyment. So in my thesis, I always referred to them as personal animals, in that they
I
would
like
keep
that.
them, and there is evidence that they would love them, and they would be part of kind of their families, but they would be working animals. They would be, for dogs, they would be hunt dogs, guard dogs. Cats as well would be eventually cats got domesticated, I think, later than dogs. But but yeah, so the earliest pets were definitely, I mean, people in the Neolithic, probably around the same time of Neolithic Europeans. Probably there were some domestic dogs, I think, even around the time of mammoths and stuff, because we have evidence of
Yeah.
more domesticated. Mammoths were around when the pyramids were being built, which is a weird thing to think about.
Or yeah,
But yeah,
absolutely, yeah.
they were
Yeah.
there, and so I know that they've at least in Egypt they've been. One of the things about Egyptology is that the timing and the dating, you get completely separated from everything else. So like the way that we date everything, like we all go by dynasties and we go by kingdoms, and so everyone else goes by the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and I don't know where those are in relation to ancient Egypt. Especially because
Oh,
Egypt is so
interesting.
old that I think the Bronze Age is like New Kingdom Egypt, which is really
Huh.
like really late in consideration
Recent.
with the history of
Yeah.
Egypt. So, but yeah, I mean, most early humans had some probably domesticated before fully domesticated animals like sheep and cow and everything like that. They
Yeah.
probably had domesticated dogs and cats probably.
I think people actually domesticated dogs before people ever got to North America across
Oh
the
yeah,
Bering Land
I think
Bridge.
that definitely is
Um,
probably, yeah. I think that is
yeah,
definitely
yeah,
true.
which is kind of crazy. Oh, did ancient Egyptians have pigeons? Because I know pigeons were one of those creatures that were
They
domesticated very early on.
they had a lot of birds. And I don't I'm
A lot of
thinking
birds.
about So I'm thinking about like the ancient Egyptian language has a ton
Uh-huh.
of bird glyphs. I mean, the ones that are
Yeah.
used really frequently are like the chick. There are 5 different types of goose. There are little wrens,
Ibises too, right?
ibises, yeah,
Yeah.
herons, like lots and lots of
Uh-huh.
different stuff. And then falcons and hawks and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And I cannot think
All
of
of which are
anything.
dinosaurs, by the way. If anybody ever asks of any
I love
connections
that.
between ancient Egypt and dinosaurs,
Dinosaurs are
birds,
birds.
we now recognize are living dinosaurs. So,
Yes. They
strictly
had
speaking, there were dinosaurs in ancient Egypt. They were birds. So,
Yes,
yeah,
they were all birds.
yeah.
But I can't think of anything that would look the closest to like what a modern pigeon looks like.
Uh,
I can't think of anything that really looks like that, and that just might be because Egypt is just in on the African continent, and that I'm not sure if pigeons
well,
were.
pigeons originated in
They
Africa.
did.
African rock doves.
I'm really
Columba
trying to
live
think.
is the genus name. It's
I'll
genus and
have to
species. Yeah.
look at some images because
Uh,
there are some more obscure glyphs, and like there are
uh-huh.
these beautiful images of like they call the Egyptian marshes, and it's like a guy hunting with
Uh-huh.
the Egyptian equivalent of a boomerang, which looks very similar to an Aboriginal boomerang,
Huh.
but is actually different. Um,
Uh-huh.
but the thing is, I can't think of anything that looks kind of like the actual pigeons.
Interesting.
Um,
It might have been in more, I don't know, ancient Babylonia or something like.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, I'd have to look
Yeah,
into
outside
some.
of my field
I
of
know.
expertise.
I know. I like.
Yeah.
I There are so many birds in ancient Egypt. It is kind of
Uh-huh.
crazy. And there are
Yeah.
some. There's like the hoopoe. I think is a type of bird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hoopoe. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
the hoopoe is one that you see pretty frequently in like these marsh scenes that are really colorful and
Very
stuff.
cool.
Um,
I think I've asked you this before. Any shoe bills?
oh, we have
Shoe
talked about
bills.
this. I remember this.
Uh-huh.
I I don't know. I can't think of
Okay.
anything.
I know they're usually further south, around like Uganda and that
Yeah,
area.
there might
I don't know
be.
if they
I
ever
would be
make it up
interested
into
to
the Nile
see
Delta.
if there are any in. Oh my god, those emotes are hysterical of that shoe bill. Um, I think if anything, it'd be interesting to see if they're closer in Nubia, if there's any imagery in Nubia about them
Uh-huh.
versus Egypt,
Uh-huh.
because they're like Nubia and Egypt have been friends and foe back and forth, and there is an interesting difference
Uh-huh.
between their art forms. Very much inspired by Egypt, but Nubians also kind of did a lot of things differently as well. They
Okay.
didn't really have as nearly a fertile river system that Egypt did as well. So
Uh-huh.
they may not have had as many animals that the Egyptians did. And as it is, the
Gotcha.
early in Egyptian, we think Egypt was more savanna like and had lots of animals. Like we have evidence that probably elephants
Huh.
and leopards and other animals
Ostriches,
were there.
maybe? Another bird?
Ostriches, yeah, and like that they were living in Egypt in that early pre-dynastic time, but as is slowly
Huh.
the I think it's literally called the Saharanization or something, where it essentially becomes
Yeah.
drier and
Uh-huh.
drier. That they
Desertification. Yep. Yeah.
they moved down, but then they get imported up. So then you see images of ostriches and elephants and bears, which are like a little fuzzy about what type of bears they actually are.
Huh.
Those might come from the Near East, I think, rather than like coming up from
Uh-huh.
Africa.
That'd
But
make a lot
like
of sense.
you see them
Yeah.
in long
Turkey or someplace like
processions
that. Yeah.
of being gifted to the king and being gifted to people. And so and then
Uh-huh.
lions probably did not live in Egypt, but probably were brought up to then be like either ritualistically hunted, or also they could just lie and just say that they did it. Like,
Sure, yeah.
it's
Why
entirely
not?
possible. No one's gonna go and prove it. Like no one's gonna go and make sure that the
Nobody's
king's
gonna
actually.
argue with the pharaoh either.
No, absolutely not.
It's not gonna end well. Yeah.
No. So we're really great question, Daniel Sargent. Charlie's Dragon said, Danny, tell them about the mustard bottles.
Oh yeah. So that's another thing. Do you ever use any kind of glue in the field when you're doing excavations? Like polyvinyl acetate glue, anything like that?
Not
Probably not.
not in the field, but in the lab.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that
Yeah.
might be what we use. The weird part about conservation when it comes
Uh-huh.
to conserving artifacts is that it is an ever-changing field. Everything is
Lots of
constantly
advancements all
changing.
the time.
And so the
Yeah.
number one rule of conservation is that everything has to be undone. Nothing can
Reversible.
be
Yes.
nothing can be
Absolutely.
permanent,
Yep.
because in a couple years we're going to find out that glue is actually super toxic. It's actually totally degrading this pot. We have to take it away.
Yep.
And so I feel like I think we've used something like that. We actually we also have to label each and every object, and we use something similar to that too. You put a little layer down, you write down in ink the number.
Is it gesso that you put on it? Like almost like the sort
No,
of thing you
it's
put on a blank canvas?
it's closer to a nail polish, clear nail polish.
Oh.
I think the
Huh.
first layer is something
So it's not
different.
white, it's
No,
clear.
it's clear.
Oh.
I have seen
Huh.
some instances where if it's really dark, they will put something, like I've seen in museums some objects that have some sort
Uh-huh.
of color behind it. But when I was doing
Yeah.
stuff, I had to do that in a lab that I worked in. And
Uh-huh.
they were all like porcelain pottery pieces, so everything was mostly white,
Uh-huh.
and it was just pretty easy but we had an actual ink pen, which was really hard to write on. No.
Is it
Ink in an ink blotter pen.
Oh,
with,
really? Like a fountain pen
like a fountain
almost,
pen,
or
exactly.
like
It was a fountain pen,
a
which like is so
huh.
hard when we're writing on a piece of pottery that's this big, and you need
That's nuts. You don't use like a micron pen like this with archival ink?
No, I think, and that might have
This
just
is
been
the
that.
standard for us.
That might
Wow.
have been the positive.
Huh.
We've definitely used those pens in other aspects, but like I
Uh-huh.
think that was just the standard at that lab, and I'm sure everyone has all these different standards.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had to do that, and then you kind of put you have to wait for that to dry, and then put another layer of clear nail polish and stuff. And
Interesting. Okay.
when it comes to glue, there's a whole other series. Conservation is one of those fields that I also know very, very little about, because it
Uh-huh.
requires so much specialization and being so familiar with different portions of the field. And like they have some is done in the field. Recently, I know they just maybe about last year, they actually were reconstructing a bust of Hatshepsut, like in the field, like literally in front of her mortuary temple.
Uh-huh.
Because one of the actually big pushes right now in Egypt when it comes to Egyptians getting like specialty schooling is actually conservation. And
Okay.
so, but a lot of the conservation we do in Egypt is clearing away years and years of soot and muck off of tomb walls. Because for
Uh-huh.
years they were only lit by firelight, by like
Uh-huh.
a torch.
Yep.
So just recently they just uncovered the ceilings of this temple, which have never been photographed professionally before, and it turns out there's an entire Egyptian zodiac on the top. And we kind of knew that, but we didn't have like clear pictures of it. But but yeah, we don't. One of my favorite conservation techniques, luckily in one of my field schools, they did teach us some in the field conservation techniques. And one of my favorite
Uh-huh.
ones, which I've actually recreated for kids camps, and it's so much fun, is that say you have found a glass
Okay.
bottle, a glass something. You find it. The way that you do archaeology is that if it's leaning like this, and you see the edge of it, you can't pull it out. You have to go layer by layer
Yeah.
throughout the entire square you're in until you can until it reaches this bottom
Just
point.
lift it out like that. Yeah.
So if I'm digging this slowly and I suddenly see giant cracks on it and I see that it is totally damaged and it's
Uh-huh.
probably gonna totally fall apart, I can just pick it out. Like it's totally honestly fine. But if say it's a bottle that has like a lip and maybe even has a lid, and we want to keep
Uh-huh.
whatever's inside of it
Sure.
from getting out, you can do this really cool technique where essentially you dig, you make a giant like section around it. You essentially make this giant bulbous area, and
Uh-huh.
then you wrap that in saran wrap. Then you wrap it in
Interesting.
casting material, like for when you break your arm. Which, if you
So
get
like
it,
plaster and burlap, maybe?
no, like literally the stuff that if you break your arm, they wrap around you. It's completely pliable and like but it has this glue on it that if you just leave it there, it'll just harden in like a couple minutes.
Interesting. That
So
sounds very
then
similar to something we used, but like, yeah,
yeah,
continue.
and I
Sorry.
mean, I've never used this in the field. It was only just an experiment that essentially a conservationist came and showed us. But you essentially
Uh-huh.
wrap it all around this bundle and then slip something really thin, like a thin, when I did it, the example for the kids was a thin cookie sheet or like a piece of plastic,
Uh-huh.
and you slip it underneath it and then you flip it. And essentially,
Huh.
you now have a nice little bowl with the stratigraphy all in place, just upside down.
Uh-huh.
And then you can take it to the lab, and then you can carefully but surely excavate it with dental tools, so that you can get everything inside of it. And there's a different way to do that that's even
Interesting.
cheaper, with a box. And you just put a box over it. You make it a perfect little cube. Put a box over it, slip it
Uh-huh.
over, flip it. But there's not, depending on what it is, there's not very many conservation techniques unless you have a professional conservation that is on site. Most things
Uh-huh.
most things will go straight to the lab, and then the lab techs will clean it, will figure it out, and then a conservationist will be brought in to figure it out even further.
Gotcha. Yeah. So when we're in the field and we're excavating, say, a dinosaur skeleton,
Hmm.
there's big bones in there that are tens of millions of years old,
Hmm.
and they're very, very delicate.
Hmm.
And since they're fossilized, they're much more brittle than the bones would be in life because they've been infused with various minerals and they've been kind of partly turned to stone. So we can't just dig them out and pick them up because
Hmm.
they will completely crumble.
Yeah.
We've got to do a few things to like consolidate them first.
Hmm.
So one of the things that we do is we add what we call PVA,
Oh yeah.
polyvinyl acetate glue.
Yep.
Um,
I know a lot about
and
PVA.
so that's there you go. Yeah, yeah. That's where the mustard bottles come in. Actually,
Ah.
is my crew from Museum of the Rockies. We found that mustard bottles, the kind there's a very specific kind of mustard bottle that works,
That's so
and
funny.
very few companies make this anymore. But it's got a twist top where you can kind of adjust the aperture on it to adjust
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
flow. Yeah, so Plockman's mustard is kind of our favorite for
Lockman's
that.
mustard. That's
They
so
they
funny.
still make those. Yeah. And yes, we've got the glue in there, and the glue is basically PVA for anybody
I'm
watching
sorry.
who's
There's
curious
somebody in the
about
chat
it.
called Plockman's mustard.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I
so-
wish I could get a sponsorship, but
that's so
they've been
funny.
stingy so
Oh my
far.
God.
No. Glad you spotted them. Yeah. But anyway, so the mustard, excuse me, the glue, the PVA is basically like it's a kind of plastic that's
Yeah.
dissolved in acetone, which is like nail polish remover.
Hmm.
And so you pour this over the surface of a bone, and the nail polish remover is very, very not a chemist, whatever the opposite of viscous is. It
Thin.
very easily
Or no,
permeates the
viscous is
bone.
thin. Oh, thick.
Yeah, and it brings the plastic in with it, and then the nail polish remover, the acetone, evaporates away,
Yeah.
and it leaves the plastic inside. So you've basically got this strengthened from the inside out.
Yeah.
And then
I think we've used PVA glue before, and
okay, yeah.
I think PVA glue is what is the material that is used for conserving wood objects.
That would make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Because I think
Wood's very
the
porous.
first of the 4 ships that were found was sent to Texas A&M's Conservation Institute,
Uh-huh.
and they, over the course of, like, I mean, 10 years, essentially are
Uh-huh.
taking out all of the water that is in these waterlogged boards and replacing it with
Uh-huh.
a type of glue, and I think it is PVA glue.
That would make the most sense to me. Yeah,
Yeah.
PVA.
So I think
There's a
that's
bunch
how
of
I
different
know it.
brand names for it. There's Vinac, there's
Mm-hmm.
Bootvar, there's Acryloid is the one that I used with the Utah Geological Survey.
Mm-hmm.
There might be like slightly different formulations, but it's all basically the same thing. It's
Yeah.
plastic dissolved in acetone. Yeah, and then after that's dried,
Mm-hmm.
we create what we call a fossil jacket or a field jacket.
That I was going to ask you about. You
Um,
said jacket in our list, and I was like, what the heck
yeah.
is a jacket in this
So
context?
this is like half of my summer is going to be this year is making fossil jackets. So once we find a dinosaur fossil, how do we get that safely out of the ground
Mm-hmm.
to a museum without the thing crumbling into dust? So the glue is part of that, but also we use a technique that was pioneered by paleontological crews way back in the 1880s or maybe the 1870s
Mm-hmm.
in the American West.
Wow.
And it hasn't changed like at all since then. So what we do is we dig around the perimeter of the bone and we
Mhm.
expose the top surface of it,
Yep.
and then we coat it with a layer of separator.
Oh,
So
okay.
that'll be like wet paper towels or toilet paper, newspaper, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that's coated, then we mix up some plaster of Paris and we get some
Yes.
strips of
I know.
burlap.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's almost like making an old-fashioned cast for somebody's arm or leg or something.
Yeah.
Where we take the burlap, we soak it in the plaster, and then it's like we're making a big bandage
Paper
around the
mache,
top of the
man.
bone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then it hardens in place. And then once that's hardened, then we dig around it even more. We try and like tunnel underneath it a little bit without it falling apart.
Yeah.
And then we do another layer around that part that's exposed. And eventually you've got to try and flip it. And that's
Yeah.
honestly one of the most nerve-wracking moments in any excavation is when you have to flip a big bone because parts can spill out of the bottom if you
Yep.
don't do it right. But yeah, and then we once it's flipped successfully, hopefully without anything falling out, then we carve away the rock from that, and we do what we call a bottom jacket, and then you've got basically like a protective cocoon around this bone, so we can take it back to the laboratory, and then it can be sawed open and cleaned, and
Yeah.
then
I
yeah, we can work on it in like a controlled environment, like a laboratory, where we're not out in the wind and the rain and the scorpions and everything else that we have in the field. Yeah.
I think there are actually very similar techniques in removing mosaic floors from Rome.
Oh.
Because
Uh-huh.
or from the Roman Empire. So there was a site, I think it's in Turkey. There's a really great documentary about
Uh-huh.
it was essentially a rescue archaeology in that I think it was either that they were building a dam, which happens
Uh-huh.
way too often, that they're building a dam and all these archaeological sites have to be kind of
Gonna get
scrimped
flooded,
and,
yeah.
yeah, scrimped and
Same with
scram
dinosaur
rescue.
fossils, yeah.
Um, but I think this one was, I think in Turkey, and they found these huge Roman houses with these amazing,
Huh.
I mean, we're talking super detailed mosaics, and mosaics, they're
Uh-huh.
all made with, we call them tesserae, literally like the tesseract in
Sure.
Marvel, because it just means a square, and they're long.
Okay.
They're much longer than they actually look. And the smaller
Uh-huh.
the tesserae, the more expensive the mosaic was. And there are
Okay.
some extremely detailed mosaics, and the best way to do it is to
Very
literally
high
kind
res
of-
mosaics. Yeah.
is
Lots of pixels.
yeah, lots and lots of pixels. Essentially, they had to like cover it with some sort of glue and sealant, and then put paper on it, and then you had to seal the bottom, because then again they would like
Uh-huh.
totally like flip that
Yeah.
and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Freya, it was Zegma, Turkey. I think that's the documentary that I've seen, because
Huh.
and I think they were French archaeologists who were exploring there, and they found, I mean, beautiful, beautiful things that they were just trying to rescue as the river just kept getting closer and closer to this thing.
Uh-huh.
But it seems very similar to, and I'm sure that practice.
Yeah.
I know plaster of Paris. I think plaster of Paris was actually used to make the casts of Pompeii, because
Probably. That would make a lot of sense.
they
yeah.
would
Yeah.
find a body.
It's cheap, it's readily available.
they would find
Yeah.
a body and they would open a little bit of hole and they would fill the whole thing with plaster of
Yeah.
Paris. They would just kind of, because essentially the weird part that I think people don't understand is that those plaster casts, there's nothing in them. There's no bones. There's nothing. I mean, everything
It all
was
rotted away. Yeah.
it was disintegrated. So they were covered with soil.
Oh.
And then the body would sit here, and because it's organic
Uh-huh.
material, it slowly but surely over time degraded, but it left
Yep.
this person-shaped hole, which sounds
Got a
crazy.
hollow there. Yeah.
And so when they would find it, they would then fill that with plaster, and then you would be able to see where, not only where their bones were, but where their flesh was. Like you don't see
Yep.
the skeleton, you see exactly where. And I think that was plaster of Paris as well.
That makes a ton of sense. It almost certainly was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very good questions, everyone.
Huh.
One question from Dinosaur Dave. Do you consider emojis relative to hieroglyphs as they show more ideas than letters? No.
It's a good question, but yeah.
It's a very great question, Dinosaur Dave. But hieroglyphs, oh my god, they're so complicated. Hieroglyphs,
Really?
the thing about hieroglyphs is that different words, like each symbol, each glyph is an image of a bird, is an image of a pot, is an image of a piece of bread. Like, yes, but only a handful of those actual words mean that. So like bread is one example. The word for bread is T. It's just a T. That's all it is. That's how you say it. T, and it's just a little piece of bread with a little arrow pointing at the bread saying it's bread.
So it's much more specific.
It gets specific, but that's like the slightest majority of all the words in ancient Egyptian. Then everything gets to phonetics. You can have words that have symbols of things that don't make any sense. Like, absolutely don't make any sense. And you see symbols that you think are just decorative. So like water is this. So it looks like water. So you're like, okay, that's water. But then you see something that looks like this square with a little piece cut out of it. And it turns out that that is a house, because when you're looking from above, it's the outline of a house with a doorway. But you'll look at that and people will just say, oh, that's just geometric. No. They are actual things. And so, yes, so that house can mean the word pear, which is the word for house. But if you put that symbol at the end of another word, it can mean something completely different every single time. Like it's always, I always laugh at the memes where it's like emojis, but you would not be able to use ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs as you would emojis. Emojis are much simpler and much more concise about, like, you've seen those things where you put a series of emojis and it writes out a story or writes out like a movie plot. Like, that's so easy that you can do maybe 10 emojis and you can easily write out the plot for Titanic. But ancient Egyptian, you could do an image of a boat, but that wouldn't be the word for boat. That's the kind of the weird thing, is that you would have to do the whole word for boat to be able to get that across. If that makes sense, Dinosaur Dave.
Interesting.
Very, very good. Very good question.
It's funny. I've not seen any of those memes, so this is all
my god,
like...
it's all like
Oh,
I have a whole folder on my computer of all like Egyptology comics and memes and stuff, and it's like, it looks like it's a wall, like an ancient Egyptian wall, and then there are all the emotes
just emoji,
like on the wall, and I'm like, okay, but we'll just move on. It's too hard. Like,
that makes me laugh.
truly,
Yeah.
you would not, like, there are people who try to go learn them by themselves, and all power to you, but man, I would not have, I barely know how to read it, but I would not be able to know how to read it without my professor teaching me and taking 2 classes in it.
Interesting.
Like,
Okay.
and I know a fraction of it and how it works.
It requires professional training.
Absolutely.
For any kind of real understanding. Okay.
Yeah. All right, another one from Dinosaur Dave. I give you a time-traveling spaceship. You can choose one time each to go to, and from the spaceship you can see everything that's going on. When do you go? And it doesn't have to be an exact number. When would you go?
It doesn't have to be an exact number. Can I do the entire Mesozoic era? The entire
Can I just do a
age
tour
of dinosaurs?
of the
174 million years? Holy cow.
I mean, you're not, apparently, according to the question, you're not allowed to leave the spaceship. You just have to see it from the spaceship. So I think if you have a time-traveling spaceship, I think you should be able to jump times. Like, you stay for 5 minutes every year or something, or you skip every 10 years or something. I think that's acceptable.
Yeah. 10 years, every several million years.
Yeah,
more
that's
like
also
it
true.
for
I'm
else that
thinking
I'm
in
working on. Yeah.
the short term of time. Then
Yeah. Yeah.
absolutely.
Give me the Mesozoic era, I suppose, the age of the dinosaurs. 235 million years ago, when dinosaurs first evolved, to 66 million years ago. Give me that. Yeah. How about
I
you?
I mean, it's very hard not to say ancient Egypt, but like I want to be more specific. And so like
Hmm.
truly I would die if I could go see the ancient city of Amarna in that, and it's only a 14-year span was the city like lived in.
Wow.
And I would absolutely die to see that and to watch. So the whole short of it is that Amenhotep so this is King Tut's father. King Tut's father, originally named Amenhotep IV, a couple years into his reign, essentially is like, we're gonna switch things up a bit and completely abandon all the gods, and we're gonna go with one. That is, he did not invent the god. It was invented by his father and stuff, or at least started to worship by his father. But like, he's like, we're just gonna worship this one god, and I am like essentially the prophet to like, I'm the only one that can talk to it, which is not much different than ancient Egyptians. They always thought they were the son of a god. But in that entire process, he's like, we're going to leave, we're going to build a new city entirely for us, and then live there forever. And he changes his name to Akhenaten, which Aten is the new god, and he names the city Akhetaten. So it's all about Aten, which is the sun. It's very similar to the god Ra, but you never see him as a creature. He is always a sun with these hysterically funny rays that end in little hands. And it's like my favorite thing. That's so funny and cute and weird. And he builds this entire city. His portion and the Aten temple and all of that are built out of really good stone. Everything else is built out of the crappiest, quickest things that they can build, and they quickly just paint everything white so it looks like it's all made out of limestone. He moves his entire court there. He builds these giant stela that say that like the god told him that he came to him in a dream and he had to build these. And then essentially, probably it seems a plague came through, killed a ton of people, and then he's married to Nefertiti. They have a slew of daughters, never has a son. He has a son with a mystery second wife, third wife. We don't really know who King Tut's mom was. And then he just dies. And then King Tut rises to the throne, lives there for a couple years, and it seems that there are some theories that maybe Nefertiti kept the religion going, and then when she died, King Tut, who of course was a child, so probably not King Tut, but essentially all the advisors that were just going along with all of Akhenaten's weird schemes were kind of like, let's go back to everything let's go back to normal. And they moved out, they left, they went back, people went and full destroyed all of this site. It is like, now it has like we've done a lot of archaeology there, but there's not a lot of ruins. It's just all underground or covered with modern places. But to see that and live there in the 14-year span would be just great. I think it would be there's so much speculation and there's so much misinformation that goes around it, and I would just love to clear all that up. It'd be just so easy. Just be writing notes the entire time. Writing it all down.
That's a great answer. Holy cow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That would probably be it. There's definitely other weird ones that I would say, like, oh god, I would love to see I would love to be at like an Elvis concert, like one of Elvis's first concerts. Like, there's lots of other random answers, but you guys don't want to hear those. You want to hear the ones, the ancient stuff. I think it would be that would probably be my number one favorite.
Yeah.
That was a great question, Dinosaur Dan. I love those time traveling space. And he also said it was a spaceship, so we could have picked a planet. We could have picked anything else. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should have picked a spaceship outside watching the asteroid hit Earth. That would be a really fun.
I mean, that would happen at the end of 66,
Yeah.
66 million years ago.
But you
The
wouldn't want
the
to be
big
you want your spaceship to be on Earth. You'd want to be outside in the atmosphere in space
Exactly,
to watch
yeah.
that one.
You do not want it getting hit by that asteroid either.
Absolutely not. No, no.
Don't park it over the Gulf of Mexico 66 million
Yeah,
years ago.
at least if you
Yeah.
have to be anything, go and be in like an Indian Ocean. Like at
Yeah.
least you got it some
Go
time to
park it
get
next to
out.
the moon.
Yeah, near the moon.
Yeah.
Watch
Yeah.
it from the moon. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
All right. So, thanks, Dinosaur Dave, for putting this in. From Roseanne, if you were to be a paleontologist, archaeologist in our distant future, what species, invention, or concept from the modern era, so I'm guessing we're saying now, would you be most excited to discover?
Ooh.
That is a very, very good question.
Shoot.
And
Yeah.
there is a meme with archaeologists where it's like, where people say, "Oh, I'm gonna do something weird when I get buried. Like I'm gonna get buried with something weird so that I can confuse future archaeologists." And it always cracks me up because I'm like, unless you get buried in like the middle of an ancient site or like archaeological site, we don't dig graves. Like we don't dig up a
Yeah.
cemetery. We dig up random
Uh,
graves that are in other places and occasionally have to dig up a rescue archaeology cemetery, but we're not just going to go to your cemetery and like figure it out. I think my answer
yeah.
probably it can kind of be kind of universal, but I think one of the things would be like the biggest example is like McDonald's. Something like
Huh.
that shows up all over the world but is slightly different. Like I'm sure
Yeah.
there's lots of, especially I think at the time where McDonald's were first starting to kind of go around the world, there was this standardization of like what the shop should look like, the different tiles, floor tiles, like they all should kind of
Hmm.
have this, like they all have the same color scheme. They all have the white, the red, the yellow. Um, and I think it'd be interesting to see like all the McDonald's toys
Yeah.
because that is a dating
Religious
method.
artifact.
That is an absolute dating method that if I find like I went to McDonald's way too much as a child, but with one of my
I
favorite
did too. Yeah.
toys was from when the Disney movie Atlantis came out, and you could get one of the little gems that glowed up, and it was my pride and joy because I loved that movie. But you could easily, if I find that archaeologically, I would just say, oh, this is from the movie Atlantis. And if I have it in the context that it's in a restaurant, and I know from our research that these are given out to children as presents, then I would be like, oh, this probably can be dated to this movie Atlantis. And it would kind of like, I think something like that is more universal, that like, and I've talked about this before, archaeology is going to be very different when people are excavating sites from, honestly, let's say the 1950s and on, which we very rarely excavate from that kind of time period, because everything's recorded now. Like nothing's going to be a mystery. And I told this to somebody before that like the only way that we will have like real archaeologists who excavate from that time period is if we have a full-blown apocalypse which wipes
Nuclear
out
war
all
or
of our
something, yeah.
records and wipes out everything.
Yeah.
And then eventually you have that apocalypse, and then at least, I'll say 4 generations of people have survived. Only until that point where you have people that were not living prior to the apocalypse, where that cannot pass down that oral history, that's the only time that archaeology would get interesting again, to be honest. Like, when we know everything, when everything is recorded, it's not a surprise anymore. There's no fun in it, kind of. And so it's like that McDonald's theory would only be fun if we're in a full, I don't know, Walking Dead scenario, Last of Us scenario, where there are people who were not born prior to that cataclysmic event and don't know what it is. Because otherwise, there's always going to be somebody around who's going to say, that's just a McDonald's toy. That doesn't mean anything. It's like not even worth $1, kind of. So That would be my answer. That like it would be interesting, but I only can see it being interesting if we have another Dark Ages, essentially, where we lose kind of all that knowledge. So
Yeah, shoot, I think you really covered it. That's a much better question for an archaeologist than a
I do,
paleontologist.
yes,
Shoot.
I do agree, but
Yeah, well, darn. And I was wondering, like, how many of those Atlantis, the Lost Empire toys would you find buried near or in a McDonald's?
probably
then?
not very many. Like that's another thing is that you probably. I
Yeah.
think the interesting thing, and I think a good
Remains
answer
of ancient
maybe.
garage sales or flea markets.
Yeah, like I think a good answer maybe for you was maybe you dig up an old natural history museum.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I
like
think
what
digging up a
kinds of animals
museum
did
would
these people
be
know about?
crazy
Yeah.
if you had no idea what.
Incredible, yeah. Or even like an old zoo or something
Yeah,
like that, where you've
zoo?
got all
Oh,
these
that would be
animals
good
from
too.
another part of the world concentrated in one particular
That
place.
would be an amazing excavation.
Yeah,
That would
yeah,
be really cool.
yeah.
But yeah,
But you hit the nail on the head. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
because
yeah.
it would be so like again, if nobody knew what it was,
Condensed.
it would just be really
Yeah.
confusing. Thrift stores, Ashley,
Uh-huh.
that's another good one. Thrift stores or like a hobbyist, somebody who had an insane collection. I mean, I think if
There you
say
go.
my
Yeah.
apartment collapsed right now and somebody excavated it, there would be some weird stuff on this bookshelf. Like you would find some weird ancient
Me
Egyptian
too.
artifacts.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if
Yeah.
that happened, like those kind of enthusiast people would have a pretty interesting like story that you'd be able to tell from our artifacts. Because technically, an artifact is anything you own. Like anything can be an artifact. So, like one day our phones will be artifacts. One day our HDMI cords, things like totally random, but will be technically an artifact. Finding skeletons of different dog breeds, not knowing they're all one species, would be confusing for future paleontologists. And
Potentially.
yeah, potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
didn't
I mean,
have
we're
the
kind of dealing that
scientific,
with different kinds of in different growth stages of certain dinosaurs right
I
now.
would
It's
assume,
like
yeah.
yeah, a lot of that's actually like an ongoing trend in dinosaur paleontology is finding dinosaurs of slightly different sizes that have got different like horns and frills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It turns out a lot of these are just different growth stages of the
Mm.
same animal. They're not different species at all. They're just like they differ through what we call ontogeny, the like development of
Yeah.
of individuals as they grow and mature.
Is there
So
a
yeah,
is there a
yeah.
lot of like do you guys have to kind of backtrack a lot of old paleontology papers of somebody like going in
Oh
and
yeah.
saying these are three different animals and then you suddenly are like these are three different ages of one animal?
I wish I could say that we're backtracking, but like honestly, a lot of people today are even naming these as different species when they should really be a little bit more careful, and they're just growth stages or like
Yeah.
slightly different
Heights
epochs where
Mm.
like here's one lineage of animals that's just evolving over time. That's why they look slightly different. So yeah, that's something we're still grappling with right now in the present in dinosaur paleontology, and some of my colleagues are kind of at the forefront of setting those things straight. Yeah.
Good to know. But yeah, very good
Yeah.
question, Roseanne. If you guys are in the field and you make a major discovery and find, who do you call first? From D-Day the Schmay. If you make a we're talking major. Who do we call first?
Okay.
Very good idea. It definitely depends. There's a lot of circumstances that would have to be, but if you're we'll go with Egypt for now. If you're in Egypt and you find something super super major, you would probably have to contact whoever your contact is in the Ministry of Antiquities. And I think I gotta look up how they structure it now. They used to have a different inspector for different areas, and I think that kind of is still done now. So you might have whoever's running the dig would have the contact of who to kind of do, because even back then, like Howard Carter, the way that this all ran is that he, as soon as he found something, he had to contact the inspector that was in charge of the Valley of the Kings and Thebes, and essentially that person had to be there for the rest of the time afterwards, and he was there almost every single day making sure everything was going on. In other sites, I mean, sometimes the thing is, when Egypt, when they find things in Egypt, the media frequently finds out relatively quickly. Some things are kept secret
Huh.
for a little bit until maybe the end of the dig season, but they do a lot of press conferences, and that's just kind of how Egypt runs. Um, and whenever they find mummies, they typically will always open one, and it's always a big no-no for me, but at least they're trained to do it. It's just don't, they shouldn't do it outside of a lab, we'll say that, but they will do that. And some stuff is kept secret for a little bit, but mostly in other archaeology, you don't really talk about it until a paper is published, or until a book is published. And Claire, thank you so much for gifting that sub. I had a friend who was in England, and he was on a dig and found a massive, I'm trying to think if it was Roman or older than that. I think it might have been actually older than that. It was a cache of iron axe heads. It's like totally random. Caches are really weirdly always found in Rome, or in Roman England, like all the time. A soldier's got a lot of money, couple gold things. He's just gonna dig a hole and put it there, and then they completely forget about it. And they honestly, those get frequently found by metal detectorists. But this guy found it on a dig that they did, and he could not announce it for months. And finally, when it went live and they announced it, he was able to post on his own personal Instagram being like, I was the one who found this. And I was like, what? I'm like, that's crazy, because I just saw the actual article about it and stuff. So it definitely, usually it's some legal entity. But yeah. Thank you so much, Claire. Oh my god, you're so nice. I love it. Oh, to Ios! And Conrad with a K. Thank you so much.
Very nice. Well, shoot, I'm surprised that you say just months for archaeology, because oftentimes it's like years or even decades for us in paleontology between finding something like, say, it's a new species of dinosaur, new genus or new species. There's a long time in between when it gets dug up in the field. We're usually in really remote areas. There's no press out there, and we usually want to kind of keep this under our hats. You often don't know that it's something new until you bring it back to the laboratory and then fully clean it and then photograph it, study it. Maybe you bring in some specialists, people who work on this particular kind of dinosaur or something. Then you write up a paper, and then it could be years in between when you submit the paper and when it actually gets published. So yeah, shoot, there's a new species of dinosaur that I found out in eastern Montana back in 2012. Not been published yet. And so it could take a really, really long time. And it's been only very, very rarely have we actually ever had like press at a site. But there's been a couple times when we've had like news crews out there, but it's like
they often probably
usually
only
doesn't make
talk
very
about the
big waves.
dig, right? They don't probably talk about what they found.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's, I think the months is definitely more of an Egyptology thing than archaeology from the rest of the world.
Interesting.
And I think that also is where the science part differs, and why we are a little bit more of a social science, because we're not finding new discoveries every day. We are just we're technically finding new discoveries, but they are not groundbreaking discoveries and stuff. They are just, hey, we just found a cache of 200 mummies. Cool. Gotcha. They definitely, we can look at them immediately and say, oh, they're all third intermediate period. So and like one of these big like misinformation things was that this really big Egyptologist was like, he released this statement that he found a new pyramid of a queen, like a new queen that we had never heard about before, and he put out this thing that he found like 200 mummies and this new queen. And I was like, what? I was like, and this article was on Live Science, which I'm not sure if you see a lot of articles from there, but I do, yeah. There are a good amount of articles of Egyptology or archaeology based, and I have not found them to be the best.
Interesting.
Because, and this was the big kicker, was when I looked and I read into this article, this was an exclusive, essentially, interview with this Egyptologist rather than
Ooh.
a and
Anything
this is
peer reviewed or anything like that?
no, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And most of the news articles we see are not peer reviewed. They're either press releases that are released by the people who are doing the research and then rewritten by, and then sometimes they get quotes from other people as well.
Yeah, that doesn't really happen with dinosaur paleontology. Everything that everything that appears in the press is usually peer reviewed, and it's already made it through that review process. Yeah,
we're not that deep into it. But what it turns out to be was that this guy, this Egyptologist, had actually discovered this a year before. And the fishy part about it is that I was scouring the internet because I was like, I think I've heard of this discovery before. I feel like I've heard of this, but I was looking and looking, and I was typing in the name of this queen that they put in the name. They put the name in the article, and I kept Googling it, and I couldn't find anything. So I made a TikTok video, and I was like, guys, this article just seems really fishy. And then everyone kind of went viral, and all the people in the chat were like, that photo of him looks photoshopped. No, it was from like 20 years before. All the photos in the actual article were just of random. This guy's had an enormously long career. You probably have honestly heard of him. And so it turns out that he found this actually a year before, and when they released that, they did release the name of the queen, but it was one letter spelling off. And it's not a huge difference. It's that it ended with an I, and when they re-released this article, it ended with a Y, which makes no difference in the conversion of ancient Egyptian language, but it's just why I could not find it on Google, is because I just typed in his name and it just would not pop up. And so I ended up having to do another video like, okay, this is not a new discovery. It is a cool discovery, and it is a new queen, but it's a year old, and he's just like bragging about his accomplishments essentially on a random article, which everybody knows that he does. So, but it's things do get peer reviewed in our field, but not nearly as much. I mean, I don't know if you guys have.
Well, they do before they get published, but maybe not before the press release comes out or anything.
Absolutely, yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't think the peer review is as probably hard as yours and as probably other.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of things about like people who write in journals and people who write stuff, and like, one, we don't get paid for journal articles. We have to pay them usually to publish it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so. There are such a range of different, like there's the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology. So those are probably, I would say those are probably more peer reviewed because it is more on a scientific archaeological basis. But the range of articles, you could have an article that has really deep DNA analysis. You can have ones that are doing osteology and dating the bones, but then you could literally just have one that's just talking about the iconography of this new image. That's like so basic and like doesn't like it's all about theory. It doesn't have any kind of basis in science in comparison to some other articles. And so I don't think that they're as peer reviewed, we'll say, as probably some more heavy science articles are, or heavy science fields. So it's kind of a back and forth thing with that it's just hard to kind of find something that can be, honestly, to also find people in that specialty to peer review. I've also heard is very hard, because they only have a select people that are on the board of that piece and something, and some of them may have absolutely no experience in what that article is being written about. So but yeah, that was a very good question, DJ Shmay. And this one, I don't know how long you want to keep chatting, but we can obviously...
A little while longer if you want to, yeah.
But this, I think, it definitely ties into some of the other questions that we have. Dinosaur Dave was like, what TV show or movie hurt your profession the most? And I think I'd like to talk about which ones have helped the profession the most. So I want you to go first, because I want to hear... I don't know a lot of other dinosaur movies besides Jurassic Park, so...
Well, I mean, that's the biggest one.
Yeah.
So, So when Jurassic Park came out in 1993, it was a big deal. It was the highest grossing film of all time when it came out. And, like, everybody went and saw it, and it was a cultural phenomenon. And we're really lucky in the sense that Jurassic Park was pretty decent. Like, its portrayal of dinosaurs was kind of cutting edge for the time.
That's good.
There are... That idea that dinosaurs... gave rise to birds, that dinosaurs never fully went extinct,
Mhm.
that modern birds are living dinosaurs. They brought that up in the movie Jurassic Park, in a major Hollywood film.
Yeah, it's pretty
And this
good.
is before even like all paleontologists were on board with that idea.
Mhm.
So it's cutting edge stuff. And my old boss, Jack Horner, was the paleontological consultant on the
Yeah.
Jurassic Park,
It's so cool.
the first Jurassic Park films. And like, yeah, it was pretty excellent. And like I was telling you earlier, when Jurassic Park came out and caused this big like resurgence of interest in dinosaurs in the general public, there were so many new dinosaur paleontologists who got hired by museums and stuff. It was a boon for the dinosaur paleontology job market. Where like overnight, wow, you've got like twice as many dinosaur paleontologists in the world, which is really, really cool. In terms of like negative impacts,
I was gonna say,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Is it more because, of course, the whole premise of Jurassic Park is bringing dinosaurs back with all of that? Does that is that like, what is the percentage of hurt versus help for those movies? Because I think I always just assumed it was more hurt, just because it's in fiction. It's very fictionalized, kind of.
That's a great question. Yeah. So it kind of, well, the first Jurassic Park, when it came out back in 1993, the dinosaurs were portrayed in a pretty realistic way. That was like the most realistic the dinosaurs had ever been in a movie.
I love them. They're
But
so cool.
as the series went on, and then as the Jurassic World series came out in 2015, kind of like a reboot of the series.
I remember. I saw the first one. I remember that.
Yeah, those dinosaurs were stuck in 1993 or earlier. So it was like, that's actively harming people's perception of dinosaurs at that point. Where nowadays we recognize that all the velociraptors and that should have feathers.
Yeah.
They should look like big weird ground running birds, like a big scary eagle running around on the ground. They didn't show that in that movie, even though we'd known for basically 20 years at that point that that's what they should look like.
Okay.
And so they really fell behind. And nowadays, I think Jurassic World might be, I don't know. It's hard to say like how much of a help versus a hindrance it is. Like, it is cool having dinosaurs in movies, but they're not good dinosaurs. They're really, really crummy.
Yeah.
And it's what I see it as is just a missed opportunity. Or if in 2015, when Jurassic World came out, they'd had feathered dromaeosaurs like their velociraptors, and all their other dinosaurs were up to date, that would have been a huge help for the public perception of dinosaurs. Would have made my job a lot easier. But they didn't do that. So
missed opportunity. I find that's I find that's pretty common in a lot of movies that are kind of archaeology based, is that like, oh, you really could have fixed that. It was like,
and it would have been cooler and more interesting usually, right? It's like, if they just put the truth in there, it would have been much more engaging. But yeah, would have made a better movie.
So Indiana Jones, as we said before, definitely gave a huge, big surge to people who wanted to join archaeology. And I love Indiana Jones. I am a huge obsessed Indiana Jones fan. I cannot wait for this new movie to come out. I am so excited.
When is that going to be, by the way?
I think it's this summer. I think it's really soon.
This summer?
Yeah, they've already come out with the 2 trailers, like the full trailers, and
nice.
I'm very excited. It's Nazis in space, but also not in space. But it also involves oh my god, literally, for anybody who was at my lecture stream last week, Alexandra Artifact gave us an awesome lecture on what was it? On mathematics in the ancient city of Alexandria, including something called I think it's called
the Antikythera mechanism.
Yes, absolutely. That's what it is.
Really?
Yes. And so the title of the movie is The Dial of Destiny, and that is supposed, I think,
it has to do with the Antikythera mechanism. Holy cow! I had no idea. I've heard about this through like some podcasts and stuff like that before. It's thought to be maybe like
it's technically
like a little calendar device or something like that.
It's weirdly how it's stated, but it technically is one of the first computers. Which it's obviously like not what a real computer is. I guess the definition of a computer at its basics is that it can do multiple tasks at the same time. So it's like a calendar, a star map, a ton, like you can tell the time, you can tell what
Hmm.
place on the earth you are, like all this different stuff.
It's a cool little
Um,
gizmo. Yeah. Well, back when I lived in Montana,
mhm.
there's the American Computer Museum that was just down
Oh,
the road from the museum that I worked at. Little tiny museum in
mhm.
like an office park, but they had a replica, I think the only one in the U.S., of the Antikythera mechanism in there,
Oh, I
and it
have to
was
tell Alexandria
really
about
really
this.
cool. Yeah,
She would love that.
yeah.
But yeah, so that's supposedly one of the plot points, is that it has to do with, he's still fighting
Gotcha.
Nazis. It has to do with the Cold War and Nazis
Good.
who then got into
Yeah.
who then were hired by Americans to be scientists, which is it, absolutely, we know that happened. And
Operation
so
Paperclip. Oh yeah.
yeah,
Ooh.
exactly. So it's supposed to be kind of about
Yeah.
that, and then about potentially with NASA and all that. So I'm very excited for it.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
Indiana Jones, this is the way that I always do my opinion, is that he was a great
Uh-huh.
professor. Is that in those couple little scenes where he's showing as a professor, like he is a really great
His
professor.
students love him,
The
clearly.
students
They're
love
engaged.
him. I mean,
Yeah.
like he was a really great professor in archaeology. And yes, technically everything that he does is looting, is destroying artifacts, and the
Uh-huh.
idea that it belongs in a museum is 100% true, but it also means, it does not
I've got a
necessarily
sound
mean
clip from that on my channel all the time. Like I
we
yeah.
we also have a sound alert for that as well. And like
Nice.
the
Yeah.
it does, but it also belongs to the people of origin, and all that stuff. um but the funny thing about Indiana Jones is that when I was in a public archaeology class when I was studying abroad, and in the
Hmm.
middle of my final essay, I'm sitting there, and I think the question was just about what is the public perception of archaeology, and just like kind of do an essay question like that. And as I
Hmm.
was sitting there, I suddenly realized that the only proper archaeology that is shown in any of the Indiana Jones movies is
Hmm.
in the first movie, is um there's our sound alert.
That's the same one I
Thank you,
got.
Daniel
Yeah.
Sargent. Um, it is in the first movie, and it is the evil Frenchman. He is doing, at that
Yeah.
time, a
Belloc.
proper
Yeah.
archaeological excavation, and he is the villain. And then that blew my
Uh-huh.
mind open, and then I'm writing this
Uh,
essay like crazy, and I'm like, the only proper archaeologist, and like, yes, technically he was stealing stuff as well, but like, the actual
hmm.
excavation that they show is technically proper for that time period that they were excavating there.
Yeah.
So it does leave people with lots of perceptions, and people think that it must be super interesting. And then I'm like, no, it's a lot of paperwork. And but I think in general people understand, at least now, enough that it's not like that. I
Hmm.
don't think they know all the nitty-gritty parts of archaeology, but I think in general the populace understands that Indiana Jones is just a fantasy, is a crazy kind of
Yeah.
extra of what that is.
Yeah.
Um, for one of the things that I think actually shows a good portrayal, and truly there aren't that many that I can kind of think off the top of my head. There is another whole series called The
Hmm.
Librarian, which is he is an actual, like, the whole point is that this guy is, there's I think 3 movies, and then they just recently made a TV series about it, and they protect the library, which is this huge place that houses all of these amazing human artifacts from time to come, that especially ones that
It's a
are,
research collections, is what it
yeah,
sounds like. Yeah.
yeah, but it's also
Yeah.
like a secret research, like it's like the Ark of the Covenant's there,
Oh.
like all of these objects, like the Excalibur, like all of these kind of mythical but kind of real objects, lost objects, are there. um
Sure.
but one of the funniest portrayals is that the guy who later becomes the librarian in the first movie, he's a perpetual student. He's gotten like 6 PhDs because he doesn't know where to go in life. So he
Yeah.
just keeps on going to school until they literally kick him out. They literally, like, you cannot stay here. You have 6 PhDs.
Uh-huh.
Go out into the world. So that's not
Uh-huh.
always the best one either, but he doesn't do any actual archaeology. So I kind of put that one aside. For
Hmm.
Egyptology, no one's gonna like me about after this, but y'all probably leave. I don't like the Mummy movies because I find the Mummy movies to be the same thing with Indiana Jones, in that it is fantastical, it is weird, and one of the big things that annoys me about the Mummy movies are the scarabs. I have met children who are terrified that scarabs are going to eat them.
Oh
They
no.
they don't do that. So I won't, whatever
Scarabs
I
are
won't.
they're They're dung beetles, aren't they?
Yeah,
Is it the same critter?
scarab dung beetles. I think scarab is maybe a particular like species of them that come in Africa. I'm not exactly sure, but they're
They
dung
first
beetles.
evolved, it seems, to actually work on dinosaur dung back in the Jurassic, I
Well,
think.
there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so I don't like that. And then the other thing is when it comes to which I don't blame on the 1999 movie. I blame on the original 1932 movie, which I like better. If you haven't seen the 1932 Mummy,
Oh.
it is excellent.
Boris Karloff?
Yeah, Boris Karloff. It is
Yeah.
spooky, but also funny because the acting is so bad, but it's just like, it's very good. It's very short too. But one of the biggest things that annoys me is that the two main ancient Egyptian characters, Imhotep being the mummy, and Ankh-Senamun being his mistress. Those two are actual ancient Egyptian names, which I always appreciate if anybody uses. They don't make up a name because they always sound horrible. I always will appreciate if they use an actual name, except in this case, because Imhotep was the designer of the first pyramid ever built, the step pyramid of Djoser in the Third Dynasty. Ankh-Senamun is Tutankhamun's wife from the 18th Dynasty. So about 2,000 years in between the two. So it's the equivalent of Chad marrying Gladys or something. And so it just doesn't mix, and it's weird. And that's just a total nitpicky thing for me. But one of the good portrayals is actually Stargate, which sounds weird, but I'll go through it. And I haven't seen the series. I've only seen the Stargate movie. The thing with Stargate is that there is enough suspension of disbelief, which is like a term that I learned in like theater and like movies, to like suspend your disbelief into these fantasy worlds, that it makes sense. Where essentially in ancient Egypt, a giant stargate opened, a good amount of Egyptians went through that stargate, ended up on a different planet, and then created their own culture, their own mixture of an Egyptian diaspora, of a group of people that are thousands of places away. And so when they end up going to this planet, the Egyptologist they bring with them, he can't exactly speak with them, like they're not speaking the exact language, because it would have developed in its own completely separate way with actual ancient Egyptian. There are a little bit of weird cultures. There's just like a little bit of weird things. And so to me, it's the suspension of disbelief is that if a group of ancient Egyptians completely were moved to a completely desolate planet that's similar to Egypt but different, their culture would completely develop separately. And so it works out like perfectly fine. And the Stargate movie, the guy who plays the Egyptologist, they throw in so many Egyptology jokes that not a lot of people will understand.
That's really cool.
One of them, when he comes in and he's kind of coming in for the research that other people are doing, he's looking at the translations and he just says under his breath, he goes, "Oh my God, why are you using budge? Don't use budge." And essentially, Wallace Budge was an Egyptologist very early on who did a lot of translations that we do not accept anymore because he had no idea what he was talking about because it was so early on. And so that when I saw that, I laughed so hard. I was like, "Oh my God, that's such a funny joke." But obviously not a lot of people are going to understand that. So I appreciated them putting in lots of like understandable stuff. And they did also consult, I think, with an Egyptologist who helped develop the language. And I think he actually is the same guy who did the language in The Mummy. So like I can sort of accept that. The language is so difficult because we don't know how they actually spoke it. So I'll take anything. But yeah, there's not a lot. Indiana Jones, unfortunately, is kind of half and half with the Jurassic Park thing. And it's like they did a good amount of good to tell people about it, but then they did not a lot of good. That one scene
Makes
talking about
sense.
vowels. Yeah. Ancient Egyptian didn't have vowels, so we don't know how they spoke it, because if you think of how to speak anything without a vowel, you can't say it. So
yeah, shoot.
So yeah, there is a scene in Stargate where they're talking about vowels because there are no vowels, and so everything we do is kind of just making it up. But yeah, so that was a very good question, Dinosaur Dave. And we were talking about that. I think one of the questions was, you had how often do people compare you to movie characters? I get it. Indiana Jones a lot is pretty common.
Yeah,
you do get that a lot, and I know a lot of Egyptologists who compare themselves to the girl that's in The Mummy, who is kind of more of the. I think her name is Evie or Ellie, because she is she's the more scientific of the two main characters. He's kind of the
Gotcha.
adventurer guy. He
Her and Brendan Fraser,
yeah,
right?
Brendan Fraser. Brendan Fraser is Evie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Evie's her name. So Evie is the more research heavy. She's the one who actually knows what she's talking about. Brendan Fraser's just there kind of for muscle.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But yeah, that's also a good question. So Risu Degu said, Danny says it takes years to like publish stuff. Don't need to
Sometimes,
know,
yeah.
the secret, but what is the longest you've ever had to hold back a discovery?
At this point, 11 years?
11
And counting?
years?
And counting, yeah. Yeah.
And
well, it'll be
counting?
11 years this next June. It'll be 11 years. Yeah.
That's insane. And I can understand why you have to do it, but oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
11 years?
I mean, it's neat knowing that there's something there in the
honestly,
that's eventually
after 11
coming up,
years,
but
it's not neat anymore. That's like I would not be able to be like oh my god. I would
yeah.
how?
Yeah. I actually need to talk to one of my co-authors about this and make sure that like, hey, we're still on for this, right? But
Yeah, so D-Day the Smith
Yeah,
said,
anyway.
what necessarily holds it up? Is it the act of getting it published or peer reviewed, or what step are
no,
you guys
it's more
in?
that like one group of people have so many other things going on and so many new
Oh.
fossil discoveries that might seem a little bit more pressing in the moment, and it's like this thing just kind of gets put on the back
Oh.
burner, and
That's even
It's
worse.
been on
I
the
thought
back
you were
burner
gonna
for
say,
11
I
years
thought you
now.
were gonna say that. Oh, somebody's holding me up, man. My peer reviewers or people.
it's not even that.
Ah,
No,
that's-
no, I don't think we even have the thing's not even written up yet. It's just not a huge priority at the moment.
Wow.
But
that's so sad.
I don't know. It'll be cool once it's out there. But it'll be kind of niche, but it'll be cool in the sense that it's a new dinosaur, it looks like. Yeah.
Do you ever worry that newer discoveries are being made while you wait the 11
Oh yeah,
years?
that they'll scoop us?
That
Yeah,
they'll
that like
scoop you,
somebody
yeah.
will find the same genus or species of dinosaur. I mean, it's possible.
Oh no, that's terrifying.
Yeah,
Anxiety.
it happens all the time to other groups. So yeah, it's very possible. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I cannot even imagine. Like, I mean, one of the things that like we were taught is on my field school dig, they said that we could take any photo that we wanted to of the site. It just had to have people in it. Like they saw that we were allowed to post stuff on social media as long as there were people in the photos and they didn't kind of look totally professional. And that was, I think, there because they posted stuff on Facebook with us in it. But they just didn't want us to post like sites, and then they didn't want us to post actual finds because of
that makes sense.
if we post the picture and we say what site we're at, like we go home for the weekend and somebody comes in and steals all our stuff.
You could have looting, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
shoot. Yeah.
it's definitely possible, and I don't know. I've never been to a looted site before. It's hard to say when you find them because sometimes it's pretty obvious. I mean, there was a story a couple weeks ago I posted that there's a site in southern Egypt that it's a protected site, and I don't think it's an open air museum, which is pretty common in Egypt when you have like these really huge statues and stuff that just literally take cranes to like pick up and move. I don't think it was one of those. I don't think it was visitable by tourists, but it was a protected site where we knew that there were some large, I think it was a quarry site, if I remember correctly. And a couple guys got caught trying to take a 20-ton statue of Ramses with like a like our ATV.
A pickup truck or something.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have a chance for sure. But they just get caught doing that, and you're just like, oh, it's one of the things people don't think that there's still looting, and there absolutely is. It is still.
They're like, oh, I just wanted a souvenir or something.
I think a lot of people think in Egypt there's not, but there is. And I mean, this group that I'm part of called the Humanities Guild, which is a group of archaeologists, art historians on TikTok who we've been kind of battling. There's this guy in North Carolina who's just been digging up native sites just like willy-nilly and posting about it all over TikTok, and we're like,
Mm-hmm.
no, not allowed. Whatever you do, don't
Yeah.
post about it. Like, don't brag about it. Like, geez Louise,
Uh-huh.
you're gonna get caught. And he apparently was like an archaeology student, but like, I don't know if anything's come of it, but it does happen. What were they using? A wheelbarrow? I think I heard that there was a wheelbarrow and it did say a crane in the article, and I could not tell if that was a mistranslation from Arabic or if they had some sort of, I truly don't know, but I think they said like ATVs, like tractors of not tractors, but like trucks and stuff, and maybe a wheelbarrow. But yeah, and they said that they found it because they weren't posting it on social media, but they were posting it in like a WhatsApp chat, like with the other looters, and so they were able to find pictures of them next to it, and I'm like, constantly. Do you guys find looting a big problem?
In some places, yeah, like out in the Hell Creek Formation of eastern Montana, that's where we find like T-Rex and Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus, Ankylosaurus. There's a lot of people out there, especially in the county that I used to dig in, Garfield County, Montana. It's where like the most T-Rex in the world have ever been dug up is from Garfield County. But they're occasionally, like, it won't necessarily always be like looting, like expressly illegal, but sometimes we'll like find I remember there was one time when my crew chief was talking about going out to dig up a Triceratops that he found a few years ago that was weathering out of a hillside. And apparently another group, they were like a group of school teachers from Missouri, and they somehow got a permit to go out and prospect. And they went and just collected the horns from the site and just left the rest of it there. And it was like, this was going to be an important scientific specimen, and they basically headhunted it. They just took the horns so they could take them back and show their students.
That's wild.
But that's perfectly legal because they had a prospecting permit for it, and it was there on the surface, so they just took it and left.
Yeah.
And
so what are the laws in America about like paleontology and looting? Because as I said before, there's not many about archaeology, and so I'm worried that there aren't very many about paleontology.
No, definitely not. It all depends on the land type, like who owns the land. So on federal land, Bureau of Land Management lands, or Forest Service land, you got to get special permits to go out and prospect in the first place. And then you've got to, once you find an important site, if you want to dig a big hole to get out a dinosaur skeleton, you've got to apply for excavation permits.
Oh, okay.
And you've got to demonstrate that, like, we're not going to, really mess up the land too much. We're not going to, mess up bird habitat or anything like that. On state lands, it's usually up to, in Western states, there's usually like a state paleontologist who gives out permits for this.
Okay.
And we were lucky to have the state paleontologist was our boss.
Yeah,
and
I know.
so
That's
we basically
lucky.
had free reign. Like he trusted us. We knew what we were doing. But then on private land, anything goes. Literally anything goes on private land. Like it's up to the landowner, and so there's zero protection for fossils on private land. And I should also specify that on federal land, it's vertebrate fossils that are supposed to be protected.
Gotcha.
So invertebrates, ammonites and stuff like that, as long as you're just collecting them for like personal edification, then that's totally legal. But if you're trying to dig up dinosaur fossils for your personal collection, like that's a big no-no. But there's honestly very little enforcement of this kind of thing.
That's
and
the problem.
There's a lot of poaching and a lot of smuggling that goes on, and there's lots and lots of stories about that kind of thing. And a lot of important fossil sites have been poached.
Do you find that when they do like the permit approvals and stuff, do they kind of have to, do you have to like show credentials that you are like...
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
It's very credential driven for that.
That's
and so you've got to be collecting for a museum or well, in the case of the school teachers, they were collecting for a school, which was like
maybe they got away with being a university or something.
But it was like an elementary school or something. Like so yeah, I don't know. But most of the time it's like you've got to demonstrate that those fossils will go to what we call a federal repository.
Gotcha.
So like you've got a proper facility there, and you can guarantee that those fossils would be there long after you're dead. Like,
Hmm.
these are going to be held there in the public trust for as long as there is a public trust, you know?
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's very important.
So Dinosaur Dave has, what find have you found in a private collection that you wish was actually in a public collection so that it can be studied? Assuming it comes with all the data that you need for when and where it was collected and all the important relative data. I unfortunately don't
Ah,
have a good answer for this, but I have a answer workaround.
yeah.
But if you had an answer, go right ahead. If you've seen
No, I really don't
anything,
have one either. That's the
yeah,
thing, is that if it's in a private collection, that usually means it's got no data and it's
mm,
worthless.
yeah, and that
Yeah.
that tends to be
Yeah.
this a similar thing. My only thing that kind of talked about is I did this research project when I worked at I in when I was an intern at this museum, and it's
Hmm.
again it's a American historic city museum, but when I approached them and said, "Hey, I would like to be an intern and do education stuff," they just happened to
Hmm.
say, "Oh, you know what? We actually have a mummy that we'd love you to do a project on." And I was like, "Excuse me?" I was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean you historically American museum have a mummy?" And they didn't have a mummy, but they had a topic that they wanted to say that essentially some guy was going through the newspapers of that city, and in
Hmm.
the late 1800s, I think it was, or actually no, early 1800s, I think it was 1827 or so, a mummy was brought on display in a tavern in the city.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
essentially they were considering doing a exhibition just about tavern life and potentially this mummy. And
Hmm.
I did a huge project, and it's my absolute favorite project. I literally call it My Mummy, about this
Huh.
mummy that we can trace from coming. We don't know where it came from in Egypt. We have some, and again, we have no picture of the mummy. All we have is a stereotype, which is just a drawing essentially of it,
Huh.
that was published in these newspapers. And we know that it traveled from Egypt to Tereste, Italy, which is was the only port for the Habsburg Empire. It was the only part that came and hit the actual Mediterranean Ocean. And so
Uh-huh.
it traveled there, and it traveled to America, went to Boston, and it traveled up and down the East Coast as essentially a freak show or a sideshow. And
Sure.
there were quite
Yeah.
a few mummies that did that in America, and they were some of the first to ever come to America.
Uh-huh.
And it, unfortunately, when it came to this mummy, like, a lot of the information about it was kind of made up, and kind of just
Uh-huh.
like assuming. And I mean, there are hysterical stories about these early Americans and early British people who would claim that they have the mummy of a princess and blah blah blah, and then they would do a public unwrapping, and it turns
Uh-huh.
out it's a guy, and
Yeah.
very obviously so. And so it it happened all the time in this period, and they would just kind of make up little fun facts about these mummies. And so
Uh-huh.
the unfortunate part about this mummy is that after it came to this city and then went to DC and kind of went to another couple, it kind of drops off the face of the earth. We can't really find it.
Hmm.
But another researcher had essentially seen that there was a museum called the American Museum in New York City, and it had once been
Hmm.
displayed there. And they announced that a new mummy was purchased, and they claimed it was newly arrived from Egypt, but
Ooh.
again wasn't totally clear, and there was no image of it. But she supposes that
Hmm.
this was purchased by this man for this museum. And then, of
Hmm.
course, that museum tanked, and he essentially almost went bankrupt. And so the lovely P.T. Barnum of later Barnum and Bailey circuses
Yep.
purchases it.
Uh-huh.
And
Uh-huh.
he purchased the entire museum, and it becomes his American Museum.
Hmm.
And so the unfortunate end of this mummy that we don't know anything about is that it most likely burnt to the ground when his first museum burnt to the ground.
Yep.
And so it's something like that that, oh, I want to know so much about this mummy. And because I never got full confirmation that it was in this collection, I
Uh-huh.
scoured every single huge American museum's catalog looking for
Yeah.
anything
All the
like it.
archives. Yeah.
And the worst part is, there is actually a Barnum Museum in Connecticut
Hmm.
that has a
Yeah.
mummy, but it's not this one. And
Oh shoot.
I almost freaked out. I almost went full blown crazy that I found it, and then I looked at it and I was like,
Uh-huh.
nah, man, that's definitely not
That's
it.
not it. Yeah.
Even if the image was so bad, it was nowhere close to it. But
Uh-huh.
that's the only kind of thing that is like in a private collection that like I wish things, and there are a few mummies that we can
Uh-huh.
trace to actual mummies that are now in American museums that were then traveling. There is one, I think, in Boston that was eventually
Uh-huh.
donated to a hospital, and now it's
Uh-huh.
displayed there. But otherwise, you don't see stuff in private collections unless you see it in a book or at a special
Right.
exhibit,
Exactly. Yeah.
and you're just like, okay, maybe this, you have a nice high res image because it's in a nice exhibit, but otherwise
Uh-huh.
you might not see it again. But I can't think of
Shoot. That's
anything
very much the
specific.
same thing with fossils in private collections is like they basically just disappear once they become privately owned and they're inaccessible to scientists and we couldn't even study them if we wanted to because journals usually won't let you publish on privately owned specimens because there's no guarantee that people in the future will be able to access those. So, yeah, yeah.
But
Um,
good question, Dinosaur Dave. I'm trying to see what you meant by, what I meant was the object in our world might not have that data, but in the hypothetical place, the question it does. So something useless in our timeline that actually is useful in another.
hmm,
Yeah, I just, unfortunately, I can't think of anything specific because I know I know there's probably a handful of what we would call very famous Egyptian pieces that might be in a private collection, but I wouldn't say anything that's hugely culturally significant. I would say most objects that are probably in a private collection are either, and this is sad, but a mummy. Most mummy, I mean, there's so many mummies, and the only ones that I would consider culturally significant are ones of pharaohs or high officials or ones that we have full biographies. Like if they come from specific tombs, their tomb might have their entire biography and family that we can actually trace. But most mummies will mostly just like have their name and maybe the name of their parents. So it's not totally, it doesn't total with, if that mummy did not exist, it would not alter the timeline of Egyptology and Egyptian history.
hmm,
So most objects that are in private collections are not things that would be total altering to our history.
yeah. In terms of dinosaur paleontology, like there are definitely a lot of really important specimens that are in private collections, but the fact that they were dug up without proper data collection makes them scientifically worthless.
Mm,
Like we wouldn't be able to tell what exact time period they're from, and so they might as well be a trinket or a
yeah,
doorstop or something, you know? Like the fact that they were basically you could almost say that like they were looted, I guess.
yeah,
Um
at that point.
it makes them scientifically uninformative,
Mm-hmm.
unimportant, worthless. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't forget, guys, if you want us to see a question, because the chat's still going, don't forget to use the channel point that says lecture questions, and I have the list that
Mm.
keeps popping up. Um,
And I should probably take off before too long here. I
yeah.
got some other. I've got to test out my my satellite internet
Oh, there we go.
for fieldwork streams this year. So I
Yeah.
got to do that before it gets too dark outside. So
Yeah.
maybe
Maybe
thinking about wrapping up sometime soon.
half an hour. That too much for you?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds
that
good to me.
works. All right,
Yeah,
we'll do another half an hour. We're gonna do good 5.5 hours. Um,
yeah.
but Rethus, this is more of a question for me. But how does the cultural impact of Rome impact Egypt in the long term? I mean,
Hmm.
they totally changed everything. Egypt was no longer Egypt when Rome by the time Rome takes it over. Like as it is,
Yeah. And actually, I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll
go
let
for it.
you continue on this for a minute, Melissa.
Yeah,
I'll be right back. Yeah.
absolutely. I'll just go to the just chatting for just a second. But yeah, for that specific question, Rome comes in and completely takes over and changes Egypt, and it. Now I realize I won't know if he comes back if I don't have the screen up. Um, but yeah, we wouldn't have it. It changed Egypt completely, pretty much, and so it as it was, Egypt only in certain circles was still Egypt. When Rome took over Egypt, most of it was actually Greek. A lot of the huge cities had already kind of been this cultural mixing of cultural mixing of Greek, Egyptian, and also some Nubian and Persian, and kind of it became what I like to call like one of the first mixing pots in the world, mixing bowls and stuff. And so it gets fuzzy, but essentially if you look at the timeline of Egyptology, we don't really after a couple years of Rome, that's kind of when we drop off and we just say, oh well, it's just Roman history, it's not Egyptology anymore. But the good question, I'm gonna see if there's any that are specifically to me. Have living relatives of mummies ever been found? No, unfortunately not. Not that I know of. I know that there are people that claim to be, and there are Hellenized. That's also a very good word. Yeah, it was definitely Hellenized, for sure. But no, we haven't found any living relatives of mummies. As it is, DNA technology does not go that far back. So truly, like, if you look at any DNA technology, you'd probably get people. You're probably... I'm trying to think. I think most DNA technology only goes back... If anybody knows anything, if anybody knows how old DNA technology tends to go back, it does not go back far. But there are people. There is a woman who has claimed to be the mistress of Seti the First, and we love her. She's very cool. We accept her as a cool Egyptology lady. But no living relative. I picked another question that was pure Egyptology. We don't have any living relatives to the actual ancient
That makes
Egyptians.
a lot of sense.
'Cause DNA does not go nearly that far back.
You need a huge sample from people of that time, and I just don't think that exists.
Yeah. And even when we do have DNA technology that we have kind of used to compare to mummies rather than to like modern day people. And
Sure.
It's still a little fuzzy. Like we have stuff we know that, like I'm doing a video on Akhenaten again, and talking about how DNA has been used to link him to King Tut, or link a mummy that we think is him to King Tut's mummy. Essentially the DNA is close enough that we can say, yes, they're either father and son or they're brothers. And like, that's honestly, when you look at normal DNA, unless you're doing like a paternity test, which is I believe a slightly different type of DNA test than most. This is very weirdly getting into my full-time job.
You're not using mitochondrial DNA, what I would imagine.
So like, part of my full-time job right now is a genealogist, and we do a couple things on DNA, and there's different Y chromosome DNA, mitochondrial DNA, and then there's a third one that I can't remember. And some of them go back further, and then some of them are very, very short. And obviously, like, some go on your female line, some go on your male line. And so I'm not sure which one they used for that link. But even when you look at modern DNA tests and you look at Ancestry.com or FamilySearch.com, they usually will say a cousin, and then you look at how many, I think it's alleles, are compared, and it's your cousin, but it actually might be your aunt. Like, it's not fully total, like, back and forth. So there's a whole big thing with King Tut and his dad, and and we also don't know how, I think, DNA degrades over time. And so there's a lot of speculation that if this is really severely degraded, how that's going to change the game kind of from that as well.
DNA is a fragile molecule. Like, we don't have any DNA from the age of dinosaurs, for instance. It just does not survive nearly that long. The half-life for DNA might be like less than 1 million years. And so,
and I don't even think, and a lot of people ask about DNA testing on mummies, and like, we can't afford to do a lot of it. And honestly, there are some mummies that we can't do. I think it depends on how much like flesh is left on the mummy versus bones, because bones, I know, like, bone marrow is good, but like, if it's fully skeletonized, there's no bone marrow left. The higher chance of a good mummification, the higher chance that maybe we can get some DNA from there. And it doesn't also help. I know hair DNA is also a little bit different, but it doesn't help that Egyptians mostly wore wigs, so their hair could have been from anybody. And could have also been horsehair. So like, we can't do anything with that, even if we have really good preserved hair. Oh my gosh, it's science is rating the rating.
Yeah, Science Streams. Hello,
Science
Balint. How you doing?
Streams, our mutual friend. Hello.
Excellent.
Welcome, everybody. We're here with Paleontologizing. We're talking. We're probably only gonna talk for another half hour. He's gotta go test some stuff. I gotta go to the grocery store. I don't have anything to make for dinner tonight. It's a Sunday. This is when I usually do all my stuff. But it's raining this morning and thunderstorming, so I didn't want to go out. But
Okay.
welcome. Thank you guys so much for all of the follows. I know I've missed a lot of them, but thank you guys so much for all the follows, all the community subs, all the bits, everything. This has been a great lecture. I think we're gonna have to do more than one of these because the amount of questions that we keep getting
absolutely
is definitely like coming in.
Uh-huh.
Let's see another one. What might one thing that you think modern societies can learn from Egyptian culture or their technology at the time? What a good question, Afro Bandit Girl. I think, and it might not even be like technology wise. I think it is literally on more of a anthropology wise. Don't bite off too much that you can chew, and honestly, don't be that pompous and full of yourself, because the ancient Egyptian lifestyle and the way that we see history go throughout is that there are these just very obvious waves of power. And us as Egyptologists have deciphered this as kingdoms and intermediate periods, where essentially Old Kingdom was great. Pyramid Age, amazing. Had so much money, had so much power. They were able to get stones from everywhere. And then it goes into the first intermediate period, which we know very little about. The art really sucks. They just are really bad at everything, and they don't have a lot of power. And then you go up to the Middle Kingdom, and there's tons of more pyramids and tons of different types of architecture and tombs. And then it goes to the second intermediate period where they get taken over, and that might just be naturally how history goes, but the way that it kind of works and that we see it is that it's the ancient Egyptians are just really selfish, and we're just like really just want it. And I will say, we've talked about this before, a lot of ancient societies were very selfish, and were also very much in their own world and didn't interact sometimes with a lot of different people, and so it's one of the things that when people always say, like, what's the use of archaeology and stuff like that, I'm always like, it looking back at history helps us figure out answers of what we can do now. And that, like, you can always look back because history literally does repeat itself. Things like this happen all the time, where a ruler who has a very set way of how he wants to rule is just going to come in and change everything. And then as soon as he's gone, everything goes back to normal. Which I could say in so many different, and I'm sure as you guys are thinking this, you're thinking of tons of modern and even more modern examples than ancient Egypt. You're thinking of different people. And that's Akhenaten. That's Akhenaten. That's what he did. He tried to change everything. Didn't work. They all went back. Very little things were carried back over. And literally the only thing is the art. Some art was carried back over. And it's like the art of like how they drew hands. It's literally one of the only things that they kept. They did these weird little fingers where their fingertips like kind of went back in like this unnatural way and drew hands and feet really big. But that's all that brought back over. So it's a whole big thing. But
Nice.
What a very good question.
If I could take that question and run with it in
Go
a
for it.
paleontology direction
Yes,
too.
absolutely.
I think I've got.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
grab
got
more
kind of
water. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Yeah, I think I've got kind of a similar idea, and that as somebody who studies fossil science, we look at the history of life on Earth and what went wrong at certain times, and that can give us some ideas for how to avoid things going wrong in our present. It can give us that important context and, a sense of the past. So we can figure out where we're going. Well, one of the things that's really important is watch out for asteroids. So that's what ended the reign of the dinosaurs, except for birds, 66 million years ago. So it's important to keep track of what's going on up there. You got to fund your science programs. You've got to fund your space exploration. Be aware of anything that might be hurtling toward Earth and potentially causing a mass extinction.
Oh,
So that's one thing, but also go back further in time to like the end of the Permian period, the mass extinction that paved the way for the dinosaurs in the first place.
mm-hmm.
The Permian extinction, there was a ton of methane and carbon dioxide being emitted that changed Earth's climate and caused the extinction of like 80 to 90% of species on Earth.
Oh my goodness.
We've got to be careful that we're not doing the same thing today by pumping up tons of carbon dioxide and methane, which unfortunately is exactly what we're doing. So we might be about to cause our own mass extinction if we don't quit it with all of this emission of greenhouse gases. So
oh my goodness.
really, really important stuff to consider.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
This one is just for you. I live in Utah and I've seen Utah raptor skeletons. I would never want to tangle with one. Which dinosaur do you find the most terrifying to personally encounter in the flesh?
Utah raptor is a very good one. Shoot, this past summer I was working with Jim Kirkland, who named Utah raptor.
Well, there you go.
And yeah, I'll be working with him again this summer. You'll see him on stream later on my channel, I think, later on in the summer.
Yeah.
And I'm co-authoring a paper with him too. But Utah raptor is a very good example. Very big, scary meat-eating dinosaur. It's like Velociraptor from Jurassic Park, but like twice as big.
Oh my god.
So yeah. I don't know. Pretty much all of the big meat-eating dinosaurs I would not want to tangle with. But I think people are not. They don't think about horned dinosaurs being as scary as they could be. Dinosaurs like Triceratops, where not only do they have these big, enormous horns, but they could easily run you over and just trample you into.
I mean, like a rhino. Very same.
Like a rhinoceros.
Rhinos
yes.
are terrifying. Like
absolutely, yeah. But also ceratopsian dinosaurs like Triceratops. Not only have they got those horns and those limbs, but they've got a huge beak. They could easily just bite you in half and think nothing of it.
oh my goodness.
So, yeah. They would have been pretty formidable animals in life, and even though they ate plants, still plant-eating animals can be.
I was gonna say,
they're angry with you.
Mine probably would be like whatever the biggest dinosaur is, which in my head is like a brontosaurus or like something like
those long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs.
I think something that big would, even if it's not gonna eat me, I'd still think it's gonna eat me if it's that big. And
even if it just accidentally knocks into you with its tail, like that's curtains for you. You're
full steps on me. Like, I mean, I think the two is that one, and then anything in the ocean. It literally does not matter how big it is. Any dinosaur in the ocean, I'm done. No thanks.
That's the thing, Melissa. The creatures that lived in the ocean during the age of dinosaurs, not dinosaurs.
Not dinosaurs. Okay.
Dinosaurs only lived on land.
Good to know.
So all of those other creatures are marine reptiles. Plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, ichthyosaurs. They're different groups of reptiles. None of them are dinosaurs, actually.
Very good to know.
Even though they lived at the same time.
Doesn't still mean that I'm going to be terrified of them, but
you should be very scared. Absolutely,
to know.
Yes.
I love the ocean, but you don't know what's in there, and it's so unexplored. Even now, I'm no thanks.
There's some primal fear about like how did ancient Egyptians feel about the ocean? Did they? I know people in a lot of like Middle Eastern cultures today, they see the ocean as like this great abyss, something to be scared of. Is that true in ancient Egypt too?
No. So this is oh my god, this is one of my favorite talking points ever. So we're getting a little tiny biblical here, but not too much. The flood myth. Almost every single ancient culture has a flood myth, and biblical archaeologists have used this as evidence that there was a massive flood. Honestly, I think that it is entirely true that there could have been a massive flood. Does not mean it's the one that God brought and Noah sailed in.
Noah's flood,
The only culture that does not have a flood myth is ancient Egypt, because the Nile flooded every single year on time.
And that was a good thing.
And it was the best thing that they could ever have. If they did not have that, they would be dead. And so it's this whole crazy. I did a whole. It's the only thing of theory that I got out of anthropology was this thing called independent invention versus what is it? No, I'm dumb. Dispersal, I think.
Dispersal, okay.
Something like that, equivalent of that. Essentially that two people, and this can apply to any time period, two people can intentionally come up with the exact same idea. Like, it's entirely possible for two people who have never met, have never talked, have completely separate lives, can come up with the exact thing. And then there are things that are slowly but surely dispersed around areas. So the Mesoamericans, the Egyptians, and ancient people in Thailand can all think of building giant structures as a pyramid, because guess what? It's the easiest way to stack the tallest thing without it falling over. Independent invention. And then this like dispersal theory is that the ancient flood myth that is in the Bible is directly taken from ancient Babylonian text called the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Epic of Gilgamesh, yes. Yeah.
Specifically the story of Utnapishtim. And the only thing that biblical writers took from it or changed from it are parts where they include God. And that's literally it. Because the ancient Mesopotamians, the gods didn't care about people. They just wanted to flood the world for fun. But God wanted to take them all down. And it's this whole big thing that I wrote on this. And so it's so interesting that you would think that and they did have an ocean. They did have the Mediterranean Sea, and they did have the Red Sea. And we know that they have kind of maps of it, and we know that they both have kind of gone and explored certain parts, and we know the ancient Egyptians probably might have sailed down the Red Sea to kind of, I think it's the Horn of Africa, down at that kind of point with Djibouti and Eritrea. But it gets, they don't seem to really have a fear of it, or they don't really know what a whale is. I don't think I've ever seen an image of like a whale. They do have weird dolphins, but that seems to be mostly coming from Greek influences, because Greek influences and Roman influences have really weird images of dolphins all the time. And so that's probably coming from there. But they love the water. They needed the water, and nothing in Egypt would have survived without that flood. And they did always think that the flood had to do with the gods, but it was never oh my God, the gods are going to flood and kill us all. The gods are bringing nutrients and soil and rich soil from which in their eyes was the north, which is the south. It's this weird thing. If you ever hear the words Upper and Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt is in the south and Lower Egypt is in the north, because they go by the flow of the Nile. So they don't care about what is our north. They only just go by, oh well, the water comes from there, so that must be upper.
Very interesting.
And there is also slight elevation. It does
elevation,
yeah, it does get a little bit higher the lower you get in Egypt, but it's more, I think, about the flow of the water. What was another one of our questions? But yeah, thank you so much, Rethus, for most terrifying dinosaurs to go in. D-Day the Shmay, you've just hit another talking point of mine. I understand that in the 1800s there was a fad where people ate mummies or used them for quasi-medicinal purposes. Can you talk about that? And then what was the most famous mummy eaten? And for Danny, have people ever used dinosaur bones or other fossils for anything weird like this? So I'll explain I'm going to do this very short, because I am coming out with an entire stupid series, because the amount of comments that I get every single day about Victorians eating mummies is annoying. The ancient peoples found a ingredient that is called mummia. M-U-M-I-A. Sometimes with two M's, but mostly with one M. It is essentially a giant mistranslation, because mummia is pitch, which I'm sure you know a little bit about as well. Natural pitch that comes out of the ground was believed by really early Arabic medicinal scholars to be a kind of cure-all. And kind of grounding it down to a powder, maybe making it into a tea, but also using it as like a poultice for injuries, but also internally, so you would eat it as well. Essentially, with a crazy mistranslation, mummia and mummy actually have the same like origins based all around this, where essentially they knew after the Crusades, they pick this up in Arabia and places in like Israel and stuff, and they bring it back to Europe, and they're like, this cure-all thing. Everyone's like getting this crazy. They then start running out of natural pitch because it really only comes from kind of this Near Eastern area. And I think in Turkey, I think there's another area in Turkey where it comes from. And so through this mistranslation, this pitch was sometimes used as a resin in ancient Egypt to cover mummies, sometimes used as a poultice to kind of mummify, sometimes to just cover the entire coffin with this black resin for a variety of reasons. For the one for the mummy is to probably make the skin kind of more taut or more like gentle, and then like on top of the coffin is probably to inspire from Osiris, because black in the ancient Egyptian color theory is very fertile and is the color of Osiris and stuff. So essentially somebody got it in their head that mummia must be a resinous material that was put on mummies, or then translated to a material of the liquid that comes out of a mummy when you find a mummy, apparently. So then people just started keep requesting it, and the funny part about this is that none of this, the way you see this meme or this trope is they always say Victorian. By the Victorian age, this was totally over. We're talking medieval, Dark Ages, and a little bit into the Renaissance. But by the time they got to the Renaissance, they were getting a little smarter, thinking this is not actually that great. So it is nowhere near recent in comparison. And the funny thing is that while they might have run out of mummies, some people were just mummifying regular bodies from that time period and then grinding them down and making the medicine. So it's not even ancient Egyptian mummified bodies. It's this whole big thing. And essentially it's insane. And it really is the medicinal pitch. And so, one, we do not have a record of how many mummies were potentially ground down and eaten. We just don't. I don't think it's as high as people think it is. I think it's actually quite low, because it seems like it was just a mistranslation and multiple people were translating it wrong. And as it is, during that time period that this was used, Egypt was pretty locked from Europe. It was during the Ottoman Empire, kind of, and Persian Empire. It was not as easy for Europeans to go back and forth to Egypt as it was in the Victorian age. So I don't think it's nearly as prevalent as people think it is. And so the question is, what is the most famous mummy? We have no idea. We have no idea. There might be, yes, there might have been one, what we now think is a famous mummy that may have been eaten. But to be honest, we have a lot of our pharaohs' mummies. We have a lot of them that we can identify. There's not very many. There's a couple. There's a lot of minor mummies, but any of the minor pharaohs, a lot of the major ones we have and we know, and they're all in Egypt. There's not a single mummy of a pharaoh that is outside of Egypt. Technically, there was, but he's been returned, and that was a complete fluke. He just happened to be at a Niagara Falls museum, and we have no idea how he got there. It's actually the craziest story. But yes, there was one that was outside of Egypt, and we don't know how it happened. It was kind of odd. But yeah, there is also a secondary thing that always gets attached to us. There is a paint color from the Renaissance called mummy brown. And yes, that was possibly made out of some mummies. But again, the time periods don't line up for when Egypt was really open to outside in Europe. And so it's definitely possible. And that was used more recently, I think, in the Renaissance and then on. And that's a separate whole video that I have to do. But I hope I answered that question, Shmei. But Danny, have you ever heard of dinosaur bones or other fossils being used for anything not what they're supposed to be used for? Let's say that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for certain. In the popular imagination, the thing that other people from my chat are probably thinking about is Honglong, like in China, fearsome or ancient dragons, Honglong, being used like bones of dinosaurs being ground up and used in various tinctures and
Ah,
medicines and stuff like that. Although, as far as I know, most of those wouldn't actually be dinosaur bones. They would be the bones of ancient mammals or other things that are more easily found.
interesting.
Um, so yeah, but I guess to this day in China, Honglong does mean like it can either mean something like terrifying dragon or it can mean dinosaur.
Oh,
Just
very
in like
interesting.
popular slang. So that's one thing, but there's another famous case. There's a place called Bone Cabin Quarry in
Oh
Wyoming.
no.
And so dinosaur bones are so, used to be at least, so plentiful out there, out in western Wyoming, out in the middle of nowhere, that legend has it that a local shepherd, in building a shelter for himself, rather than using bits of wood or something, there's no trees around there, he just picked up pieces of dinosaur bones and built himself a little cabin there.
I love it.
And that was the Bone Cabin. Nobody's got any photographs or anything of
Oh, that's a
this.
bummer.
It's like an apocryphal story, but you
Uh,
see all kinds of cutesy illustrations. Like, I bet you I can find you one here in this book. Actually,
oh my gosh.
let me find that real quick.
Pendrick, I hope that answered
Um,
your question about Mummy Brown, because I know that always gets brought up as well because it is a similar time period but a little bit later. But yeah, Mummy Brown was a color in I think the Renaissance. I have to remember. But Mummia was on a list. I did find a very fun fact that it was on a list in the 19th century in like a medicinal book. It was still on the list, but I'm going to assume that it was the actual pitch asphalt and not the actual ground up mummies. By then, I think it was 1952. I feel like that was like something weirdly recent.
I I found it right here. So we've got two dinosaurs from this time
Uh-huh.
and place, Allosaurus and Camarasaurus. And there's a little inset in this children's book, like a cabin made of bones.
Cabin made of
Yeah.
bones.
Uh-huh.
That's amazing.
So you see this all over the place in various like kids dinosaur books, but
I know.
I don't
there's
know. I'd
always
love to
those-
see the primary sources on this, you know?
Yeah, there's always
Yeah.
those weird, like, things. I'm trying to think of. A lot of the Egypt ones have to do with the Sphinx and the pyramids. I think there
Yeah.
is a. I have to look up which one is the real. Like, there was a whole thing about that the Sphinx's nose was shot off by Napoleon, I think. And I think that is the fallacy. I think if Star is in the chat, Star might know what that is. I think that is the fallacy, and that the real story is that there was earlier, I think, some sort of Arabic explorer who did do something to the nose. I can't remember.
Really?
Yeah.
Not
I
like
think...
in the Prince of Egypt, where it was a chariot race or something.
No, not the chariot race that knocked it over and gave him a big smile. Absolutely not. No. But yeah, it's there are those stories that you kind of hear.
Yeah.
That just kind of go around, and you're like,
They get embedded in popular culture,
Absolutely,
and like everybody
yeah.
knows about them. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always different ones like that.
Yeah.
But very good question, Dia Ishmay. We always love. I've been talking about this video. This is my problem with TikTok, is that I stupidly in every video I'm like, let me know if you want to know more, and then I get so many questions, and I showed this to people. I did another stream where somebody asked me about Mummia, and I literally was like, do you want to see my 17-page Word document with every single video that I've already written and just not filmed yet? And the Mummia has become I think it's going to be literally a 4-part series because it's so long.
I mean, that's really cool that you're actually doing these, though, because so many people nowadays get their information from TikTok, and it's so good that they're getting it from somebody who knows what she's talking about, rather than somebody talking about. I saw these things about Nephilim yesterday. It was trending on Twitter and all these like TikTok videos, and just
it does get pretty bad. So my friend Alex did send us a link to a Wikipedia article called Fossil Cabin.
Oh yeah, there you go. So that's different. Yeah.
Let's look at a picture.
So that's Fossil Cabin is like a callback to the original Bone Cabin.
Gotcha.
Bone Cabin.
I love the sign.
But I think they've got a sign out front that says like, this cabin walked or something like that.
That's so funny. It says believe it or this picture says believe it or not, which is really funny.
Yeah.
Structures will have dinosaur fossils excavated from nearby source. That's really funny. I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Alex.
So
But
I've got time for probably like 2 more questions before I got to take
yeah,
off.
I think we just have. Let me mark that one as complete. All right, we have. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Mummy Brown was popular around the mid 18th and 19th century, so around the time of Egyptology. So that does make sense, and it does line up a little bit too closely to what I would say that mummies probably were used for it. But unfortunately, all of that is like we have a lot of coffins without any mummies, so it's very possible that the coffins were sold on the antiquities market, but the mummies were thrown away or ground down. All right, so we have 2 more questions, and those are going to be the last one. So
Great.
this one from Vox Jinin. I wanted to ask, given research about the dinos having feathers nowadays, is there anything about whether the furs on mammals and the feathers on dinos evolved at the same time and then differentiated, or were they separate evolutionary things? That's so deep.
That's a phenomenal question. Holy cow.
That's a very good question.
So we'd always assumed that like fur on mammals and feathers on dinosaurs and their bird descendants were separate, and we still think that. The thing is that the fur or hair on flying reptiles, pterosaurs, like pterodactyls in the popular imagination, those might actually be the same thing as the feathers on dinosaurs. Those might be from a single origin point.
Gotcha.
So it could be that the ancestor of all dinosaurs and pterosaurs had some sort of fuzzy filamentous covering.
So funny.
But it doesn't go back to where, dinosaurs and mammals, you've got to go back way far to get to their common ancestor, way back like in the Carboniferous period or maybe earlier. And there's no real shot that fur and feathers are the same thing. Mammal fur and dinosaur feathers. But for pterosaurs and dinosaurs, the like fur or fuzz on pterosaurs, that could be what we call homologous with dinosaur feathers. It's the same structure inherited from a common ancestor. So yeah, great question.
Very good question. Final question from Dinosaur Dave. What cool tidbit... Actually, that's a good final question. There's one very quick question that Give Them Nell said, I've heard Ammonites are named for the god Amun. Something about the horns resembling Amun. Is that true? And that's a very fun fact. That is a good combination, if that is true.
So Ammonites are I'll just talk about what Ammonites are for a second. They're a group of cephalopods related to like octopus and squid and cuttlefish, nautilus, and their heyday was the Mesozoic era during the age of dinosaurs, and they were like some of the most common big invertebrates during the time. They lived all over the world in all kinds of different oceans, and they went extinct at the same time as the non-bird dinosaurs 66 million years ago. The asteroid impact really did a number on them, and they completely disappeared. So yeah, but I wonder if
I'm on Wikipedia now, and it says Pliny the Elder, which again, awesome guy from Pompeii. We just keep on coming back to Pompeii. Called fossils of these animals Anemonis cornea, the horns of Amun, because the Egyptian god Amun was typically depicted wearing ram's horns. Often the name Annamite, and then it comes meaning horn. Wait, I need to look up a picture of Amun, because I can't remember who I'm thinking about. Amun god. What are we looking at? Oh, okay. That's what was tripping me up. Okay. This is Amun. Open image, a new tab. These are not horns. I was like, horns? I was like, he doesn't wear horns. These are actually feathers. Hysterically.
Interesting. Are they coiled?
No, they're just sticking up straight like that. And
oh, okay, I can see the image now.
Yeah, they are not horns. That's why I was like, wait a second. Horns? Because horns, we do have horns. The goddess Hathor wears, I actually have a little version of her right here. She wears the double horns with the sun disk. So I was like, Amun doesn't wear horns. But it also makes sense that Pliny the Elder named them because he didn't know that they weren't horns. So that's understandable. He's living in kind of the similar time period. But really great fun fact that is unfortunately kind of wrong. But good question, give them Nell. All right. The last question from Dinosaur Dave, which I think is a very good ending question to end on. What cool tidbit that not many people know do you think that people should know about our fields?
Ooh.
This is a very hard question because there's lots of
This
things
is a
that I
tough
can
one,
say.
yeah.
Because I also can do something from archaeology, I could do something from Egyptology, and I'm trying to think of one. See, this is my thing. I have a fun fact channel point, but whenever anybody gets it, I always blank. So I have this kid's book called 100 Fun Facts Ancient Egypt.
Nice.
And usually I just tell them to give me a number, and then we'll talk about that one and see if it's right. And usually they are right. But I'm trying to think.
I think I've got one.
Okay, you go first. I'll think about it.
And it's one that a lot of people here will have already heard. I've talked about this a lot on my channel before, but I really wish that more people got the sense for how long the age of dinosaurs is. Probably
Honestly,
with you,
that's a pretty good one for Egypt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely
So,
a good one.
for dinosaur paleontology, it's like you've probably seen paintings or dioramas with like T-Rex fighting Stegosaurus.
Yeah. And they're not related.
So
they're not even in the same time period.
So Stegosaurus is from the late Jurassic, Tyrannosaurus is from the end of the Cretaceous. There is more time separating those two dinosaurs than there is separating T-Rex from us.
Yeah.
So T-Rex is closer in time to us right now here on Twitch than it is to Stegosaurus.
The same thing.
And
we have the fun
and
fact
Stegosaurus isn't even one of the first dinosaurs. It's like, shoot, I mean,
we have that fun fact that
it's
Cleopatra was born closer to the invention of the iPhone than the building of the pyramids.
There you go.
And that one gets thrown around a lot. It's very true. I think that's a very good one for mine as well. I'm gonna try to think of another one, but it's when we look at ancient Egypt, and this might be going out to all the people who go for some pseudo archaeology theories and going all the way to crazy ancient aliens theories, is that the ancient Egyptians were just Egyptian. Actually, this is a good fact that I'll say, and I've talked about this before in my stream as well. There is a concept in anthropology that I don't think is used as much in the world of archaeology when you're looking back at ancient people, especially ancient people, and that is ethnocentrism. And ethnocentrism is essentially when an anthropologist is going out and investigating a different group of people from their own. So let's say an American anthropologist is going to a very isolated tribe in Africa or in Asia or in South America. And the example I always use is they see women not wearing shirts, just completely exposed. And they think, oh my God, that's so inappropriate. Like, that's so crazy. And they completely judge them on that. And then they write papers about that. And then they keep on doing that until, it's how the entire basis of anthropology did get started. And we will admit that. And that is something that definitely should be thrown out there, that we know that there was all these atrocities, and we're trying our best to fix some of these. But it's something that I don't think a lot of people think about when they look at the ancient people. And they try to put their modern connotations of society, of identity, of everything that is our world now, and they go back and they say, oh my God, that's so gross. One of the big ones is that ancient Egyptian pharaohs had married their sisters. That, oh my God, incest is so gross. You don't remember that was all they know. That was how it was done. That was how they saw to keep the line correct. And it's not like other more modern cultures did that as well. Habsburgs, people still in very weird parts marry their cousins because they think that's just part of their culture. And Nat says, yeah, everything is a social construct. And when you get into the huge difficulties of race and identity, and when anybody ever asks me any of those questions, I'm like, they were Egyptian. They thought they were Egyptians. That is how they identified. When you get to the end of Egyptian history, I do admit there are some fuzzy things where there are Greeks and Romans living in Egypt that dressed like Greeks and Romans but mummified them like Egyptians. So how do we know how they identified? We don't. Unless somebody is distinctly writing all this down for us, we don't. We can only make assumptions based off of the knowledge that is given us and not from our own personal knowledge. And that's kind of one of my big things, is like, don't judge them, but also don't make assumptions based on our modern connotations. Always take everything with a grain of salt. Nothing is concrete. Things are constantly changing in this field, where we're suddenly going back and saying, oh, actually, no, that's not how it is. I mean, for one example, Akhenaten, the way that he is depicted is very shockingly different than any other ancient Egyptian pharaoh. He has kind of larger like breasts, a low like hanging belly, very large lips, large ears, and it's very, very different. And people for years were going into medical conditions that he had, and that this is how he actually looked, and that they, and shockingly, like within the Egyptology community, we've all kind of accepted that, like, yeah, he might have looked a little bit like that, but it was all stylistic. It was all his choice to be depicted that way because of these choices. But when I was doing some research, I found that there are people in the medical field who are still writing articles trying to figure out what medical conditions he had, even though it's been accepted for at least the past, I don't know, I'll say maybe 10 years or 20 years, that we know what's happening. And like, we all admit that, yeah, maybe he had some interesting, and the mummy that we think is him does have a wider set hips and does have kind of an interesting shaped head and stuff. But like, we accept that that's definitely a possibility, but we all know that like, you can choose however you want to portray yourself. And so, but I was shocked to find articles in medical journals from very recently continuing to say he has Marfan syndrome, or say he has like lots of different stuff like that. And I'm like, we've tested him for Marfan syndrome. He doesn't have it. Like the mummy we think he is, he doesn't have it. So what do you keep on doing? So I think that would be my last point, is that like, context is
Stuff
key.
Changes.
And
yeah.
stuff is always changing in this field. Any one little
Yeah.
discovery could completely turn over a lot of stuff that we've suspected. And then also, everyone's got their own theories. They're all throwing out theories and going out there, but most of the stuff you guys, as the general public, will never hear about until something amazing comes around as well.
It's much the same in paleontology too.
Yeah.
Just learning new things all the time. Things are constantly changing.
Yeah.
Shoot, look at the Jurassic Park movies from 1993. Those were cutting edge dinosaurs. Today they are completely out of date, just 30 years later.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And Dinosaur Dave said the final point: always be willing to admit you're wrong, and follow the evidence. That's a really great one that I think is pretty universal for most fields. Always admit that evidence can come up that can prove you're wrong. You might be sour about it, but it can happen.
Yeah. We're part of something bigger than ourselves as archaeologists or paleontologists. We're not in it shouldn't be in it for personal gratification, for
absolutely not
fortune and glory, for anything like that. We're part of trying to figure out what's true, and we devote our lives to this study, and it's not about ego, it's about discovery.
There's definitely still some problems with ego, but I think we're getting hopefully little better kind of getting out there. Hopefully with research we can all calm down and accept that we're all part of this amazing field of research and history, and because you technically are a historian in a very odd way.
Isn't
very
history
old.
Written usually? Isn't that what defines prehistoric versus historic, as the invention of writing?
Kinda, but
kind of.
It's still the history of the Earth, I think, includes dinosaurs.
There you go.
I think you
Earth
are
history, yes, absolutely.
You are definitely a historian of the Earth, which I think I technically am too, just of our own little tiny in comparison to the giant timeline we
like
have.
That.
We are.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We definitely will have to do this again.
It's been a pleasure.
It is gonna so many more questions. But I think I actually have a grip of paleontology, and I'm very happy about it.
Good. I feel like I know a lot more about archaeology than I used to. I've got a firmer grasp on what it's all about, I guess,
know.
after talking to somebody in that field.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I am going to look for somebody to go raid. If you have any suggestions,
Let's
who
see
I
here.
have.
I would suggest MelissainDeNile, but
Oh,
we're there right now.
I am here.
Um,
I'm trying to think if there's anybody from maybe TKF who's on right now.
Let me scroll
There's
down and see anybody.
Volcano Doc is on right
Volcano Doc is who I was going to suggest. Yeah,
now. Yeah,
absolutely.
let's go with that.
Ask questions about Pompeii, perhaps.
Oh yeah,
Or
definitely.
Herculaneum.
All right, let's. My computer is just real slow right now, but we will go on. So thank you again so much for all the new follows, for all the bits, the gift subs, the donations. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. They all go towards MelissainDeNile doing more stuff. And this is only our second of our Beyond the Nile series. We're doing 2 a month. We're getting two streams. One is actually going to be next week. It's going to be next. When did I decide? It's going to be next. No, I can't remember. I think it's going to be next Saturday, around 7:30. We're going to get an Archaeologist to come in, and we're going to be talking about animals in ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia, mainly dogs.
Very
We're
cool.
going to present some of my fun research. And then the rest of my schedule is typically Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays, although the Saturdays are now getting kind of thrown around because of the lectures. But we're playing, one of the 2 games we're playing, Assassin's Creed Odyssey in ancient Greece, and we're playing Sims Medieval because we're just having a good old random time with a really old game that's totally random. And then we're occasionally playing Pharaoh, A New Era, which is an ancient Egypt city building game. So that is our normal schedule. Let me get the raid started. Volcano Doc. Make sure I spell that correctly. If you guys would like to copy our raid message, it's just Mummy Raid. If you're not a subscriber, just use the one with the hearts. But we have all of our little mummies and my little Indiana Jones emotes while we go over and surprise Volcano Doc, which it looks like she's looking at ancient medieval maps, which looks really, really cool.
Ooh.
And
Interesting.
I'm very curious as to what they're talking about tonight because that looks awesome. But thank you so much again, Danny. Looking forward to coming into the next stream and hanging out with you. And I will let you know if I need any more lectures or guest lectures because this was just so much fun. So many good questions.
Sounds great.
Absolutely amazing.
Let's do it again sometime.
Yes. All right. I'm going to go to the just chatting. So everyone say goodbye to Danny.
All right. Bye-bye, everybody. Thanks for being here.